It is time to turn the microphone on. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group, and I'm welcoming you to another trading day. We've got a nice schedule ahead of us, so just stay tuned for what's going to be coming up. I want to take this time to welcome all of my guests, thank all of my subscribers. We want to build this community to unlimited links, reaching all over the planet. So thank you for joining me today. If you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe. I'm going to put myself on live so I can see what's going on. 1 second. See what's going on. Okay. I'm going to push live. Okay. Yeah, we're okay. All right, folks. Like I said before, thanks for joining me. Let me do my little disclaimer. All right. Living Legacy is a network marketing company, earning all its money through affiliate marketing and donations. Ebooks and live trainings are funded. Living Legacy is not responsible for gains or loss earned income. Living Legacy is for educational uses only. Seek proper legal, tax, and account advice on your own accord. Living Legacy Group is a private entity subject to yearly dues and administration fees. Our mission here is to live the legacy and leave generational wealth. Just as any other company, we have rules and terms and regulations to adhere to. We are not a Ponzi scheme, a join one, join two, downline the top makes money. This is an affiliate marketing network opportunity offer. No buying products with monthly fees are subject. Each person offered any opportunity is of its own decision. Each product featured on the Living Legacy Group channel is used or owned by me, Living Legacy Group training. It's used by me. Training provided is free for each member signing into a specific product. The items offered are iTrust Capital. iTrust Capital is a crypto IRA company who offers personal IRAs and personal self-employment IRAs, savings accounts. That makes iTrust Capital what makes iTrust Capital so different is it is an American-based company offering cryptocurrencies along with precious metals. The other product we promote here is called Pocket Options. Pocket Options is a broker platform. It's based overseas. Pocket Options is the most reliable and versatile trading broker that I know of for people that are trying to start into the trading field with small accounts. Another product that we carry is called the Ngrave wallet. This is a cold storage wallet that stores your cryptocurrencies offline so you don't have to be subject to hacking or any mishaps leaving coins on a live hot wallet. Also included in the Living Legacy membership is our network marketing training by Eric Worre, the owner and founder of GoPro network marketing platform. So everything here is made from scratch. I am seeking to teach each and every person that joins the Living Legacy to do the same thing that I am doing, even if you're not interested into the crypto. I can still help you in the network marketing field, because this opens up the opportunities that are already out there. There's travel agencies, there are health products, there are services that are offered offline word of mouth referral. And that's basically what network marketing is. So, that being said, we are going to go straight into, we're going to go into the overview. I know it says on the schedule, I have a schedule that I'll post. We are live every day, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I do own another business that is a home services business. So if I have to go on home services calls, that will be announced in my new Discord channel. So we got a Discord put up. So I'll actually put that in the chat later, or as we go through the day. What else? What other housekeeping? I am very open to suggestions. If there's anybody that wants to join on the administrative side, whether it be live or in person, we do have a live studio where you can come and visit and you can be trained. We are going to start weekend seminars and weekend workshops, either online or in person. So be tuned on that part. What else? Oh, there will be fees. They're called dues that will be paid when you join the Living Legacy group. You'll have access to all of the resources that I have accumulated in the past 12 years. That's all the courses that I paid for, ones that, I may need some coaching through myself. So if you're a network marketer, entrepreneur, somebody that's looking for a team and not just to be a customer, come and join us, and we'll be glad to put you on. We want to start a podcast. We want to do all the things out there that we see other people doing that we're being advertised to promote. Get yourself out there. Start your multiple stream of income. All right. So right now we're going to go straight over to the chart on what happened yesterday. So I had some orders pending. Let's go straight to my. All right, here we go. So I had some orders pending from yesterday because this anticipation of the spot ETF, and we're looking, there's so much news out there. And that's what I'm trying to teach, is that that type of news does move the markets. So you have to be aware. And the way it moves the market is called FOMO, fear of missing out. And there is the fear of losing, because there's so much money. I didn't realize how much money was riding on this thing. So I'm going to open up the screen. I get all of my resources from Cointelegraph. And let's just go through. So if people don't really know what, I'm going to have to do something with that. Oh, that's why I had that other camera. So I'm going to have to shut that off for a minute. So let's go through this. So people that are new to Bitcoin, know they can get some information, then I want you to seek out and pick up a book or something. Go through YouTube, find out more information for yourself. But it says Bitcoin was invented by a phenomenally, I don't know how to say that word, individual or group named Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008. And it is the world's first enduring cryptocurrency that succeeds where decades of digital cash experiments failed. Bitcoin's monetary policy is enforced through a unique blend of software, cryptograph, and financial incentives, rather than the whim of trusted third parties. The blockchain network is powered by a cryptographic, secure, viable database called the blockchain. Itself is a technological phenomena. The Bitcoin ecosystem consists of a global network of stakeholders, including miners, that secure the networks and drive the assurance of the Bitcoin currency. The traders who speculate on these radical market-driven assets and the builders working on and onboard people working onboard to the cryptocurrency paradigm. At Cointelegraph, we are chronically the ongoing story of Bitcoin and the rise of the boundarless, permissionless financial system, which has changed since Satoshi wrote the Bitcoin white paper. Look for that. How has Bitcoin trading developed over the years? Where are the best ways to invest Bitcoin? How to do Bitcoin futures influence blockchain adoption? How will industry stakeholders work to make Bitcoin the mainstay in people's lives? And will incumbent and legacy systems accept or fight this change? Stay tuned. So we're going to take a look at what's going on in the news. We're going to put that back up there. But we're going to, let's check out the market update. And what I usually do, I've got to be on this thing for the next 6 hours. So I'm going to run the tape or run the audio, and we can follow through.
Bitcoin bull market metrics almost reset as BTC price hovers at $43,000. Bitcoin, BTC, stayed lower into January 4th as markets emerged from a 9% BTC price crash. BTC/used 1-hour chart. Source, TradingView analyst sees Bitcoin ETF decision next week. Data from Cointelegraph Markets Pro and TradingView showed BTC/USD circling the area around $43,000 before the Wall Street Open. Still down $3,000 from the week's top, the largest cryptocurrency opted to tread water as mysteries continued over the fate and timing of the United States' first spot Bitcoin exchange traded fund, ETF. The latest drop had accompanied an industry claim that U.S. regulators would reject the latest round of spot ETF applications, continuing a years-long struggle to launch them. No specific evidence was provided, however, and commentators quickly brushed off the idea that the decision had already become known. Subsequent filings by would-be ETF providers further stoked intrigue. These included a securities registration by Fidelity Investments, which soon garnered claims that an approval had arrived. Breaking: at Fidelity just registered Form 8A for their Fidelity Wise Origin Bitcoin Fund. #Fidelity 8A means they are now a registered security that can be traded publicly! $FBTC ETF is approved. Update: Next will be the ITSIBO listing of 315,948,109. You'll update when I pic.twitter.com/n1qxdkkxgm. Marty Party, at Marty Party Music, January 3, 2024. Reacting, however, James Seyffert, an analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, again dismissed the documents as providing proof of an ETF greenlight. "I'm still looking towards next week," part of comments on X, formerly Twitter, stated. RSI among indicators lining up rebound. Bitcoin markets thus face little by way of coercive forces either up or down. Related, 15 years, 90k Bitcoinaires, Bitcoin millionaire wallets jump 300%. Popular trader Don Crypto trades a return to a familiar BTC price range from December, telling ex-subscribers that they should not expect too much on short time frames. Bitcoin back near the middle of the range after deviating above. Good to keep watching this range to watch for a potential break. Woodnan number 39, T expect too much as long as price hangs around the mid-range. pic.twitter.com/RT Rockco. Don Crypto trades, at Don Crypto, January 4, 2024. Fellow trader Yella was more optimistic, highlighting key levels which should soon come into play. In an X post on the day, referenced both the Relative Strength Index, RSI, and Moving Average Convergence Divergence, MACD, indicators being almost fully reset, a prerequisite which Cointelegraph reported on last week. Price grinding up on the 25-day EMA, while the RSI and MACD are almost fully reset. ETF news soon. Going to be big week. Bitcoin pic.twitter.com/tway, Ziggy, Uolage. Yella, at CryptoJellin, January 4, 2024.
All right, so let's check out some more news. Okay, that was that chart that he was talking about. Okay, so we're still holding on. I know that I seen another article in here that caught my attention. Maybe it's down here. Let's see where it was. Wow, 15 years. Okay. You'll find this crypto or Cointelegraph in the chat. The link is going to be in the description. There's no type of affiliate based or nothing like that. This is just strictly where I found that I can get information about everything crypto. And then I found another site. Oh, this was a good article. So I posted that this morning. It tells about how this crypto utility supplier is going to definitely uphold crypto adoption into the mainstream. So yeah, come here, get some education. Spot BTF custody is in conflict. And I'm going to leave my personal opinions out of it and let others decide. Let's see. This was a good article right here. To show you who is in cahoots with who, we're going to listen to this one. This one's a good one. All right, here we go. 3 minutes.
Grayscale in talks with JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs for Bitcoin ETF role, report. Crypto asset manager Grayscale Investments is reportedly in talks with firms including JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs about a potential role in its proposed spot Bitcoin ETF. Bloomberg reported on January 4 that Grayscale had held talks with both investment banks for the role, citing sources familiar with the matter. It comes less than a week after Grayscale filed an amended S3 application with the SEC but didn't list any authorized participants. Meanwhile, an earlier media report also suggests Goldman Sachs is also in discussion with BlackRock to act as an authorized participant for its own respective ETF, citing sources familiar with the matter. BlackRock previously amended its S1 filing to name quantitative trading firm Jane Street and JP Morgan as authorized participants in its proposed ETF. It took over 10 years, But we're finally on the verge of having spot Bitcoin ETFs approved in the USA. Yes, we are. Many deserve credit for this milestone, but chiefly at Grayscale and its lawyers, who had the guts to fight this out in court and won. Let's fight more in 2024. Jake Chervinsky, at Chervinsky, January 4, 2024. An authorized participant plays a key role in managing an ETF, as it facilitates the creation and redemption of shares in the fund. An ETF issuer can name multiple financial firms to act as an authorized participant. Notably, ETF applicants aren't required to name their authorized participants in their respective S1 or S3 filings, meaning that other financial firms still have a window to come on board. Related, likely rejection or smooth sailing? Experts weigh in on potential spot Bitcoin ETF. While JP Morgan has already been named as an authorized participant for several proposed spot Bitcoin ETFs, Goldman Sachs could potentially join other Wall Street giants, including Cantor Fitzgerald and quantitative trading firm Jane Street, that have been given an authorized participant role for various issuers. Goldman Sachs has historically held a neutral stance towards cryptocurrencies and the digital asset sector. In a December 27 interview with Fox Business, Goldman's head of digital assets Matthew McDermott said that a Bitcoin ETF approval will help the crypto market mature and invite increased institutional investment into digital assets more broadly. A spot Bitcoin ETF has never been approved in the United States. However, ETF analysts are pegging the likelihood of approval at 90% before January 10 this year. New research note from me today. We still believe 90% chance by Jan 10 for spot #Bitcoin ETF approvals. But if it comes earlier, we are entering a window where a wave of approval orders for all the current applicants could occur. pic.twitter.com/u60, Vwanted. James Seyfert, at JSafe, November 8, 2023. There are currently 14 asset managers looking to issue a spot Bitcoin ETF, an investment vehicle that would provide institutional investors with direct and regulated exposure to Bitcoin in the United States. Magazine, which Gaming Guild positioned itself best for the bull market.
All right. So, JP Morgan. You know who JP Morgan is, right? That's Jamie Dimon. And he's the one that's saying all these things about Bitcoin and how it should be shut down and all this stuff. Oh, man, this is the type of news that causes people to panic and second guess themselves on things like this. But you know what I found? I found this. Let me show you this site here. I'm going to pull this site up. It's called Polymarket. Never heard of it. This site, I'm going to shut myself off here, my close up, and this site bets on it's a prediction site. I never heard of anything like this. Okay, so you got, is the Bitcoin ETF approval by January 15th? You got people betting. 76 cents says yes, 21 cents says no. You can get up here and you can bet on it. You can bet on if Donald Trump is going to make it to the Republican nomination. Forecasts on the Middle East. And you can bet all sorts of stuff here, but this kind of little news, it manipulates stuff. So people see ETF approvals, okay? BlackRock. Come and check this site out. It's called Polymarket. Polymarket. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. It's got sports. I just noticed it this morning. I ran through it. What is volume? Maybe this is the information you use to follow what we're going to be seeing live on Trader TV and follow. Look at this. Volume, liquidity, end date, status, categories. This is great stuff here. see what's on people's minds. I haven't opened an account yet. I'll probably set one up. Let's see what goes on in pulp culture. I know this is a little bit off of the beaten path, but we're welcoming everybody to the platform. Thanks for chiming in. Remember, when you like the live or the videos in the Living Legacy Group channel, that helps the algorithm. It helps me grow. It helps the channel grow. So we just want to make sure that everybody does like, subscribe, and share. So let's see what this is all about. Will Epstein's document name Jimmy Kimmel? Look at will Kanye West release vultures? Look at all this. Oh, this is the bets in the entertainment. They got Taylor Swift in here. Okay, what about business? Let's see what's going on in business. Well, how are people? I'm telling you, the Bitcoin ETF is the biggest thing around. So right now, you should be looking to purchase coins at the lowest low. We're going to look at the lowest low. And matter of fact, we'll just get back to what we were doing. But I wanted to make you aware of that. Remember, we always want to check our today's cryptocurrency prices through Cointelegraph. This is where you come to find your coins. I choose coins that are, matter of fact, coins and tokens are two different things, because what they call, excuse my French, shit coins are coins that are not stable. Like Bitcoin stable, Ethereum stable, Litecoin is stable, Tether is stable. What's another stable one? Help me out. There's another one. Matter of fact, we can look right here. We got Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether. That's not I don't know if that's a stable coin. That's Binance. Well, I think that's still a token. We'll have to find out. Solana's a token. XRP's a token. USD is a token. Cardano's. All these are tokens. And what tokens are, they are utilities based on what this project is. So example, we'll click on XRP. We're going to blow this up so you can see it full screen. So this is Cointelegraph. And what happens here is you can go right down here and look at the website. You can look at the white paper and everything that involves XRP and their project. Okay? See, this is the blockchain built for business. So when you look at all the coins that are involved, or all the tokens and all the projects that are involved into the blockchain, you got to remember this is a blockchain thing. We will hit the blockchain educational part later on as we go through gaining more members into the group and into the community. I would love people that are knowledgeable of the blockchain and what I'm talking about to join the community. Let's build this thing so that way we can collect some of this, some of these millions that people are collecting. As we go, let's see, okay, we'll go back to there. But look, this token is only 57 cents. So if you got 57, and the great thing about this is that when you go over to iTrust Capital, all you do is you just buy a bunch of this. It's only 57 cents. You could buy, let's get the calculator out and see how much you could get for, let's see. I'm going to see how much you can get. So we'll say 58 cents, 0.58. And you times that by, how would I do that? Okay, I know how I would do it. I would do $100 divided by divided by 0.58. You would have 172.43. So you would have 172 or 172.5 tokens. Now, these projects are projected to go higher in price. So if we took this 170, we'll say 175 tokens, 175 tokens, okay, and it goes to $1 times 1.00. So that's $175. So that's a $75. Is that right? 175. I think I'm doing that right. No. 175 times 0.58. Yeah, 101 right now. So it'd be you would invest $105, and then if this thing went to $1 and you had times 175, yeah, you would have 175 bucks. I think that's right. I may be wrong, but either way, it's just like if you had bought a Bitcoin when it was 250. Now the value has gone up. So as the value rises in these coins or say tokens, the money potential to what we call in trading is to scrape some of this profits off at the top. So we do that by trading in the markets. Let me fix my screen here. We do that by trading into the markets. And what I'll show you is it's 8:30, so we're in our overview. I'm going to show you on my screen. So hopefully you've opened up your Pocket Options account and you've got that thing going. We're going to lower our our histories there. You can see that I was down to $21 and we made a comeback before this plummet. I watched this plummet and I rode it back up to make the gains right here. So later on in the day, you'll learn about resistance and support. You'll learn about trends. You're going to learn about candlesticks. You're going to learn all of the things that you need to know in a simplistic form that is easy to follow. It may seem simple if you're new to the channel, if you're new to trading, it may seem like something you can't do, but I'm telling you, you can do it. If you can see candles and how they grow, if you can listen to the news and see how it grows, how it affects these candles, then you'll be able to predict, because what we do is we hedge our risk and reward on moves in the market. Each time a candle goes up and down, that's a move in the market. Because first of all, we always, top of the day, we start out in the daily chart. So we're looking at Bitcoin. I'm trading Bitcoin because I'm keeping my eye. You cannot turn your head on this coin because it'll make a move just like that, and I don't want anybody to miss out. So as you look at this bird's eye view coming all the way back from we'll say November 29th, right? Because that's December, this is January. These are each one of these charts is a daily chart. So in 10 hours, 24 minutes, and 20 seconds, a new candle will appear. So what we like to what we have learned, and what I'm going to be teaching, is how you spot these points where you can make an entry, either buy or sell. And when you make these entries or buy or sell, you can actually get in on the game when it starts to move in a direction that the masses are doing. So you just want to get in on it. You don't want to try to look into a crystal ball and say where it's going to go, because you don't know where it's going to go. This is the only time you want to go with the flow. So what you need to do is set alerts. There are alerts that you can set. I'm looking at the Pocket Options MetaTrader 4 real-time chart. When we go to do deep analysis on the weekend, then we tend to, we'll go to this one right here. We'll go to, let me stretch this out, make my stuff right, the ADD stuff. We go to this chart here. This is TradingView. TradingView is free, but when you pay for the subscription, you get a lot more features in the platform that you can do your analysis. This is what we use to do our analysis. This is what most of the traders, everything is TradingView. Okay, so when you look at this, again, we're going to start in a daily time frame, because all we're doing is we're making our analysis here on TradingView, and we're doing our entry points on Pocket Options. Because I found that some of the brokers and some of the other trader or other platforms that are brokers, you got to have a minimum of 250. That's just a broker. And where the gurus out here teaching all this stuff, where they get you is, they get you to buy their system, their program, their group for $1,000, $2,000, even $400. And then once you're in the group, you got to buy this. You got to have all of these things. And you go, well, dang, I just gave you all the money I had. I thought I could just get right in. No. Join us. You can get right in, because we're going to get you in. The minimum that you can start with is $50. And that $50 is converted into Bitcoin, and it's put on a crypto exchange. That is Pocket Options. And once we get you to where you're making your $50 back, I want you to withdraw that $50, or it's actually going to be $70. It's a $70 minimum. But take that, once we get you up to 140 or 200 or whatever, take that investment out, so you're not risking your money. You can take that money and do it with what you please. You can convert it right back into your wallet. Another one that I forgot to put down in here, I'm gonna put this down right now, is Coinbase. Coinbase is the hot wallet that most institutions accept. You can connect your bank account. You can connect your debit card. You can send it a check by mail. You can transfer coins from coins. If somebody else has a Coinbase account, they can put Bitcoin into your account. That is a referral-based program also. So anything referral-based, that's how we make the meat of what we do here at the Living Legacy Group. Anything other than our paid, you're going to pay for materials, okay, like ebooks, because it's just your own, like say if we have a book discussion, I go out and I go to the bookstore and I buy a book and I'll say, hey, I'll put this on my Amazon. I'm going to hook my Amazon site up to it. So that way, when you buy that book from my Amazon site, I get paid. I got to get paid from, because I'm teaching you to build your wealth using the stock techniques and the crypto IRA. And once you can get the groove of this thing, I want you to teach it to somebody else. Pay that forward. A lot of stuff's going to be happening as soon as we get our group together, our group of admin. I am looking for a group of admin people, people that are knowledgeable in all sorts of administrative, online things. We do things online, so there are certain people out there that they know the rules and regulations. Oh boy, they know the rules and regulations more than me. They may have done this before, but they were doing it by themselves. I asked you come and join. What's it gonna do? So we're coming up on the 9 o'clock hour, and we'll be tuning in to Trader TV Live. And so thank you for joining me. We're going to sit back for a minute, get myself a new cup of coffee, put myself back on the screen so everybody can see me. Hi. So thanks for joining. And we will be back very shortly. Welcome. Good morning. This is Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group, and it is January 4th, 2024. We're waiting for the Trader TV Live. We're going to try. My good friend Patty, she's looking after me. My whole family looks after me. I can't say nothing bad about that. But this sugarless journey that I'm about to embark on, wow, it's going to be new, because that's one thing that I have surely been addicted to is sugar. So here's my first cup with no sugar. And we're going to see what we can do for a whole week, see how much weight we can lose. We're looking at Bitcoin. It's starting to do a little pull up, do a little number there. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Put your name in the chat, where you're from. I hope Mr. Unique shows up again today. Brother, I'd like to get with you. And, see what we can do. So again, get yourself a free Pocket Options account, put it in demo mode, give it 3 months. Give it 3 months. Give it a month, man, because look, there's going to be a lot happening, and you can get in for pennies on the dollar. So it's not going to cost you much to join the Living Legacy Group. But when you join the Living Legacy Group, you're in. Oh, another thing, maybe I'll do that shameless plug later on. But while we're thinking about it, before we get started, did I do my brother? Okay, this little spots is oh, there it is. P&D Uniforms. Your place to get your scrubs, kids' uniforms. Hey, I'll let them tell you.
Back.
I don't know what happened. But it shut off. This can't be played in the background. What can't be played in the background? Huh. Went on. Hold on one second, folks. I've got a technical problem here that I got to figure out. Okay. I don't know what went on there, but something happened. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what happened, but something happened. Hey, thanks. We got 163 subscribers and growing. Subjective. The audio, something suggestion. It says open studio. Let's see what the studio says I should do. How is the audio out there? Is it pretty good, or is it choppy? Let me know in the stream. So I can, been on 55 minutes, huh? Let me know in the chat. Oh, I can see it here now. So it seems to be pretty good. So let's see if Trader TV Live is going yet. We don't want the... Let's see. We got to open it up. January 3rd. We'll go here. January 4th. Here we go. We are on and popping. I guess they're starting out just like everybody else, huh? Usually blank screen. No sugar, huh? That's going to be a new one. Time to... Oh, there's iTrust Capital. Now, we're going to have to listen to this commercial because it's iTrust Capital. If they play it. Maybe not. Hello? Mr. YouTube? It's buffering. Forex.com. Three hours. Yep, they're just starting up. They're a little bit behind. They're in Canada, so got to cut them some slack, you know. Thanks for joining. We're looking for some good news today. We're looking for some nice movement in the market. We're looking for a definite gain, and if we happen to, because once the matter of fact, I'm going to put my positions up and show you. So once Bitcoin starts going up, these altcoins, they're called altcoins, they're not boo-boo coins, they're altcoins, Mike. Let's refresh this again and see if they're not on yet. But yeah, these altcoins. So when Bitcoin makes a move, the altcoins sometimes make a move. That's how I know it. So I look for these movements. I'm waiting for them to go live.
What are calls and puts? What is the process of exercise and assignment? How are option prices derived? What?
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel, and never forget to not put pineapple on your pizza.
The most handsomest gentleman on this panel, baby. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the revised and new midday show. That is your girl, Ladera.
No,
I'm Sharice, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of profit.
We're on the wrong
Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader, who, by the way, still have their trading contest on 100,000 fake smackaroos, and you make $1,000 if you're number one. We know the NOS boss was on as well. What's that?
Oh, come on. All right, let's see what we're in here. Are they live streaming yet? It says live. So let's see. It's 9 o'clock, guys. Wakey, wakey. I didn't get myself any breakfast this morning. I should have thought about that. As we sit here and wait, and wait, and wait. It's 9 o'clock. It's 9:01. Hope everybody's having a good day today. I'm waiting for Trader TV to come on live. We are also live, and I will be making some additional videos
around copper.
Here we go.
But the forecast is potentially
in mining, LUN on the TSX, back to significant levels we haven't seen since the summer last year.
Yeah, Lundin is traded between 6 and 14, roughly call it trading around 1050. Geographic diversification as well. They're in Argentina, they're in Brazil. They're spaced out across Europe as well as into the US. Like we've talked about before, again, if you love yourself, you buy yourself. So they did announce an issuer bid to buy up to 55 million shares of itself. So Lundin is well placed, again, in copper. And I think we'll see some of these middle names start to creep up higher as copper moves as a whole.
We've spoken in depth in the past on crypto in this country. At one point was one of the bigger aspects of the up and coming names that were traded in Toronto. There's also a long history of cannabis names that continue to trade in Toronto. Got a positive headline yesterday for the cannabis sector. I mean, it ended up being a bit of a fade. And that was just that the DEA is in fact going to look at the change of the legalization in the U.S.
Yeah, no, that's something that we have talked about significantly. The most recent big news prior to yesterday's fade, like you said, was it potentially getting pushed up higher and getting changed to a Schedule 3 versus a Schedule 1. And, if you watch us from months ago, we talked about what that actually meant. But you look at the big ETF, MSPS, off the high of that news, it went up as high as 85%. Currently, it's back down to about a 43% lift off of its low from when that news came out. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. What we've talked about significantly is just the acquisition potential that's in the space, the number of companies that will go out and acquire, and will cannabis become a hotbed issue in geopolitics, specifically in the U.S. So I still think we are over-indexed on the number of companies that are out there. So I still think we will see consolidation continue to happen. Specifically looking at the U.S., but there are a number of things politically that could happen in the U.S. that could push cannabis back into the forefront very, very quickly.
We talked a little bit about the Web3 aspect of what was happening specifically here in Toronto when it comes to crypto. Just off the top of your head, is there maybe one or two individual names in the crypto space still on the TSX or some exchange here in Toronto that we should keep an eye on this year?
Again, I think crypto will be interesting. There's the big U.S. news coming, whether there will be a spot ETF for Bitcoin. I'm sure everyone knows what's happening there. So if you are a Bitcoin fan, that will be a place to keep an interesting eye on. In terms of names, like we talked about last time, there are a smaller number of names than there were a while back. There's the Verses of the world, there's the WonderFis of the world. So there's those kind of smaller names that are out there. So depending on your lens, there are a few.
Yeah, WonderFi is actually going to be on the show coming up here in a few days. So nice. We'll be good to have them back. Good to have you back as well. Happy New Year. And we'll touch base again, maybe even next week. Why not?
In the coming X number of weeks, I'm happy to come back and we can talk some Ravens.
There you go. Raheem Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto.
Can't even say anything because the Ravens look absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Raheem. We got twice the action when it came to guests this morning, thrice if you, including Randy as well. But a couple, I was going to talk about Freeport, Freeport, because I think a lot of our viewers, for a copper play, it's like that's the first thing you look to. But what's interesting is they weren't as cheap as I was expecting. I was looking at a historical PE chart for them because I think it's like 28, their PE right now. The chart looks okay on the daily, but then if you look at the historical PE, it's a little bit tight to the tops, but it is still a pretty decent look in terms of like holding above the 50 and the 200. You've got a pretty defined range. If there is a big breakout in copper, a stock like this, if you can get something like that before a run off the 50 period or the 200 period moving average, is a good place to buy a stable company, to be sure. That's the one that'd be on my radar off of that call, at least the first thing that came to mind for me. And then just one thing to look at for Bitcoin, I don't want to dwell too much on it, Raheem knocking it out of the park. The top that got made after that Huadunk move, we're pretty much right there again, 43.5, call it 43.6, this little wick high. Rule is, for me today, if we're breaking out that high, maybe I don't want to be shorting Mara or Coinbase. And if you're looking for shorts, then make sure that you're not breaking out said high. Because when that move was happening and you got that break off the bottom, that's where a lot of faces got ripped off of. And individually, Coinbase has some levels that if we break through simultaneously the tops, it could actually be a long today. Now, I know we got January 6th coming up, obviously. At the end of the week, we could get some big news for the ETF, but it's not here just yet. There's a couple of days worth of action before we get any definitive word on the ETF.
That was January 10th. Is it January 6th?
Well, it was, I was going off what Kevin's.
Okay,
I thought it was,
maybe.
Today's Thursday.
Should have listened.
That's a weekend.
Right, yeah. I think it's the 10th. But okay, anyways, thank you so much to Raheem as well, of course. Always bringing that heat. So get some good ideas there, especially on some of those small cap names. All right, we're running short on time. Let's go over to the desk.
Yeah, let's get right into everything else we need to know here. If you are good.
I'm ready, baby.
It's one of those days. Sharif's going to have a look at the overall market here.
All right, Brendo, yesterday we closed out at 47.46, right at that 47.50-ish level that we were talking about. That's a support level that we've been looking to hold that takes us back to December 20th. We're a smidge below that right now. The overnight low actually broke that 47.41. The overnight high, 47.57. I'm going to say, let's see if we give up this 47.50 at the 9:30 open, then we'll go from there. If you're looking for a resistance level, that goes to yesterday's high at 47.70.
If you are joining for the first time, let's just get right into it here because we are running short on time. Watchlist.tradertv.live. Get a free watch list because why not? Mobileye out with the revision on their full year 2024 guidance today. So. Yeah, not good.
Looking at news on my phone.
For the numbers, you'll get into that in a sec. But I just noticed here, 27.20 coming into play. We're at session lows right now, almost 32% here for MBLY.
Yeah, it's not a good look here, Brendo. What they're warning about is a sharp drop in first quarter revenue as a result of excess inventory by some of their top tier customers following supply chain issues in recent years. You'll recall that in 2022, we had the microchip shortage, and it looks like as if they built up a lot of inventory that they haven't been able to move. Big revisions here, Brendo. So full year revisions down from over $2 billion in revenue to about 1.6 to 1.8. It's not a good look. The stock is down well over 23%.
Yeah, I was just zooming out here a little bit on the daily chart. You got to go back to, I guess this was August. Maybe an earnings report, or April, I should say, of this year. Maybe an earnings report.
Yeah.
We're through that, all the way back to January levels and through that. So what do we look at here, guys, for MBLY?
Pepto-Bismol? I don't know. Like, get the Pepto out for Mobileye. If that's your thing, like some people, or maybe get the Jack Daniels, or if you're into bourbon, like that can be effective. I think the only reason why I was saying some expletives about it is because yet for Mobileye, the problem is they didn't participate in the rally as much as everybody else did. So when you talk about this being down 32%, this isn't down 32% after running up all of 2023 like a lot of other stocks were, where you're coming back into some reasonable pullback. This is not a reasonable pullback. Like, this is a stock which had a great IPO, No questions asked. It opened, it had a small dip, and then it was just, and this is late 2022 when it did it, but it peaked in early January and it never got through the previous highs. That's not a great sign when everything and their mother was going higher. So the last time it did this, so just get right into, we don't have that much time. The last time it made a move like this was in April, and it immediately recovered. Oddly enough, that's when I decided to buy it finally. That doesn't look as good right now, obviously, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So it was about 35, 36 with a 34 support. I'm not sure we see that 34 support level. So right now you're looking at the all-time low of about 20, just underneath 25 bucks. And if you have there's another support level in here about 26. I can't see any way that we're not testing those today. When I sat down, there was the off chance that there was a fade off that big 34 level, and you've dropped another $4. So I'm now looking at the all-time low as a potential bounce spot for Mobileye. There's always a good chance they're sandbagging it here because they don't report for another 3 weeks, which is a normal thing to do. But this is not a good look, man. Like I'm not buying any more shares of this stock, at least not right now, and I'm seriously considering what I want to do with the shares I have. But you don't make rash decisions in the long term. I'll give it a couple of days to simmer a little bit. But to say disappointed is an understatement.
Okay, so for me, I've completely changed the investing strategy moving forward. We've talked about that before. I'm not going to be investing in companies that don't make money. So Mobileye doesn't make money. I'm not going to invest in them. I hope it's a sandbag. It could be worse than what they're even saying.
It could.
And like Neil said, you got to watch out for that all-time low break of whatever it is. This is a short, probably until that earnings call. You know, I've been really short. I got some messages yesterday from a few people that were holding the Affirm short because I really pumped it for them, and they thought that it was a good call as well, here north of 50. So what I was telling them, and if you're watching, if you know who you are, it's just like, just be careful because of the short float, you know? So for Mobileye, they also have, so the only reason I'm saying that is like, you could be right now $7, $8 in the money, like I know some of you are, and especially on those puts that I recommended. But the thing is like, it can pop right back up in a heartbeat. So Affirm today, just down, same as the market, but Mobileye, same kind of a short float. They're both around 20%. So that could be something that pumps up Mobileye for sure. So watch out. It's down 30%. Obviously the shorts knew something, right? Or else there wouldn't be 20% short float. So just be careful. I could see definitely some short covering there in Mobileye.
For Sandler today, jumping on the bandwagon. This move down continuing. We learned late in the day yesterday, or afternoon, I guess it was, that the headset that's coming in February could actually be the last week of January. And they got a patent. I don't know if you saw that or if you had taken off, but they got a patent. So the screen on the outside has the ability to show what the person is looking at on the inside. So if you're in the room with them and they have this crazy headset on, you can have some sort of idea of what it is they're looking at, I guess.
Yeah, look, bad downgrade today. That's a third in a row now. Harsh Kumar, the analyst at Piper Sandler, is saying that he sees weak macroeconomic environment in China that's going to hurt Apple sales. Difficult comparisons he cites in 2023 and persistent currency headwinds. And he says, look, the elevated interest in Apple's overall performance has kind of dwindled, so he sees a bad 2024 for Apple.
And also wants lower prices to add more for Apple, guys.
Well, until it isn't, well, how many times are you going to say it's a short till it's not?
I know how many times, like the last 7 days.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's more than 7 days. It was the fail of the 200 level. Yeah. So that was actually, what is that day? That was the 20th? No, even further back. We're talking about the 15th. No, 13th here. I'm just waiting my 15 minutes to go back. So it was this day and then the next day after, and there was probably 2 days. That would have been here on the 18th, and then you had this, so 19th and the 20th of December, and then you can probably call this on the 28th another day where you had off the open. I guess it broke levels, and then there was a short, but it broke levels, and you didn't have an obvious entry for that short. Every other day has been pretty much on schedule since that fail at the $200 level, and it didn't really even touch 200, but Apple's been in a downward trend ever since. Short the pops has worked pretty much at the open, so until it stops working, all you gotta do is look for the levels. Yesterday, previous close and 87 were the two levels I was looking at. So today, you've actually got 3 that stand out there. it's not quite a double bottom, but 183.5, yesterday's low, pre-market high, yesterday's close, 184.25. And even if it breaks that, it has to be above 185, if not the close on the second, to me to be a reversal. Like, you need convincing of a trend reversal on something like an Apple. So I'm just going to be waiting around. Like, yesterday was sort of the same story, just wait around for the first level to hit and then take that shot. If the second level hits, take that shot, and so on.
Look, yesterday we talked about this. Apple was the number one P&L name on the floor, and it was an absolute monster, and we shorted it right there, and it was just one of those kind of trades. And we'll probably do the same thing here today. Apple down 1%. It's not on the sticky note today, and that's just because I wasn't feeling as strongly about the short as I was the last, like I said, X amount of days when it was on the sticky note every day and was being traded quite heavily. So I'm going to wait just to see if we do pop up. I mean, 183 would be kind of interesting. I think it gets to there, no problem. But realistically, it's just the 184 level. There's not much else to do here with Apple. Wait for 184. If it comes back into yesterday's close, then we just short that and we have some outs here, 185 and change. So let's wait to see. Yesterday, we took about $1.50. It wound up dropping like $3, $4, $5, and we didn't have enough on for that. But yesterday, we'll see if we can get the same kind of love as we did here. This is my trade from yesterday, if I can find it real quickly here. What a great recap show that was yesterday. Thank you so much for all of the support. But here it is right here. So this was yesterday's trade, right? There it is. I mean, it's about as clear as possible. Look at that move to the upside. Look what we did. We waited like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or so minutes to short the top. It was so nice. We hit it twice. Boom to the downside. This was 186 was written on the sticky note. So we wound up getting short right up there, and then down goes Apple. And like I said, it closed, well, it was 186. I guess the most it was $2. It closes in and around that 184. So that was a good move all the way back in. So let's see if Apple can do something very, very similar to that today. If it rips early, then we will short it. You can see right now it's trying to bounce off VWAP off after making that bottom at 182. Someone said that I pumped up Mobileye there, but not really, man. It only went up 50 cents. So let's just wait to see here. Well, that's good. We were talking about Mobileye here. Now it's here. So let's go, man. Maybe next time we'll get long before we start talking about these randos.
Just be aware, there's some crypto headlines coming across. Fidelity and Grayscale apparently filing 8A forms with the SEC in advance of potential ETFs trading on exchange. So maybe some more progress there as far as the BTC ETF. There's also 4 delivery numbers just came through. Nearly 2 million vehicles in 2023 were sold by Ford. That's up 7%. So yeah. Not much reaction. Let's go to Micron. Piper Sandler not liking Apple, but liking Micron today, going to overweight with a $95 price target.
Yeah, which is interesting here because Micron's stock price surged about 70% in 2023, guys, while its revenues declined about 40%. So what does that tell you? That we're forecasting good earnings for this company in the future, and that's based essentially on the expansion of AI and the need for DRAM, a dynamic random access memory. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does, but nice comment today from Piper.
Yeah, we did give back most of that early pop that came on that note this morning. We're right back to essentially, or bounced off essentially where we ended yesterday, guys, for MU.
Look, I'm really liking some Micron here. It is the number one name on the sticky note today. Actually, I closed my sticky note. Okay, so look, I wrote down that we really liked 82 long, right? We didn't come through there. Sharif's mic was live there, so that was a little dangerous.
Boom.
Okay, so I really like this 82 long, but you're not going to get it. I mean, I don't know. Again, like published sticky note goes up. 84 break, that's what we're looking for right now on Micron. I think we're obviously going to get it right now. Like I said, I'm not convinced about, it's just an upgrade. But the thing is like it didn't even drop really that much compared to some of the other names. I mean, we went from 87 down to 82. I guess we might have wicked that 81 and change down there as well. But I just like Micron breaking higher here. So again, you're going to try to find some relative strength versus weakness, right? If I think that the market's a little bit overheated to the downside, which I do, remember I said, like, I was kind of thinking that today could be a pause day, well, then let's trade strong names. So a breakthrough $84, I think, gets us where we want to go with Micron. So that's what I'm going to be trading. You have some clumped up areas right there. If you break through 84, I think 85 could be a little bit of a problem. That's where the 200 period moving average is. So I would just say watch out for that. That's 85 and change. But a break rate here of 84 is kind of what we're looking at. Couple days downside. Let's get back to this party going northbound here on Micron. So again, it's the number, here it is. It's the number one name today. Whoops, that's my analytics on the sticky note. So we'll continue to pump that up, and you can go find it at Trader TV Sean. And thank you to Fabian for building that up at Trader TV Sean. Go find it. Bunch of messy writing over there on Instagram as well. But so far, Micron definitely a long that I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah, on the chips, we talked about some Micron a little bit earlier at the beginning of the show, so I don't want to double down, and Sean just gave his thoughts. You can find mine by either rewinding or just going to my Twitter. But I want to mention AMD at least, because I feel like some of the other chip names we've kind of been leaving by the wayside. AMD with a great consolidation day yesterday. Look, it's been in a downward spin. A lot of things have been in a downward spin, but this was a pretty tight range at the bottom for AMD, hugging 134. It's made a bit of a double bottom here. So you got a great over-under opportunity on AMD. If it doesn't hold 134, obviously that's going to be a bad thing. I think you could trend down in. You got room down to 130. But if this can hold the open, hold that 134 at the open, and this market does want a green day, then this taking off the top looks interesting to me. I get into Intel as well, except I do feel like I'm more likely to trade some, like Intel is down 3.5% right now. Obviously, they own a stake in Mobileye. So yeah. So like this is a situation where like I'm just looking at Micron and AMD today, because I'll probably stay away from Intel at the open just as things settle down because of the Mobileye connection.
Right, there was we'll go on to Walgreens here. They did report earnings. The initial move higher was eventually faded with the overall market move here. There was a call at 8:30 for WBA as well. So just a heads up, ton of volume already for Walgreens. But I mean, overall, something may be said on the call there for WBA.
Yeah, look, they beat on the top and bottom line, but it's still kind of a wishy-washy report. Look, they reported a net loss of $67 million this past quarter, but when you compare it to the previous year's quarter, when they had to pay $3.7 billion for the opioid settlement, it's a big difference. Again, they beat on the top line, bottom line. The main story here is, though, the slash in the dividend. So they're slashing it from 48 pennies per share to 25. That's a marked decrease from the 7% down to 3.9. It's the first time they've done that in about 50 years, Brendo.
Yeah, so here's one of those comments from the conference call pointing to uncertainty in consumer spending and shifting behaviors, still pointing to further weakness possible here as well for Walgreens.
Oh goodness, like this is one of those, they cut their dividend in half as well. Like this is down 5% for Walgreens. It was up before the call. I never want to see a reversal like that. The good news would be that you've got the 50-period moving average, which I generally like. I like the 50 and the 200 on earnings for like potential bounce zones. So this has support at 22.5, and it's got the 50-period at 22.5. If it gets all the way down there, it'll actually be 10%. So it'll be an SSR bounce play in that category. So outside of seeing that, I don't know how active I'd want to be in this reversal name. Had it been a little bit better, this was a clear... The clear level was up at 27 on my iPad today. Like I had 27 marked off. I wasn't even thinking about the 50 period because at the time it was closer to the top. So I was simply looking for a fade to break out at 27. I can throw that one in the rust bin, in the waste bin, because we're not getting back to that level today.
All right, I'm not going to pretend to act like I looked at Walgreens Boots Alliance. I do not like to trade random names like that on earnings. So I'm going to wait and pass on that. Remember, if it barcodes for a while, we'll wait to see if it gives a bottom or a top, and then we'll hit Walgreens Boots Alliance. But I don't prefer to trade names that have reported.
I was very excited this morning because coming up in the foreseeable future, you too are going to be able to use what's it called? TikTok Fitness, powered by Peloton. So Sharif is going to be live streaming riding a Peloton on TikTok.
I've never ridden one, Brendo, but I don't mind trying.
Why not?
Look, I like 50% of this story, the TikTok part. You can remove the entire Peloton part. I have got no interest in that. No, but seriously here, TikTok really looking to expand in 2024, whether it's with fitness or shopping. We brought that headline for you yesterday. You're going to be able to actually watch a video on TikTok, and without even the creator's input in it, the AI will be able to detect the product and be able to sell it to you directly on TikTok. So you can circumvent going to Amazon.com and searching for the product. I do like that. I don't know about this headline.
Yeah, and there was that incentive part of it as well for creators, almost like an affiliate type of agreement where they'll get a cut of any sales that come through that from their video. So yeah, I mean, nice look here, guys.
What I was talking about earlier.
And Peloton's got a 14% short float, which always factors into it. It's hard not to like the look. I mean, obviously, they probably need all the help that they can get in a situation like this. And with that 14% short float, I'm not really thinking fade for a lot of reasons. It has to get to like $6.50 before you even think about that's a big level there at 6.5, maybe even closer to 6.70. I don't see why it doesn't have a chance to get there again today. You just bounced off the 50 period, which is at 550. That's within spitting distance of us. You had a previous resistance at 580 that it could hold onto at the open. So at 930, if I can see buyers supporting, I don't know if you see 550, that 580 level, I think it's got room to get to that mid 650s. That's a nice little upshot there. The market is relatively weak. It's not bad to have a name in the pocket which has a squeeze potential, because sometimes when the market is weak, if you're looking for longs, either find a strong sector like oil the last couple of days, or find some kind of a low float or a high short runner which has a chance to go to the upside, and that's if you're not looking short.
All right, here we go. Someone in the chat said that I am Kenough or whatever, Kenough. And I think it's a Barbie thing. So I wish Ramin was here right now. But hi.
Have you seen it?
No, I have not seen it. I started watching the beginning of it, but no, I have not seen it yet. But apparently it's great. So shout out to everybody that likes Barbie and Kenough, I guess. Kenough, I guess. Okay, so is that a good thing to be called that? Oh, it's a good thing. Okay, good. Adair said it's a good thing to be called that. So thank you to everybody for that. All right, it's 9:27. Just real quick here. Peloton's a buy it. I think it's a good move. All right, YMM, just looking to see here if anything's moving. Alibaba, we actually pumped that yesterday. That was one of the Dollar Club members there yesterday was Alibaba. Pfizer continues to make moves to the upside. There's Apple with the sell. Shout out to you in the chat that asked me, is Apple a canary in a coal mine? I just think the market's weak, and I've been talking about that for a minute. So no, I think there's more weakness to come. I think Google could be weak, Amazon, all those 100%. All those names continue to be weak, including the biggest and the baddest, and that is Microsoft, in my opinion. This is maybe the only name that I will be dip buying on weakness come end of January. Okay, let's get ready to rock and roll, man. We've got Micron on our mind. We've got Affirm on our mind. We've got Roblox. Oh, that was another name that I didn't talk about. This is a name that I also don't mind buying, but it's got to get down to $40 at least before we do anything. So there's 40. There's the 50-period moving average on Roblox. And then another name that I continue to talk about that
please, if there's a
that are short, and
pair or a
I
stock
talked about
that
that
you'd
story
like
a little
to
bit
trade,
before. Watch out for Affirm. Affirm only down 0.7 today
put it on the
into
screen.
0.07 into a market that's 0.5% down. So potentially Affirm stays high a little bit, but not high enough for me, man. I'm going to be shorting this name around $45, giving it to that 45.50 mark. Right there for Affirm. So we hit it yesterday and it was fantastic. So we'll just keep doing what we've been doing, man. And why not? It's really been working. Like I said, November, December, and now January, man. We're there. So let's just continue to do it. 45 short on Affirm. Maybe that comes in early.
Speaking about coming in early, I haven't seen anything on the imbalances that stand out, but Amazon being down that 2%, it just bounced off today, the 50-period moving average, which we've been talking about. There's room to the 50 on a bunch of stocks. There's room to the 200 on a bunch of stocks. With 30 seconds to go until we get the open, 145, that is your key line. It is actually even the open price, the pre-market low on Amazon today. If it can wick down there and bounce off that, that's a nice little quick scalpable level. I do like shorts in front of 148, but as you can see, I can probably go ahead and cancel that order. Not going to get it as we go to Adara to drop the countdown. It is Thursday. It is January 4th. It is going to be a wild market, which once again is looking weak. Thanks a lot, Mobileye. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
Yeah.
The bell,
okay, so AMD, I'm still going to try to watch Apple off the jump here. We're watching Micron. Micron breaks through 84. It's probably going to happen early, and we're going to get punched into it. So let's be careful.
See how this
with that
rides,
if it does
you know,
happen right
during
now.
the New
Market
York
trying to go,
exchange.
back up to the upside. We'll watch out for
doing
Affirm.
Bitcoin because
We're still
Bitcoin
watching
is
Micron.
slow.
Maybe that hits, maybe it doesn't. There goes Affirm. Congratulations to anybody that's short there. And you guys, again, you know who you are. There it goes, man. Good trade for that.
Look at that.
Hopefully
See
you get
that?
something out right now. Again, we've been short this thing almost $10 now in the money on ARM. On Affirm. ARM right now. No, ARM's going to be another one that I think heads to the downside a little bit here. So watch out for that.
That one I hope it does.
Yeah. Here it comes too. Yeah, me too. I think down in around 60 is where we thought this one could land as well.
We might have to
That's
close these
ARM,
out because I don't know what's
market kind of bouncing around a little bit. We don't have an Apple trade in mind yet, but let's just wait to see where we go.
Apple is making a bit of a bounce. Sorry, Amazon just wicked the 145 as Apple's going to the upside. Tried to be a little bit quick with it through the 145 level, but did not get it fast enough. So there's your wick down, which we were just talking about, and then holding on. So if it comes back in, maybe for a little dip, I don't want low of the day out. I want just underneath that 145 number. As I said, I'm just going to get rid of that order. I don't need an offer up there. If it gets up to 148, then I'm reassessing what's going on in this overall market.
We did it. We did it again. There's a hot dog cannon time again. There's Apple right there, instantly in the money. Another 50 cents for Apple. So there it is. That's another trade right there. So, we'll just let's go Apple, man. We told you it wasn't on the sticky note, but I told you we're going to be watching it. And here we go. Apple right now, 50 cents in the money off that not big short, but a short back into VWAP. So let's wait to see if it goes. All right, now we got to switch over to our long bias because let's go Micron. And here we go again. Oh, no. Let's go Micron. This is another one. It's the number one name on the sticky note. And let's see if it can make a little bit of money there. We get something out at 20, but let's now wait. This is Micron. It's in the building. Let's see what we could do with that one as it breaks a little bit higher. So we've got Micron long and we've got Apple short. Let's see if these names continue to work, man. Where's our Micron out now that it's fading out a little bit? We have VWAP at 83.50. So let's watch out to see if it gets down that low. Micron, early take. We don't like getting in too much when we break the top, but that gives you those big wins. It can also give you these losses. Remember last week we had AMD and we had Microsoft. Two names that we busted the top and then it busted our face. So let's wait to see what happens right now with Micron.
Yes, sir. And I love that look on Micron. But the thing about the breakout trade is like the trend of the market sometimes is a bit of a beast. Mobileye is only going to the upside, so no trade there for me just yet. I am into Amazon right here at 15.16. So it's holding on to 145 for now. I had a chance to take 40s on it and didn't do it, and I feel like I'm going to regret
I had to get my
not
volume
trading it. A lot of times
chart
that
down
open
here.
look,
This is what I like
it's
to
gonna
watch
give you a
because
chance
it
for the
tells
scalp
us
trade.
what.
I do believe sometimes you should take
When you
it,
see
but
the
unfortunately
volume
I did not take
raise or
that
lower,
bounce off 145.
that's when you know
I'll
you're
go
going to
over
have
Peloton for
action
you guys.
in your candles.
This is now bouncing off that 560. I like 550. But it bounced off 560, so a little bit of a miss there. It did not quite get to my price. Apple is almost there. I'm on the offer of Apple, looking for that pre-market high. I did like the pre-market top at 183, but now this pre-market level here at 182.50 was on the note. Did not get the fill because I was on Amazon at 145 at the open, but Amazon did not work out despite the market being relatively strong. I think you've got an opportunity here in Tesla. We didn't talk about Tesla. Sorry, guys. We didn't get to everything this morning. That was a bit of a miss opportunity there for us. Pre-market and yesterday's afternoon top, 241.5. If the market is going to have an update, Tesla is poised to have one of those, oh, you forgot about Tesla moments? So let's watch for that.
Yeah, Tesla, one of four names on the sticky note, man, and we're going to continue to watch that. Micron, let's go, man. There it is. Nice little move. We just got out of some 20s there on Micron. Try to be patient with this one. But again, we're starting to lighten up a little bit because of where it's going, and it's not making those ripping moves to the upside right now as Micron. So we'll just wait. We'll just wait. Like, as I said, we're actually out of a third of this trade right now. That is MU. So we'll wait to see where that one goes. But so far, so good on Micron. So let's wait. Okay, that's that. Apple right now, we did get reloaded a little bit on this one. We're going to watch out for 183. If it takes down 183, we are going to be out of this because, again, we're already long Micron, so we don't want to dance too much with this stock, but we will get a piece out if it does come up too far. And right now, we'll try a little bit of a short up here on Apple again, and then just to see if it does fade back in. We are now short Apple 182.60, so that's not the greatest trade right now as that's starting to get back up to the upside. And like I said, man, I mean, we're still trying to talk about the things that
strong.
Yeah, and we said the market today. This is why, man, don't sleep on these moves. I mean, the market, I was a little jittery on where we thought this market would go, but for right now, we're short Apple. We just got a piece out there at 75. We're short at 70. We averaged it in. We got an 88 fill, which gave us that opportunity to do that. So let's see if Apple wants to fade out the rest of the day. This could be another banger for your boy here today. So let's wait to see if this one wants to work. But 183, if it takes that, then we're gone.
Yes, sir. I have my stop at about 183. I don't like even dollar stops. I'm not a huge fan of them. I like to give it at least a few shekels above that price. If it's the middle of the day, we have a big consolidation, fair enough. But until it gets to that level, we have to make a judgment call. It's looking very strong. Tesla might break out any second. Coinbase 150 is here again, and it just wicked the bottom at that 150. When it did the wick bottom yesterday, it was a great run to the upside. So if the market has a chance to go up, just double checking Bitcoin, didn't want anything crazy happening. I am going to look for a scalp trade on Coinbase off the 150. It was a missed opportunity to catch a little bit of that off the level yesterday, so I'm going to look for that today.
183 is going to go. 183 just went. All right, so we got to watch out for, you know what, man? All right, I'm going to switch over to the long now on Apple. Let's just see. Again, I don't want to be... This is like the opposite of revenge trading now because I'm not re-shorting it. I'm just back into the long. I'm into a long right now. Again, could be a little bit of back and forth nonsense right here. So we're going to be very, very careful with what happens here with Apple. 182.50 maybe for a stop now on Apple back into VWAP. So, you know, let's wait to see what happens here. We're net long, obviously. We're two longs. And there goes Apple. So I guess, again, getting out at 183, not a great decision, and then especially not a great decision to flip long. So we said we had some indecision here in the market today, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening right now to me. So 182.50 here as a possible out for Apple, and then we'll just regroup and see where we go. But 182.50 for me.
I'm covering some flat if I get back at them.
I think we'll be out.
Okay, I was about to say the tape looks bullish on Apple, and then I just saw a guy show up on the offer for 50,000 shares, which that's just going to help. That's going to help what looks like a bullish stock right now. It got to the 183. It wicked it. I'll zoom back in for you. It wicked the top. I'm like, okay, it doesn't break the 10s, which was where my stop is. I don't like an even dollar stop. I tried to add to it for that price to give the tighter stop for the re-entry and didn't get the fill. I'm going to cancel it. But based on the way that this was trading to the upside, I'm taking some out flat. It's just, well, I mean, it's slightly in the money, but you get the point. I'm taking some out before it gets down to original targets, which is closer to 182 because of what I saw on that tape. It was very strong, and sometimes you get lucky. I don't think, I mean, look, I think it's a short till it's not, but that was some pretty strong tape at the open. Coinbase bounced off 150. I didn't chase. A lot of times I don't chase a move like that. This time I just said, that's ridiculous. I'm not missing a 150 move. I got almost 151s. Thankfully, it just went to 152 to give the first buck, but I wanted that little tight to the 150 level on Coinbase because that's the key price that we are looking for. If you're looking at Mobileye on the earnings play, it is still bouncing. It's actually not that volatile, to be honest with you, so it's really not all that bad. That kind of puts, that might put Intel back into play for me because I'm not seeing the ridiculous volatility on Mobileye at the open. That would have scared me. It didn't scare me away from trading Intel. I've never traded Intel when Mobileye was going absolutely buck wild. So I wanted to make sure I saw what was happening first.
Oh my God, guys, talk about Mobileye. Wow. Wow. I mean, again, like, I'm looking at other names there, which I'm fine doing because it's just the Apple trade was the bad one. The Micron one I'm fine with until it breaks, of course. But wow, did we ever talk about a bump there in Mobileye on that short, man? It was down 31 or 32%. So nice little 5% back up there for Mobileye. Wow, congratulations, anybody that bought that dip. That was a good talk for sure. This is when we started talking about Mobileye right here. So that's a nice move back to the upside. Possibly watch out for that $30 top. Again, another very, very key level on Mobileye. So watch out for that. Yeah, I feel like Apple probably is trying to get to the downside there. We got out some there when it broke through 50. We talked about that. We got long out, short out, both fell on our face. Let's wait to see what happens now with Apple, hopefully retracing back up to the upside, and then we'll get some more out. So right now we are sitting at 78 to get some out here on Apple, and then if it continues to go, great for that. It doesn't look like Micron wants to do the dance, man. We were able to get some out when it came back up, and now we're buying through VWAP again. But it's funny because I was like, oh, I don't want to go long. It's only just Apple that's the long for me. That's the problem. I always wanted Micron. So either way, if this one falls down, that's completely fine. And it's just like, now I got to get, there it is. So it's dropping in a little bit. Where's my stop? So it's getting pretty close, breaking back down through 84 here to get stopped out on Micron. 383. The idea here about Micron, again, is that, you know, they got that upgrade. I kind of like the long there coming through, but we know the market's not in a long, so sometimes fighting that is not going to be something that is a great idea.
The only thing I will say we're going to go to Darren in a second. I still like Micron long. It was a huge liquidity grab yesterday at the open. It did $1.50 of a liquidity grab. So I almost feel like, is it really over if it doesn't break the lows, if it doesn't break that 82.5? So I'm still looking to grab a dip buy. We'll see how it works out. I got a bit of a reprieve on Apple, so I'll be fortunate for that. Coin coming back in. I want to see if I need to reload this on Coinbase. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Small cap name making a move to the upside right now. SMFL pulling back a little bit here, but up almost 50%. No news on this one that I'm seeing right now, but the float is 773,000 roughly. So this is a very low float name here, SMFL.
Go.
Oh, you said Roblox, but there's a name I wanted to get to.
Oh, is there Roblox going?
No, you said Affirm, and then I remembered Unity.
Oh, yeah, Affirm.
Unity. I like the stock. Actually, I like saying it.
Really?
Okay, I'm just gonna slap the fail on myself for this because Unity's been a stock that's been a good short. I think everybody knows that. So it did the pop and drop off of yesterday's afternoon's top. I've missed that. It's now flat bottom broken it. So when I say Unity, that I'm not pumping the stock, I actually think the opposite for them. So don't want to get confused. But if it cannot get back,
thing that we got some up there, out up there. But look, man, the market's still doing the same thing, and I wrote down, let's not take longs until 16.6. But the market's still getting faded, and down goes Apple. We had that short initially. That's not working out for us right now either. So there comes the long for Apple. Looks like it's going to break through 182 as we speak. So again, and I sort of did like it. So what are we going to do about it other than have our stops? So, okay, back over to Adara, and we'll just hope that Micron can get back up. We have 3 times the shares in Micron that we do in Apple. What's up, Adara?
Not a huge reaction from the stock right now, but a news story coming out for SoFi here. Accelerating retirements with a 2% match on IRA contributions, which is doubling the previously announced 1% IRA match. This was offered in late 2023. So 2% match on IRA contributions for SoFi, guys.
Nice. That's a nice number.
Oh, a bounce off okay, not quite $8. 8.14. 8.14. Yesterday's low. Let me go to my 3-minute to show you guys yesterday's low. Oh goodness, it's a recovery through yesterday's bottom right now and SoFi. This is a good reversal pattern if it can break out this open range here, like 837. It's not really the opening range. It's kind of like where it closed yesterday and where it was at the open for the final 10 minutes. So call it 840 that it needs to get through. So the new position for me was just Unity. Now, admittedly, I should have this short if I'm planning it properly, either when it breaks right at the open and I scalp some out for 50 cents, or I'm getting it like at a lot better price up here at 37.30. But beggars can't be choosers. I'm now short off the 37 level, and I got 36.74. So 30 cents worth of risk. Call it. If it gets down to the low of the day, we're going to take some profit out there. So we'll see what happens with Unity. It's a little bit late to the party. And if you're wondering about Affirm, because they've been doing the same thing, Affirm actually broke the low and is holding for now. So it broke 43 like twice to the downside, and I pulled it up after looking at Unity, and it's starting to bounce. So if this had held under 43, I think this would have been the day you could just kind of pencil in you're going to get the 40, but it's still finding some buyers for now. It's still early though. It's only 15 minutes into the market. You don't want to go away from your plan too much. I want to update Coinbase. It got to 52s, took some out. I'm looking for the pre-market top, yesterday's highs, in front of 155. I'm getting out of this bad boy. It's kind of a grip and rip. I'm long in front of the 150 level. I'm going to risk a buck on the rest. I'm going to hold this until 55 and try and get 3 or 4. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
We did just get some numbers here. So S&P Global Composite PMI final coming in at 50.9 compared to the forecast of 51, so 0.1 lower than the expected here. We also had S&P Global Services PMI final coming in at 51.4. So this one was 0.1 higher than the forecast of 51.3. Market not seeming to react too much to this, moving just, again, so slightly above the pot, slightly in the green here, guys.
Crossing far enough. We're talking about some Coinbase, some stocks moving around here for sure.
And spreading a little bit.
Yeah, we've got, let's see if we can get that bounce. Thanks for the number there, Adara, right now. So that's what we're going to wait for to see if there's something popping off here for these economic numbers, trying to get back up to the upside right now. I'm just making sure that I have the right amount of trades and availability here to have liquidity to get out. We just got out of Micron a little bit there, went up to VWAP. Again, look, we were long at 76s or something like that. To get something out into the 50s, again, for me, well worth it. We talked about the amount of shares there, so let's just wait. Apple, for me, I just looked at it. I kind of want to play off that very bottom wick there that we bought up off the beginning of the day, that first candle. So again, I'm not, just like the last couple of days, we were very, very confident, holding the short, being, comfortable with the direction of the market. It's actually just kind of funny because I was very, very uncertain of what the market wanted to do today. And look what we're doing. Barcoding. We haven't done anything. So we're dead right about our analysis of the market today. It's just, it's going to need to do something, and I'm just hoping it breaks long, but it could easily be the other way. So let's just watch out for all of that. Right now, we have our stops in. Apple a little bit lower than that. We'll get out, which is crazy because could have been, again, the largest trade of the day if I had just stuck with the gut there on the short against that 200 period. Thought the market might have been turning around and we went long. So that's really the mistake there for me on Apple. But again, still happy. We had the right call. We just let it go. So that's the thing. Got to be happy with the trade, just not happy with the execution because now we're going to lose on a little bit of a higher long. But it's not that many shares. It's Micron is the one that's a problem. Although it's getting a little bit better because we lightened up, but the stock is now looking to break 83. And when it does that, then we're going to get out of here.
So SSR territory and Walgreens, by the way. Walgreens down 11% right now. That happened a lot faster than expected. I guess the markets don't like it when you cut your dividend in half. They probably don't. They don't like it in this case. If you're looking for an SSR bounce, the even dollars are usually like 22, 22 and a half are levels. You got the 50 period in there. But I want to get to Unity, which is a trade that I just like a little bit better. Got it. It's VWAP right now, but that doesn't necessarily matter. In front of the pre-market low. And then this lower high here at 36.40. Took that out there. So a little bit better than the 1-to-1, risking back into 37. We're able to grab 30 cents on it. And we're risking about 25 to 30, depending on slippage, which in this morning, there's been a little bit more. When Sean talks about it being whippy, one of the things that we mean by that is the stocks have a little bit bigger of a spread. If it usually has a 1 and 2 cent spread, I'm looking at 4 or 5 sometimes, and sometimes 10, 15. Coinbase, I saw a 30-cent spread at a point where I was expecting half. So let's go back to the desk with Adara. Be patient when the market is like that.
Novo Nordisk here getting a nice pop to the upside earlier today, announcing that they're collaborating with some companies for research related to obesity and metabolic dysfunction. So this one up about 2.5% right now, NVO.
Yeah. All right. Apple's still falling right now, so we gotta be careful. We're now long at 182.15s. Any kind of a bump up, we should take something out here because the market just broke the 50-period moving average. So we tried to be positive today for everybody. We tried, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that. Nice downside move and just continuing, right? Like if we had just kept our bear case, then it would be a little bit of a different situation here today. But that's okay. Well, it's not okay, but its stocks continue to move down. So there's Apple coming right into its low again, right there. I just should have just stayed short, man. I mean, it would have been multiples right now. Good trade there. I know Neil's still short. It's going to be a good one moving forward. Let's just wait to see. There it goes, taking down the bottom right now for Apple.
Oh my goodness.
And again, I talked about this. I said the one thing I have to correct is just probably too many shares there on these top breaks. You know, and it's just like that was going to be the problem here for Micron. And again, when you trade a little bit less shares, you can hold a little bit more against you, but then you don't make as much money when it works, right? So I got to be very, very specific with what I'm doing, but I'm not going to change anything. You know, it's, you know, you're still, the results still speak for themselves. So I'm not, you know, if I can go, like I said, I think it was 3 or 4 red days last month. If that ratio can continue, we'll be good. But right now we're going to go 0 for 2 and be red here today.
Never adjust unless the market tells you to. You know what I'm saying? Like the only adjustment I'm making
looking at
today,
Bitcoin, look at it going up.
Like it has to be some.
We got $1 into.
Market's going.
We got $1 into Solana.
Coinbase is.
See, this reaches high today.
I actually just missed a stop out through 151 on Coinbase, and I had an order thrown out there. So you're gonna see this as a short sell, but that's because I had a sell order that did not get filled and then just punched out manually. So that ended up in a little bit of extra slippage on that trade. I was looking to not have to get close to break even. I wanted to get out a little bit in front of it and not give up an extra 20 or 30 cents. But the spread is consistently, like it's now 30, it was just 30 cents on Coinbase. I'm making a bit of adjustment on that stuff. I'm not going to stay away from it, but like it's just a little bit weird. It's a little bit more volatile, so it is what it is. I might have got a bad wick there, punching out manually. As far as Apple goes,
there we go. Look at that. It's moving up.
I think it's a hold. It is holding the bottom.
Look at
the pre-market low is generally my target. It was a little bit, I'd say a little bit sloppy on the first entry because 183 held to 183.
Give me 3. I got.
So if you're like me, I could have used an 05 stop. I used a 10 stop, technically 11, but that's sometimes
What's the high going to be?
Like I've been stopped yesterday. I was stopped out in SoFi at the absolute. I made the top wick. This time I missed it by 1 cent. So SoFi would have been my best stock yesterday. It ended up being a loss. I'm up on Apple. I was saying it on the way down. It looked like a very strong
1 minute
stock
so we can pinpoint.
But as long as it's holding this bottom, I'm just going to do nothing until it either breaks back
we can see this.
Low, or retest that low of the day, and there's a decision to be made. Unity is now starting to scream back up with the market going back to the upside.
Come on, go.
This is a case where I don't think I want to hold it into that 37. You're making a higher low,
okay.
So if it can't hold on to 80s, I'm going to be a little bit tighter to the vest with this and then wait for a better price. I did say that I missed the ideal entry point for myself on Unity
so I
short,
collected $2.
So there's no need.
That's good off of that. That puts us into the $71 range. We have made profit on our initial investment of $65.
To be anchored
see how
where
it
I
shot
got
down?
I can wait for the better price if it's about to come.
Yeah, we're going to wait for some prices
for the out on Unity. It was a good opportunity and a good trade, but definitely a little bit late to that party and gave up an extra 30.
See that volume right there? Volume moved up.
All right, we're back now. We're finally, 30 cents on Unity isn't really that much, I guess, the way that.
We'll look for this Solana to make some money
Apple,
off of
nice
that.
little move to the upside right now. Finally,
and we still get
we'll take a little bit of a win
there
on this name as we bought that dip. I mean, there it is right now, right? When she dips, we dip, we dip. Nice move on that one. Hopefully, it will now rip back up to said upside. That would be nice if you can do that, Apple. Our net is getting well improved right now, so all is well on that front. So let's go. Here comes Apple now, 18 cents. We just talked about it. I'm going to get some more out here because I feel like we are potentially looking this gift horse in the mouth, right directly in its big ugly ass mouth. So we're going to wait to see on that one. All right, here goes Mike.
It is ugly.
Yes, sir. All right, here we go right now. Micron, we did buy the dip. We just got out of some more here. So we're actually kind of cruising right now if this market can get back up. I mean, we just take advantage of this move. You have to do it, right? When the market's doing this, you got to sit there and watch out for bump back up. Like the short has been completely right this morning. The longs have been wrong. So any kind of a bump up, I think it's worth taking something out, right? So that's why we do empty out a little bit there on Apple. And look, we want to take more on Apple, but you don't need to get back to completely flat in order to make money, right? And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait to see if Apple can just get out of this. We'll take the L on any kind of a move back to the upside. And quite frankly, our net is completely fine. Do we have Frank Caberna on tonight? Yes, we do. So there we go. If you want to know more about rates and all that kind of stuff and where this market might be going, Brendan highlighted a little bit of that earlier today, but check us out at 2:45, Frank Caberna coming through. So that should be a lot of fun.
What do you have? What the heck was that?
And then just watching out here. Come on, Apple. I'm going to take another piece out here at 94. Again, like we're just really happy with the results right now that we're experiencing. So let's get back up to the upside here and make some of this money back, man. I mean, where's
Thank God that was not a short on coin. Holy crap! At least I just got out flat.
Yeah.
Because if that was a short, that would have been the absolute worst possible time to go short on coin. It was not a great time to get out, and it was a liquidity grab to the downside. If you heard me just say what the heck, that was actually in reference to Micron. I'm looking for the I wanted to buy in at 82.5, the pre-market low. The actual bottom is 83 right now, so that gives you 50 cents to work off of if it holds it. But then I got this wick that came out of nowhere at 85. So the bottom is 83. I know it's a little bit skewed on that chart. I'm looking to be long in there, in front of the 50 level. Franz in the chat asking, what about Mobileye? To be honest, like, what about it? It's down 25%. It's not really going ape, you know what. It's very calm, actually. About to test the $30 level. I think 34 is a really key level. If it breaks out, it's got a lot of room to run to the upside. And for myself, Apple, there's no VWAP trade because we're still about 50 cents away from that for a test. The market is trying to go higher, and I'm looking for a long that isn't Micron, which I liked on a dip buy. And now that I've gotten out of coin too early, it was a good scalp trade, but my intention was to hold some to 55 with a trail at break even. Right, so this is a situation where, you know, on Apple, I put a stop. It was fortunate enough not to hit. On Coinbase, I put a stop, and it did hit. And that's how trading goes. Like, that'll be a little bit frustrating. SoFi, we're going to get to, but it's making that break through 840 only just now. So I'd like to see if this can hold a nice little consolidation, give me something off the pre-market lows or VWAP, and then join the party to the upside. Thank you to Dara for that story. SoFi been a bit of a rut, up 1% today.
Yeah, SoFi is a problem, but nicely done today for sure on SoFi. I mean, my mind is just still very, very focused on some of these trades because they're not working out. So we got to be very, very careful here with exactly what we're doing in this market. And there goes Apple. So Apple does fall down into that one. The short continues to be right everywhere. As again, this market. We talked about that 16.5. We talked about that 16.6. But talk all you want. I mean, it's still.
We just put a
short is still there.
Sell order in.
Some longs here today, but I mean,
it's
just not
order
working. So the one that's making the move a little bit to the upside, which I'm waiting to see if we can get some fills, and that's going to be a firm. That's just right now at the 200 period, looking pretty juicy for a short. I still think that if the market goes, we do want to try to get that. 44.50 or so area, so that would be something a little bit more for me. Micron just keeps on dancing down here. Like I just,
this
is going to be another spot where we're going to have to. We've gotten some out. Like it's not even close to the loss that it was earlier. That's thankfully these dips have held. But for right now, it's coming back in, and yeah, whether or not this dip holds now, uncertain. So continues to be a problem here. That is Micron. And then Apple really just boom, like that short off that 200 sucks because we should have had it and we don't. So there goes Apple. Well, we did have it, but nice move to the downside now. And, we shouldn't have counted our chickens before they hatched there and just stayed into the short with Apple. But yeah, like you guys said, like Pedro, look, I said it, man. I had it on the sticky note as like the #1 trade idea for the last couple of days. And then today I was just like in la land and did not think about that short, and I actually flipped into the long, so that's why it's even worse. All right, that's trading so far today. I hope you guys are enjoying and having some good winners. I'll try to find some for sure.
There's been a few like Unity. We'll see about Unity in a second, but Micron is the other stock I'm looking at, which might not be. And is literally, as Sean was saying that, I got long Micron in front of 83. Talking about the longs, and I only have one short on because we got out of our other short, which looked pretty fantastic at the moment. But
the market
Apple,
is just
180, I think, is a buy zone on Apple, and I think the reason I say that, is the 200 period moving average is typically a good zone for institutions and people that are on the sidelines and all that good stuff where they want to buy. But the new position for me was this Micron. It's held 83. I know that's going to be tough to see here. Sean's chart shows it better when we're looking at it. So you can see 83 was a bounce zone, and then it held at about 83 30s and 40s with a top at 50. So I just got 11s, and if I can get 30s and 40s, I take some out there just to try to grab some kind of a bounce play. Now, I do like Micron because of the overall trend, where it's bouncing from, the liquidity grab yesterday, but it's a little bit heavy with the market. It's holding support at least above yesterday's tops, which is generally a good sign. But at some point, you don't want to fight it anymore. And it's about to break it, to be honest with you. So it might break it any second now. And then just going back over to Walgreens, it is struggling to get off the bottom here.
Get that high today in Bitcoin.
It's starting to get off the bottom. It's holding on to the lows. It needs to break this 23. It's a consolidation bottom, which is pretty solid. Give me one out, Micron. It's a consolidation bottom, which is pretty good. I'm looking for an SSR bounce here, but I don't want to rush into it. I want to see buying, join buying. It hasn't done it yet. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, the market's here continuing to kind of waffle around that 0% area, slightly positive right now, coming off of a couple days of weakness as we began 2024. We did get some economic data earlier today. The S&P Global Composite numbers more or less lining up with the estimates there, but we do have non-farm payrolls coming tomorrow, so it's definitely going to be on watch with regards to the market. Now we're seeing a little bit of a move to the upside here, up about 0.09 right now for the S&P. In terms of individual stocks moving up, Peloton up about 8% and continuing to rise after announcing a collaboration with TikTok for TikTok Fitness powered by Peloton. So it's definitely a move to keep an eye on. We also have Walgreens, so initially moving upwards on earnings, now moving to the downside after a conference call in which the executives said that they're anticipating a pullback in customer spending. Last but not least, we actually have Canaan, CAN is the ticker. This is one of these Bitcoin-related stocks after collaborating with Cypher Minings and entering an agreement to, with relation to model mining machines and working on Bitcoin miner purchase orders. So keep an eye on CAN here, guys. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a virtual funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the gains. The program has simple rules, 100% payout record. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV.
So I put in a
promo code
trade
TTV for 10% off.
Or a position. I gotta stop saying that. I put in a position.
All right, man. I mean, meanwhile,
for
yeah,
a return back down.
Man. I mean, it's been a really good day
here.
Trading. If you've been short, the long has also worked, man. We are actually making some cash on Micron, man. I mean, now finally a nice little dip buy opportunity into 83. We've done it so many times and just got out. So as long as you don't have this breakout at 84,
28 cents on
you have
Solana.
Dip buys, man.
Make
you
$1.
Cash money, and we do have
a couple
brand new
dollars on
position,
Solana, and then
that
get
we've
out.
already made money on, so it's pretty good. Let's go to the upside here with Google now. We just got some pieces out there into the 50s and to the 60s. Let's get going upside here for Google. Hopefully that will work out. But again, a couple good outs on Micron, man. 45 was our best. Let's see where Micron goes from here.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to see that one go up, to be sure. Oh, I just got rid of this wick. Apple, I'm out of Apple. You guys will see that just now. I swear I just got rid of this wick. It made a bounce off the bottom, and I got a cover here just above 180, 150. That'll be a little bit tough to see. So you got a 183 top. I just trailed it out 183.50. The other thing that was happening in that moment was the market was retesting the NASDAQ, I should say. The NASDAQ retesting 16.5, which has been the opening top. This is a 15-minute. This is the opening top. Looked like it had a chance to break back out. Apple was strong early. It did make a move into the bottom. Missed getting stopped by a couple of cents. And even on Micron, when it came into that 83 zone, it held it pretty decently. Just got a couple outs in front of VWAP. Next stop, if it holds above VWAP, look for long stair-stepping above VWAP and into the pre-market top and the open range top, which is about that 84 level, which is a good target for Micron. The market is starting to show signs of waking up, and Coinbase is now up 2%. About to fail on that one. To me, it's a fail because it had it on and probably didn't give it enough room. But once it failed VWAP the way it was doing in a bit of a downward trend, it's been a downward trending stock, and I want to have a little bit of a quicker trigger if I'm going what is against the trend, which that long was against the trend at the open. But it is absolutely flying now, and it's not the only thing moving.
Let's go.
You can probably guess that Mara is going to be at the high of the day as well. So the only thing I got on is the long. We just covered our Apple short. Looking for a little love on not just Mobileye, but also on Walgreens if it can make a bit of an SSR bounce.
Yeah, maybe now you guys will understand why I mentioned that about Walgreens, about why I stay away from stocks when they report. I mean, Walgreens today was up 3 or 4%, right? And then it was just like boom to the downside now, and just like cracked it lower and lower and lower. So that's why we stay away from that, and that's why we go back into this one. It's Google, right? We stay with what we know a little bit here, and Google right now with, again, a really nice play there for Google as it's starting to make a couple moves here back and forth. That's Google. We're long 25 cents now in the money, and again, it just fell back in. Again, a name that just was hitting some levels. We were going to get out around 138 if that did happen, but right now it's all good, and we're making some money back, and some decent money back too here with Micron. So that's going to be another good one. There goes Google. We just got 35 cents. Micron's right here at VWAP again at 50. So for me, that's enough, man. We'll get out here on Micron and see what we can do now. So nice out there at 50. Good for that. We're going to wait. What about Tesla, they say? All right, so I wrote down Tesla 233. Nowhere near there right now. So we'll have to wait to see if and when Tesla wants to do a dance to the downside. It didn't really go. It's up 0.8. Tesla pretty strong today. This could be a name that you guys are looking at if you're looking for strength today for sure. Come on, man. We almost broke that VWAP. Hopefully it can come back in, and we'll do that. Google fell back in. We're at a half of that one, so that's good so far. And then Micron. I mean, I'm still talking about the same names, and it's because those are the names I'm in right now. So we'll just continue with them, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of profitability on these names moving forward. So it's Micron and Google for me right now. Probably going to look for some weak names to get the short, because this market right now just kind of steady, but hopefully up to VWAP. Yeah, I'm hoping so, not yet too.
I just grabbed Peloton long, which is probably why I'm saying that. At the end of the day, you're going to cheer for what you have and what you're looking for. And this is a strong stock. We said Peloton, being a squeeze name, has a chance to go even if the market stays weak, because of the 14% short float. The TikTok story is obviously going to be something that grabs people's attention. I don't think it's all that. I don't think it's necessarily going to change the outlook for the business automatically that I would want to buy this thing personally. But as a trade, it finally held the 580 level, which I liked. So it got into VWAP. I wanted to see it hold that 580, which it just did. So there's your wick to 75. There's some buyers that stepped in above 80. I bought 83. So I'll give it underneath 75, so about 10 cents worth of risk. If it breaks up into the 90s, take some out at that 1-to-1. And then if it gets through 6, try and hold on to a piece for the top. Wow, Coinbase. 157 on Coinbase.
Yeah.
Right? That's not bad at all, Coinbase. That's not going to age well. Like the long on Coin holding the 150 level, we took the reservation. We didn't keep the reservation on Coinbase. At least we're able to hold on to Apple, but wow, that's intense. And I said Unity, I'm going to move my stop from 37 quarters on that move, giving it a bunch of room for it to fall further. to a tight stop based on what I was seeing in terms of the action. Held the higher low, wasn't falling like a rock, actually showing some strength on a wick bottom. So that's a bit of an adjustment. The market was telling me, oh, you missed the early short, you took the late one. Hey, I don't like it as much as I thought I did. Let's just get out tight. And that looks like it's the right call. If it can fail the pre-market high, that'll always be a decent re-entry. But as I said, the new position was a long, not a short. And that was in Peloton. Sharif's new favorite I can't even say that with a straight face. He's never getting on a Peloton, let's be real. He's not.
Well, I mean, you don't do any what do you do for cardio? I run, so he runs. So,
I thought you just only lifted like.
No. So, Peloton, it's one of the highest quality, if you ride, one of the highest quality bikes
Everyone I know that has one says it's a ridiculously great bike. Three people in our fantasy football league, 30% of the league has a Peloton, I think.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a 10-person league. It's not like it's a 20-person. It's a 10-person league.
Yep. We have a Peloton and like it. My daughter's on it all the time as well. Great product for sure, Peloton. Okay. All right. Micron again making that move. We're still waiting to see what's going on with all of these trades. I'm trying to find basically. The name that I want to go long on, I feel like, is going to be Tesla. I'm just thinking about this 240 level. So we need to dip down a little bit into that level. Because I'm net long everything else, it's kind of like I don't want to buy something that's potentially not at, the right level, because then if it falls down, then I'm just sort of adding to some of the areas of concern here. I'm going to get out another piece on, there it goes. Just got out another piece. We got a great fill there on Google near the top side. I mean, this Google trade at 138.85 or something like that, definitely a trade. So let's put it back there and see if we can get that. So we'll wait on that. But right now, that's going to be Google. Let's put an order all the way up. Is there any stocks that you guys want me to look at?
SoFi book 8.
SoFi back up to the upside. Okay, I can look at that. I mean, we want some momentum. SoFi's been a good stock. We talked about that. SoFi versus Robinhood. I tweeted something out yesterday. Thank you for everybody for participating in that right now. But the funny thing is, man, we're going to be down on Apple. That's for sure. But Micron is not, the story on Micron is not done. So let's just wait to see what happens with Micron right now. Everyone wants me to look at Palantir, Rivian, these kind of names. Good, because I like them. So let's have a quick look here. Tesla's still breaking that 240. Actually, you know what? I could look at Tesla here. I will go back to some of these. But Tesla breaking this 242 is something pretty interesting to me as well. So I feel like we got to watch out for that. That looks like a pretty decent level right there. Also, the 50-period moving average on this 20-minute chart. So maybe Tesla has the love that we think it has here to the upside. So let's keep on watching that. And then Micron just wicked that top at 66. So let's put an offer in and around 60 to get out another piece on that one. So yeah, man, rough start, but not a rough ending. It's not even close to being over, but not as of 9:40, we've been doing pretty good. It was before then. It was the Micron top break and then me not believing in the short that I've loved, and that's Apple. So, all right, let's go. Hopefully Micron gets that fill, and I'll do some more work on Palantir and stuff and think about if we really do like that Tesla long.
Yeah, Tesla's been strong, man.
Go Google.
I'm looking, it's a stair step to the upside, higher lows. I'm in another strong name. The market seems like it wants to break out here. The NASDAQ's almost green. SoFi's up that 2%. I just grabbed the 850s on SoFi on a little bit of it's a bit of a dip. It got to 56. I want to give this to 40. So I took some at 50 with the intention of getting something in the mid 40s if we can, and then hold that to the 840 level, give it about 10 cents on the initial entry, but really I'm looking to risk 10 cents if I get a little bit of slippage. So I want to add to it maybe at the 45 if I see some step into it. Peloton, which we just got into, oh, give me a break. It actually really just tagged 90. Yeah, I was sitting at 90. This is sometimes the reason if you hear a trader say don't sit at the even dollar if you want to scalp something out, sit 9s instead of 10s. Or sit 99s instead of 100 or something along those lines. It got to 90. There was not that much size, and I was on a free gateway, but they didn't get the fill. So that's a bit of a failed, missed opportunity. But I still like the VWAP bounce here on Peloton. Micron, as Sean mentioned, it's holding 83.5. That's VWAP, which looks absolutely fantastic. And I do think Like now, all of a sudden, Apple isn't looking as strong as it was earlier. It's at VWAP. It's not even at VWAP. It's close to VWAP as the market's breaking the highs. I'm not really thinking reload as strong as the market has been, because if the market goes green, I don't want to be fighting Apple unless it's at the best price, which I think can be the 83 level. So I'm going to hold off on a reload to the shorts because I'm looking for longs, the way this market is screaming, breaking resistance levels and seeing a lot of strength in several names that I'm looking at. So I'm really more focused on looking for some longs here, which is an adjustment from what we were doing at the open.
All right. Okay. Laura, if you're watching, I just responded to you. I will figure out tonight's guest for the market recap show. No worries. Just a little busy here right now. As I basically never sleep, man. This show is always something that's on my mind, and I want to thank you guys once again for watching, and make sure that tonight, again, you know, the show that I have the most fun with is the market recap show, because again, we're not trading. We're able to just be calm, cool, and collected, and be ourselves, which and again, I just want to thank everybody for supporting that, because it does mean a lot, because, you know, that's who we are, man. Traders stay late, and stay late with me tonight again. And we'll probably have, what about Danielle Shea? Do you want me to try to get Danielle Shea? I think that'd be nice. She was on yesterday, a lot of love for her. So we'll see if we can make that happen for you. Well, we can make it happen. Let me just see if she's busy there tonight. All right, Micron really stair-stepping it back up to the upside. So good one. Yes, Adam DeLuz, you know what's good, my guy over there. You're always staying late. Okay, there goes Micron. We do have an offer. I have an offer back up near 90. So that's going to be 80. Again, oopsies, 80 right there on Micron. I'm going to wait for that 90 fill. See if we do get some love all the way to the back end of this trade. I feel like it's possible. So let's just do that and see if we can get it going. Yeah, Tinkerbell as well. What's up, Darwin? Yeah, well, we can get all these guys on if you guys want. Nice move to the upside now in this market. We could check out some oil. I was actually going to look at Oxy. Oxy was breaking a little bit low. Yeah. Darn it. I was wanting to look at Oxy at VWAP, and I was like, if it ever gets back up there, I'm thinking that that's going to be a short. Guys, we have to get something out right now. Face slap a little bit on Micron back and forth there, because although we're not making that much money, it did make a move all the way back up to the upside. So we should respect that and get the double barrel outs right there for Micron. That's going to be a good trade for sure moving forward. So, all right, more talk about Palantir, because we didn't quite get to that yet. Yeah, Tesla's still not at that 242 level. We'll look at that in a second. I'm just looking at another chart. Oh, wow. Yeah, my Palantir trying to go. I mean, those are some levels from yesterday right now in Palantir, right? So there it is right here. We shorted this yesterday and did quite well with that trade. But let's wait to see. That top is coming in right now, man. 1640. This could be a break long. The market's finally starting to go back up to the upside. Like we said, we were uncertain about today, and there it goes. Nice little move back up to the upside. Yeah, I mean, long. The thing is, if we go long on Palantir, we really got to hold it back to like 1620 or so. So let's see if we get a little bit of a dip buy opportunity in Palantir. But yes, sir.
You just got our position open into Bitcoin going back up.
In this name,
we got 8 cents positive on the Solana. So we got to make up for the $8
dip in a little bit, and we'll be able to buy something in and around the 30s. But let's start.
And we'll wait for a dip to get back in.
Right here, right now. Great commercial, great saying, and right here, right now, Bitcoin is back to 44,000. Technically 43,933, but who cares? It's breaking out to the upside. That was Fabian on that one. It's not Randy showing up, which you always confuse us, because when you hit that key, it's like Pokeroo is behind me, and if he's behind us, I turn my head. So you made me look. But I made you look at Bitcoin, and you should be looking at it, because the difference today was, if this breaks out the top, I am not looking to short Mara or Coinbase. If it breaks out resistance, whether you get the long or not, I had the long, got it out too early, fine, it happens. It was a winning trade, but I'm not happy with it because it was a bad exit on the last part of it. But this is a break to the upside. Mara is absolutely flying. Coinbase just tagged. It didn't quite get to, did it break? Oh, it did break 160. Okay, I was about to tell you that it didn't break 160, but I have a wick above the 160 level. That's a $10 move off to 150. Now, my target was 155, so I never would have held it past there. It's not quite that bullish on the stock, but it is what it is, and it is flying, and part of that was the breakout in Bitcoin. I'm going to be out in a second in Micron because I'm shooting 84s here. for the 84 level, I should say. And it's right at that, where am I sitting? I'm just gonna move the offer 1 penny down and sit here at 92s. Just got the fill at 92s. So I'm gonna ring the register up there.
We'll be right back after
it
this
was a good
30
dip buy
second
on Micron,
commercial.
but it definitely...
Back us today and become part of see your careers.
by a few cents.
Well, that didn't
more
turn
like
out
15 to
too
20
good.
cents risk, not 11. So I'm in the
Don't know what
SoFi, I'm in the
happened to
Peloton, not really hunting for some shorts, just looking for some of these
CPU
longs
didn't catch up
to
with it.
continue to pay off. This one in SoFi, it's struggling to break out at 850, but it's not really pulling back very far. There is room for this to get to 880 to 890. So I want to give this one a bit of a shot to take the next level up. I mean, it's pulled back so far. I mean, even a muted bounce can be pretty solid on SoFi. This stock is down $2 in like 3 days.
All right, man, did we nail Mobileye this morning, guys? When we talked about this, you know, what was potentially the move in Mobileye and where we wanted to go with it, right? Huge upside move there for MLBY. So congratulations, anybody that heeded that advice and took those longs, baby. But right now, guess what? Let's freaking go. We just shorted Mobileye ahead of $31. So it's 50 cents in the money right now. We're starting to print a little bit now, so that's good. Let's see how low
We're starting to print a little bit on that Solana.
And again, man,
41
just
cents
let's wait
in.
to see
We want to
where
make a
these
couple
stocks
dollars on
wanna
that
go.
Bitcoin.
There's always
Come on,
going
Bitcoin.
to be dip buy opportunities and potentially shorting opportunities, especially when a name starts to go. But you can see we just got out a little bit right there. Let's see if Mobileye wants to continue its nice little downside move. And yeah, Micron, all of that. It's just been a really, really good battle back for me here. And again, you know, stay true to who you are, know who you are, and trade the appropriate strategies. We talked about this a couple days ago, right? And that was that just look at your net. I mean, it's not rocket science. You know, if things aren't working for you, switch them up. If they are, add more shares, get more aggressive, right? So we did that today. Didn't work for us on the initial break of Micron right there. Actually, it did work okay. We just didn't get it enough, and then we're able to buy the dips, right? So stay strong in the names, and then look at Mobileye, man. Mobileye instantly here going to, oh, that's why I was on the wrong stock. I was on Micron trying to get out of Mobileye. That's hilarious. Mobileye right now down. Wow, this is a bigger trade than I even thought, guys. Mobileye right now 80 cents in the money. We waited for that fade, and there it is, MBLY with a smooth 70-cent winner on the short for Mobileye, man. We're still here, and we're not going anywhere, but for now, we got to go over to the desk and see what's up with Adara. 29.50 Mobileye.
Minam, this one has run in the past, running again today. MINM is the ticker for this company, up 162%. No news that I'm seeing right now, but this one does have a float of around 382,000 shares, so very low float runner here, guys. We also have Adicet Bio, ACET, up about 30% after announcing its 2024 goals, including some research for oncology and autoimmune related disorders. So keep an eye on ACET on the NASDAQ. Last but not least, another therapeutics related name, Mobix Labs. MOBX, sorry, this one is awarded a 15-month contract for EMI filter connectors as part of the U.S. Army tank program. So keep an eye on MOBX here, guys, Mobix Labs.
The minimum is the momentum in minimum is very impressive. That's a bit of a tongue twister. But $5 on this stock, as you can see here, it gets the selling at and above $5 has been rampant. So I think the thing I would look for, it's up 167%. It's just low float special. But if you can see buyers that hold above 5 and you can stop doing this crazy wick stuff above it, I think that gives you an entry point. Otherwise, you're just looking to sit on the bid in front of support on something which could drop and then halt, which is not always the best. I mean, it gives you a tight stop, but I'd almost rather see buying higher that you can join, and then that way you don't have to stop out at the low of the day on a stock like this. Like that can get a little bit nasty when you do that. Peloton, just one update for me. I did put a bid in VWAP for reload on Peloton, didn't get it. I did get the fill at 90, so I left it in there, was able to get the 90 fill, looking for $6 up at the top. It hasn't been perfect, but it's been relatively clean this morning. Oddly enough, the stock that had my attention at 9:30, I haven't traded. Like the first stock I was in, I haven't traded since.
Yes, sir.
And it
Thank
was
you so much.
150
Did you
long
take
on
Bitcoin?
Amazon. Sorry, 145 long on Amazon, and Amazon's up at 146. So with the market, this did pump to the upside. That said, I had to stop, and it stopped me out. And even if I had held past, like I stopped out here, I mean, come on, like the stock went $1 to the downside after I stopped out. So it can look like it was a good trade if I had held on to it, but it was probably the right decision to get out. Could have got back in, didn't. But Amazon now 1% to the downside, holding the high of the day. So what was weak is now semi-strong.
All right, waited with patience. I'm doing a thing right here for MBLY. I mean, this is going to turn out, again, like a name that I wasn't looking at, turning out to be one of the best stocks here today. So there goes Mobileye, man. Again, a smooth 60 cents. We already took some bids there at 30. We took 2 bids at 30. Sorry, 1 bid at 15s and then 1 bid at 12s, which is kind of crazy. I don't know why I put both those there. And then we just got out, again, some at 30 because, look, it stopped, man. It stopped at $30. So that's kind of like par for the course. Like we sort of thought that could be something that would happen there. So that's why we wound up getting out. Just trying to find out some other trades here that we want to talk about. So Palantir, again, we said we'd start a little baby position. It is falling back in PLTR. Obviously, the market is as well. So let's, I don't know, man, that Apple trade. Okay, PL, it's really just the only trade that's bugging me. My whole net is basically Apple today on the downside. So not much I can do about that. You know, you take hits when you take hits, but it hasn't been like that for a long time. So we're pretty happy with it. Okay, so here we go. We just bought some more Palantir down there. 1625, 1620, something like that, going to be an area of concern. So a little bit of a break lower than in and around here. So that's 1620. Feel like if we break below VWAP, that's where we want to get out of Palantir. So we'll stay on it. There it is, another reload there for Palantir. Giving it down to 1620, hoping that we can get back up to 40. That gives us roughly the ratio that we're looking for. So we've made a decent amount of money back, man, on all this. So we're pretty happy to go so far. There's a nice little bump back up for Micron. So let's take another piece if we can get that. Google. And Google's the one that's a little bit disappointing. It just, we're already out of 60%, but it's really respecting this VWAP. And honestly, man, it's just like, let's just get another piece out. We don't need to be too aggressive with this. Now we've got Mobileye short, which I really like, and we're dealing with Micron. Right. So yeah, Mobileye.
Was that one in the bathroom?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we put on basically just as we went there. So $31 short. Can't believe that we had that move. We didn't have it, but that's a nice move for Mobileye. And then, yeah. So money coming back in. OMGA, says Tisha Perkins.
Money coming out of Disney right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Disney's back at $90. So that was a great bounce yesterday. I did not think Disney was revisiting this after the way it traded yesterday. That's a bit weird. I just asked if there was a story that I'm missing. I had my Benzinga up, and I didn't see anything just yet. But I'll let you guys know, but that's a pretty big drop into what was a strong market to start the day. Now remember this, $90 was a bottom yesterday, but the actual support was just a little bit underneath the 90 level. And if you go to the daily chart, the 50 and the 200 period sit at about 89.70. So there is some room underneath 90 for support. I'd rather there be some buyers step in there and show some signs of at least slowing down to the downside, which it's not doing right now, before just jumping right in there. But I see some scalp opportunities off the 90 area for sure on that name. The market made a little bit of a right-hand turn to the downside. Apple did not quite crack VWAP. I wanted fills over VWAP, as I said, if I was going to reload that short. It didn't go anywhere near underneath VWAP. Peloton's still at the money. SoFi starting to work against. But I'm still looking for the reload off VWAP in Peloton. Up 8.5%, got a bit of a squeeze factor to it. Until it breaks that 75, I want to continue to look long. And then SoFi, sort of a similar story there. Let me just go to this chart for you. There you go. The 840 is going to be my out on SoFi. I'll zoom in the 15-minute so you can see. I just wanted to hold on to this higher low that it put in. In the two 15-minute candles that I was trading off of here, you got a break at the top, and then you had this same close at 840, pretty much even. If it gets down underneath that price, I probably give up the notion of a long until it recovers that 840 area on SoFi. So still just in the 2 longs. Might have missed a chance at VWAP on Apple if I was willing to step out in front of it.
We're looking for today's Bitcoin high
one thing that
to be at least 44,000.
Get all the way to the top and the level.
We're at 44,953.7.
A little bit early.
Come on, baby.
Cause you to, at least for myself, when you're in too early, it skews your mentality when it gets to the key price. Because instead of trading at the price,
we're getting to the high.
It's like I've made a decision early, and
Let's
that changes how I behave when it goes another 50 cents higher.
Let's make $2.
And it happens all the time. Traders will get FOMO.
Here we go. There's that volume.
It was still a good,
look at that volume rise. We got 77 cents. We got $1, $1.35, $1.40. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. $1.40. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I mean, you've discussed your strategy there. I think it's a good one, but it's like I don't want to sell.
So a wick at $1.40.
Like, yeah, that's why I was selling some of the Mag 7 names.
There we go. We need that solid. There it goes. There it goes.
I mean, healthcare has been really blasting.
157
like is a big part of my portfolio, man, and this has a great dividend, and it's absolutely blasting off as well.
I love healthcare.
Yeah, nice.
Come on, give me $1.50.
I mean, it's just it's
give me $1.50. $1.50. $1.50.
Talk about our positions, but at the end of
the day, $1.50. Give me $1.70.
At some point, these are longer term positions.
Give me $1.70.
Oh yeah, and by the way, we did it again, man. We just reloaded it on Google, right down there into the 20s, and wow, this is going a little bit faster than I thought. So let's take another piece out here at 43 if we're lucky enough to do that one right now. Awesome. Oops, hold on a second. Let me just go over there. We're looking at that Chinese name. There it is right there. 138.
I don't want to take that dip.
For the reload there on Google.
See,
out some in the 40s as we continue to make that move up. And let's go, Mobileye. You can do it, man.
Come on. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm glad we didn't get out. Come on.
Thank you, Mobileye. All I need to do is talk to you about that. That's fine.
Yes.
We'll
continue
Give me $2,
to do that,
my friend. Nice move downside there for Mobileye as we just talked about it, and boom goes the dynamite down to the downside right there for Mobileye. Palantir dipped down. We didn't get long enough. Okay. That was an order that I didn't even know we had out right there. We'll take the 38 fill on Palantir.
It's 10:30.
And then we do have some more outs at 39. Let's go, Palantir. Gimme, always gets. Please, Palantir.
There we go.
Know your manners, because we just got a great fill.
We get $2, we're out.
PLTR.
We got $2. We got $2.75.
We're rocking.
We got $3. Come on.
We're rocking at the big desk.
$4.
Adara.
Speaking it into existence. Go.
This initially reported later yesterday, the SEC yesterday holding urgent meetings with NASDAQ and the NYSE regarding Bitcoin ETFs reported by Fox Business yesterday.
Come on,
so just something of note with regards to the ongoing spot Bitcoin ETF furor. In terms of Bitcoin itself, moving to the upside right now, we just broke above that 44,000 area. So lots of strength for Bitcoin today after a big pullback yesterday and a lot of strength on Tuesday. So this kind of back and forth for Bitcoin currently moving to the upside along with its related stocks. Bitcoin here above around 44,250 right now, up about 4
Let's get $2 on this
Ethereum
one.
also up as well, just below that 2,300 area, about 2,280, up about 3% right now. A lot of other strength in these names, including Avalanche, Cardano, and Solana, up 6% right now.
$5?
Yes, sir. It's actually really good timing on that, because I was going to tell you guys, first things first, before I get to Mara, there's about to be a challenge of 90 on Disney as we speak.
All right, so I can relax for a minute. I've got to go and run out and get some
89.70, I think, is the key price. You go back out to the daily chart. That's where you can find the major moving averages holding the 89.70 level. But I'm looking for a bit of a dip buy. Now, there was Reliance starting into diligence on India Media merger. That's a Disney
these
story
are all
came out
sell
this morning,
stops.
But there's nothing in addition to that. I don't think that's
Let's put a
reason
buy
to be
stop
down
in here.
1.5%, and 90 was a good support level. So I'm looking for a bounce, make a higher low in here.
Let's put a stop level
and give me an entry that way. Disney making the challenge.
Let's wait.
A second ago, it looked like it was about to break. It's not now. I'll go to Mara. Mara just took out 25. Mara doesn't have any problems going 10%.
Because we hit 44,000
in 3 days, then 10% is $2.50. That's not that much. It can easily get to 27, which was 2 days ago.
We can look for a downturn.
That sets it up for the stair step to the upside. 25 is an obvious level.
I don't want to get out of this position. That's $6. That's,
if it does a pullback into the
I think it might do something. But if we get out now,
level, I'll look for a long entry. I have 25.50 marked off from the other day. You'll see why. This is 25.50.
wait.
I'm always just using the key
got
price
two
areas
positions
where you had
in
some support and resistance
hold
for some
at
spots that I want to execute off of. So
open at 42,000 and then 43,500.
Grip it and rip it.
So if
for
it
crypto
goes
names.
back down
Once
to
again,
this way,
SoFi starting to work.
we'll be
Now that's
safe
bouncing
and
back into the
hopefully
upside.
we'll
Peloton,
catch
we
the
scalped
down.
some,
There it
and then
goes.
reloaded it off of VWAP. So two new positions. Looks like a dip right now. In Mara, I want to get that in front of 25, and Disney now making a higher low. It's about to get into that at 18s. Okay. Oh, I still have those bat stickies.
Talked about those yesterday.
right,
Okay, so for right now, man, Micron continues to cook. We're back near the highs for that. Google's trying to cook, but it's getting overcooked. I feel like right now it's not really doing what we thought it would, man. We could have picked any other longs other than Google and probably been a lot happier than where we are right now.
What was the strongest Mag 7 name yesterday?
Yeah, let's just check out. Oh, was it? Okay, we'll have to look at that then.
It wasn't even close.
I do know some people are talking about AMD there. We do have some bad meta wicks. This one's not really doing anything, although it is green right now, which is really nice to see with meta. Really, the YOLO trade for me today is just going, it's not even YOLO because I'm already out of like 65% of Mobileye. But this is the one that I think could really fall. What's up, Adara?
CH2G, Chegg Inc. here, moving to the downside, down about 2.5% after the Bear Cave issued a short report called The Problems at Chegg. This one is basically related to their concerns over AI dominating what Chegg does, which is in the student kind of business here. We are down 2.5% on Chegg. Just keep an eye on this one, guys.
It was a Bear Cave report there,
Yeah, I actually feel like I heard a very similar story or note saying the same thing on Chegg a couple months ago that moved the stock as well. So I don't think that's anything new. I mean, obviously AI is going to disrupt education, right? Like, oh my goodness, like ChatGPT, like you can know anything. When I can't pronounce a company, like I don't even go to YouTube anymore, which I do. It gives me the link to YouTube when I go on ChatGPT, but I do go to YouTube. But I just type it in there. It's like, how do you pronounce it? And it gives me the link.
You showed me that.
It gives
that
me
was
the phonetics of how to say it. And then if I want to hear it, it provides me with a link as well.
That's awesome, man.
It's making me the right kind of lazy, which is more productive.
Yeah.
So the market needs to go up now because from this market is a short to only long. No? Well,
I don't know. I don't know what this market. I'm not. I'm starting just to get out. I'd rather just be flat now. Honestly, I know it's only 10:35, but we called this day as being a confusing one, man. And I feel like right now we're pretty much dead right with that. It's just it's not really doing anything productive. And I just stole that word from you. But the thing is like, this move was maybe good, and we did take advantage of that. We got the Google out, we got some Micron out, we got some Palantir out, but then there's no follow through. It just kind of goes right back into some of these levels right there. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Thank you very much right now. But yeah, 16 again. We're just battling now again that 16,500. See, now it's going to start to bounce up a little bit. Like I don't know. Come on, man. Make up your mind, market. That would be nice. And if you're going to make up your mind, please let it be long, because we are longer than shorter right now. Micron, Google trying to go. It's Mobileye. We're getting out of this one at 31 on a 31 break. So we'll have to watch out for that. There was some talk earlier. I think didn't Ford release some delivery numbers earlier today? I think Brendan mentioned. So let's have a quick little look at Ford maybe right now and see if we can get some love back in on this name. Nice move there. This is the kind of barcode that you're looking for. Unfortunately, it's just not super exciting, but that would have been a good break. Maybe if we get some love back down to 1170. It's Palantir that's on my mind right now too, because would really like to get this one going. And I think that if we could break this 40 level, which is why I'm still pretty heavy in it. Here, it goes back to yesterday, right there. Like that's going to be a top that we're just dancing around right now. That was made yesterday, early 940. Let's just take it out and move on. Okay, how about that, Palantir? So we're long this name right now. We're looking for that to get taken out, and then we'll party on to the upside on that one. But right now, a little bit of a trouble zone for some of these longs because they're just stuck. Like Google's stuck. So we're going to wait to see if we get something longer on Google back down near 138 flat, and then use 138 and 137 high as our out, because that has dipped in to 138 and stopped. So Google today, as Neil mentioned yesterday, looked strong. Today, looking significantly weak, in my opinion, and we should not be battling the long. So we'll try one more time.
I'm saying that because it was a point in the afternoon show. If you're, always tuning back into the afternoon show, we not just trade, but we'll set up ideas for the next day.
Sir.
I was saying how Microsoft was holding on to being green in the afternoon when the market was weak, and that made it a relatively strong name. And the strongest
knew that
the
was
next
gonna
day, I was corrected because Google was up almost a full percent at the same moment. I didn't check on the close. I think I'm about to let's get to Disney first because Mara's fine right now. Disney, I could have scalped some out there. It got to 90-30. I'm long at 19.5. I'm giving it 20 cents there, so scalping it 10 cents was never really part of the plan, but it is right back into the lows. Disney, it did a reversal setup for me, so that's going to trigger a trade off the 90 level. If I'm looking for a 90 bounce, I'm going to take that long 10 times out of 10, but it's about to take out the low at that 90 even, in which case I'm just getting out. So we'll slap the L on Disney in a few seconds when it does come in. I've got a stop order. I'm not really going to mess around with it. Either it holds or it doesn't at this particular point. And it's not seeming like it wants to. It's down 1.8% into a weak market. Like Mara, it's like buy the dip on a strong stock. Its stock goes immediately up. You buy the dip on a weak stock. It doesn't always work out for you. Sometimes it's at a key level and you're just going to do it because it's a support level, but it doesn't always have to work. So I got some Mara out there because I wanted to take something out in front of 25.50. If this breaks out past 25.50, I want to look for the next stair step up to add back into the long if it's not going to be off the 25. So this has been arrows up, trying not to fight the trend, had some mistakes fighting the trend on this, had a good long that could have been better in coin, got another one here with Mara. And if you're in anything related to the bounce in Bitcoin, congratulations! Because it's still the undisputed, that's not the champion of the world, but we're through 44,000. When I said it last time, we're at like 43,990 something. Now we're through 44,000. And I do believe, did I miss a throw?
No.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, GBTC starting to go as well, up another 4%. Congratulations, man. Anybody that's a Bitcoin hodler like I am and have just been sitting on some of these coins, it's been pretty good. Other names as well, like today, and we already did crypto, so I'll just do this real quick because we do have Sector Watch coming up right now with Adara. But, you're going to see some of all these altcoins just in the last hour, 2%. Those are the big guys. But Solana, XRP, Cardano, they're all now just starting to go. Nice 24-hour movement as well back on some of said coins. So, all right, it is now time to get ready to rock and roll. And let's go over to the desk with Adara.
A lot of sectors getting a nice move to the upside today, including finance, pretty strong across the board here. Producer manufacturing, very strong. Health services, we also have some strength in commercial services, consumer durables, and a bit more of a mixed performance in retail trade. But one sector really strong right now is health technology. Eli Lilly to the upside after announcing direct-to-consumer weight loss drugs. Novo Nordisk actually also hitting new all-time highs after news of financing some obesity-related research. So lots of news for these health tech names with regards to obesity research and obesity pills right now. In terms of other sectors to watch, we do have a little bit more mixed performance from technology services. All the mega caps in this sector a bit weaker right now, but a bit of a push here to the upside for Netflix. In terms of electronic technology, Apple weaker after yet another downgrade. Some of these chip names, though, getting a nice push to the upside with the exception of Intel, parent company of Mobileye, which is trading lower after lower projections, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. I got to immediately go to Bitcoin back again. I know we just finished there, but to finish the thought or to add to the thought, I'm not going to reload Mara right now. Because Bitcoin, when it made that big liquidity drop, the day that Sailors sold some shares, he had a big morning drop, it had a huge fall off of here, 4435, 4435. It just wicked that level and turned right back around and just pulled back into the 44,000. So I'd like to see it resolve that before before I'm making another decision. I had 25.15 on Mara. Let's go to the 3-minute chart so you can see a little bit better. I had 25.15 on Mara, the break of this local high, and then it came back in, buy the previous high, give to the even dollar. So risk about 15 cents, but I had resistance at 25.50. So risk 15 cents. It just gave a double top at what I thought was resistance as Bitcoin was topping out. To me, that's a take profit and then move on to the next trade. Maybe it continues to take the stair steps up. It's possible. But I'd rather take the money and run. No one ever went broke taking profit. And somehow Disney has not stopped out at the bottom. It's now held for like 6 or 7 minutes since we talked about this. It's got the 90 even is the low of the day. So what might happen here is Disney could wick the bottom, stop me and a bunch of other people out, and then immediately recover. If that's the case, I might just jump right back into it with a stop at the low. But that's a different trade. This one I'm holding to 90.
All right. So my only trade of concern here. Okay, so a little bit concerned with Palantir because it's not really moving properly, but we don't really have enough shares in it yet to worry about it. We actually were bidding, I'm bidding 26s. We just dipped down into 26, 27. That would have been a nice fill for that one. So we'll have to wait for that. But the trade I wanted to sort of talk about was this one right here, Mobilize. So we'll wait to see what happens now with MBLY. Just hitting the bottom again of $30. We could have got out. No, I talked about this one possibly being the one for me. So let's wait to see. Wow, good bounce. Oh, that's too bad, man. We did not get long on Google enough down there. We're still waiting near 38. Good call, but wrong price. Okay, Apple's still bouncing around that 121 area, or sorry, 181 area. But the thing is, I love all the updates from Adara, but one that's been missing for a while that you guys have all wanted. Let's go. Neil just mentioned being hungry, yeah, so hopefully this will probably screw you up even more. Because today, although today you're like, hey, maybe it's, nah, it's not tacos, maybe it's chicken. Well, you're gonna be right if you did say chicken, and by the way, let's go Mobileye, back down to the downside. But today's chicken, actually I had this discussion with my son last night while we were lying in bed, very, very odd topic. And he said, no, it's not. Do you say crispy chicken sandwich? That's what it is today, by the way. Let me read the menu first. Crispy chicken sandwich on multigrain ciabatta. I don't love sandwiches on ciabatta, so okay. With pepperoncini, mayo, and fries. Love those little peppers, man. That's what it's all about. I'm gonna be down with that, although the salad will be tasting probably worse than that, but we're on salad. No, he said, do you say chicken burger or chicken sandwiches? And I was like, well, I think it's a chicken sandy. I like to say chicken sandwich, but I think like if you walked into any, I told him like if you walk into any restaurant, the kid loves KFC, like it's going out of style. Like you know how I should buy some Yum brands.
I kind of differentiate it this way. Like if all I'm doing is taking like a bootleg cutlet,
right,
and the hamburger bun, I'm gonna call it a chicken burger. Like I'm not making that. See, if it's a sandwich, it's gonna be like it's good. Like a sandwich it's a different level. Like I gotta put some extra toppings on it. If I'm putting ketchup on it and maybe a pickle and it's just gangster, then it's a burger, chicken burger.
So
sandwich needs some like mayo, something like not mayo. Oh goodness, not mayo. Like mustard, a couple of extra garnishes on there. I'm not really much of a mayo guy. So I'll do it. It's just not my thing, and it's not an odd topic to have. My daughter, we talk about food, like we'll talk about food and what she wants to
all the
time, especially she's like, what are we eating for dinner tomorrow? And she wants sushi, actually, tonight.
So, sushi, my kids love sushi. Well, my daughter loves sushi. Yeah, no, a chicken burger is the ground, the processed chicken into like a burger form. So that's basically what I told him. But then I said, like, if you ever go into, I mean, I agree. I don't think it really matters what you call it. But when you go into like a restaurant like a KFC, you kind of just tell them that's what you want and they'll give it to you. So I don't think it really matters overly. But yeah, I like the chicken sandy. So that's what's tonight. And that was what's for lunch. And I already have tomorrow's. No, absolutely not. You will have to wait for tomorrow. Confirmed tonight, props it up. It's Miss Danielle Shea. We told you, you want Danielle Shea? We deliver Danielle Shea. All about options tonight. Let me know, tweet at me, tweet at her. I'll put something out and we can figure out what names we want to talk about coming in through earnings. Everybody always wants to know about Tesla. We had her on yesterday, all about that base, all about Tesla. So we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. In a name that we talked about that we love long time, Roblox. But the thing about this is it only it only dipped off the open and then it didn't even go down. So as the market tried to make moves down pretty much all morning, now to the upside, Roblox was like, nah, you're right, Sean, we were along. But we were long at 41, not at 40. So in what I thought, potentially we would be patient and wait for some moves to come down to the downside. The market looks like it just wants to start heading northbound. So yeah, nice little move there for Roblox. I like this name. I said there was 2 names I'm trying to buy on dips. I said this about 8:30. One was Roblox and the other one was going to be Softy as far as bigger tech is concerned. I just really love the Roblox technology. It's amazing, and I just think it's going to continue to improve and revolutionize video game playing like it already has. So I like Roblox. I think it definitely works, and I also like Palantir, if you hadn't guessed. A big name for me. Maybe I shouldn't say. I've already talked about dip buying Palantir, so I'm not even going to talk about it too much more, but we're getting close to those levels, man. We broke through the 50-period moving average. I was waiting for 15, but that may be a little bit greedy. Let's just wait, though. I don't want to get in and start buying anything until at least the end of January. Brennan teed up something a little bit. I'm interested to hear what Frank says about the CME Fed rate tool. I think we're a little bit ahead of ourselves there. Let's just see what they wind up doing in January. I mean, to me, that's going to be a bigger thing. Intel, we didn't look at chips today. I mean, we were both in MU. I mean, I'm still in it. But.
Micron was the one with a story. I mean, I looked at AMD for a little bit. Just one quick question for you. Well, I looked up Roblox P's. I don't care about that.
5,000.
Without looking, when do you think they report? It's a good day. Their earnings.
Oh, well, because you said that Valentine's Day?
Yeah, Valentine's Day. Roblox report. I mean, it's kind of.
Man, you're such a lush.
When I say it that way, if you love the stock, well, then you'll get earnings on February the 14th. I'm only saying earnings because that's a key for me. The stocks that I'm looking to buy, I'm not trying to time the market. I want to see some earnings reports out of this year. Like a Mobileye, which is a stock that I owned and I bought it like a while ago. Like it's obviously only an IPO in 2022, but it's something I bought like early in last year. I'm not making a decision until they just obviously got quadunked. It settles down in a couple days. I might make a decision then, or I'm just going to wait till they report in 3 weeks. But I don't think guts tell me I don't want to buy any more of it. But you never know. Before we get to money talks, just a couple of updates for you. One, SoFi looking okay, but Disney bounced off 90 again and couldn't break these 30s. I'm still waiting for 40s and VWAP on this move. I like a VWAP retrace off of a bottom like this at this time of day. It's just not necessarily giving to me the good news that didn't stop out, the bad news that didn't give me any fills to the upside. It's not really pushing far enough. I reloaded Peloton. It's trying to hold on to 75. Was able to get the first scalp trade, looking for the second one. As we're going to the desk with Adara, it's time for Money Talks.
USD here very much within this range of about this 102.30 area to about 102.50. This is the 15-minute chart in the USD. So as you can see here, we did get a bit of a pop here, 8:15, 8:30. Remember, we got that initial jobless claims data. So came in a bit lower than expected, 202,000, versus the expected 216,000. So got a bit of a pop off of that. Around 9:45, we got the S&P Global Composite PMI and the Global Services PMI. Global Composite coming in 0.1 lower than the estimate, so 50.9 versus 51. And Global Services PMI coming in 0.1 higher than expected, so 51.4 versus 51.3. Overall, not too much happening with the USD today, but we do have more economic data on watch with the NFP numbers coming out tomorrow morning. So keep an eye on that with regards to how that might move the DXY here, guys.
Ye old Dixie, the U.S. dollar, it matters. I feel like this year we're talking about, like, we got jobs today. You care about how the economy is doing, care about that USD. Obviously, if rates are going to go down, that's going to have an effect. That's why you got to stay tuned when Frank comes in, because we give you that higher time frame look. We're obviously looking at a lot of equities in here today, and okay, so I'm looking at Disney, which is at the low of the day. But if you want to see what's going on with the overall market, sans Apple and Disney. There's a few other things that are weak today. The NASDAQ is now to the upside and has gone green, which is a little bit different from the last couple of sessions. That said, it's up 0.02%, so let's not pull on the, hey, it's a bear, it's a bull a rally all of a sudden. We are making a bit of a dip back in. I wanted to get to Apple because that has been showing all kinds of weakness. It's not even at VWAP as the market's breaking higher. So this is still in the ish list as far as I'm concerned. I haven't had a trade since the open, but suddenly VWAP is looking pretty enticing. If the market does fail to hold green, which it's testing right now, 182 would be in here on VWAP. These are just dark pool prints from I guess like a couple weeks ago or maybe last week. The top is actually 183.09 today on Apple.
All right. Look, man, I'm buying Roblox. So I'm just going to buy it right now. Breaking through the 50-period moving average. We talked a little bit about that right there, but that was down at 42. I've just missed it. I think we could break higher. If this market wants to go, we're just, again, the biggest mistake today was just not holding the Apple short. Like, we've been short it forever. We didn't hold it, but again, the hit, not good, but not bad. Could have held it a little bit more, but it's still not even going back up. So Apple with down 1.48%. This name down near 180. I talked about this again last night on the recap show. And thank you again for everything. Make sure you join me today with Danielle. We should have another banger, of course. Well, it doesn't. I mean, yesterday we didn't have anybody, and it was one of the best shows. So, all right. We'll wait for that, right, Fabian? Yeah, that's right, buddy. So I said traders stay late and one production person stays late as well. And sometimes we get sales staying late and we get Obi staying late. So maybe we'll pull Obi one day for that show. All right, so just quickly, 42 is the out. Is long story short, if Roblox falls back in 50 cents, then we'll take the hit on it. But I am wanting to buy more right now downside on Roblox. So if Roblox comes in anywhere near this sort of a level, I'm bidding 18s, which is really that dip level there, probably a little too specific. We could probably get away with bidding 25s. Let's let it fall back in. We're doing a lot of damage right now in this market on some of these positions that we have, including Google. Like, we just got out there, ripped up. We talked a little bit about that. 2 outs to the upside on Google. That's a little bit of a face slapper for me on that one. So that's going to turn out to be a really good deal right there. And let's go. Come on, Mobileye. You can break through $30. Let's do this, man. We've been on this bear for time. Let's go. Mobileye to the downside, man. We had the long, well, we talked about the long early, but now we've got that short. We let Mobileye rip all the way to the top side. Now let's see it print to the downside here. Mobileye, again, going to be my number one stock right now. So let's go. See you later, Mobileye. I'm only bidding 29s. So I'm bidding 29.20. Let's get down in through here. Let's break yourself through VWAP. Ciao, Bella. Let's see how low we can go here with Mobileye. Let's see where we go. That's a long story short on that one. Roblox, Mobileye, Google, so far so good. Mobileye now joining that dollar club right there. So it took a minute. We have a dollar in Micron, but that's a little bit stupid. But it's really Mobileye right now that's starting to heat up a little bit to the downside. So we'll see where it goes. VWAP wouldn't surprise me at 29.40. Maybe we take a piece out there. I mean, from top to bottom to VWAP. All right, you know what? I'm going to cancel my 29.20 fill and just put it right at VWAP, which is 40s. So 39s. So let's, again, it's not sacrificing that much. Let's do it, man. Again, a really, really good look here for me on Mobileye. I hope some of you took that position with me as well. Let's go, Mobileye. I'm actually going to bid 50s. All right, it had a little bit of a problem trying to break through $30. Let's see what Mobileye does right now. Hopefully gives us this fill at, you know what, forget it. I don't even want this fill at VWAP. I'm going to hold. I think it broke. Let's wait to see if Mobileye gets to 28.50.
What's the green line?
200 period.
Yeah, the 200 there at 29. Go back for a second. The 200 at 29. That's like the.
Yeah, but the thing is, look at the 200 period.
I know, but like I'm just saying it's that level there. That's what's the point.
Yeah, I like the levels, but the thing about it is this 200, like when a stock moves like this.
No. I don't care about the 200.
Right. You're just talking about the support level.
I like 29 better than VWAP because of the stair step to the upside. That's all I was getting. It just so happens that there's a line at 29. But it's that level there. I can't see. It's about 945 on Sean's chart. That's what I see on his chart.
We're smoking right now.
It's a great one. The reason why you trade names that are in play, like it's an earnings play. We talked about Walgreens making a bounce. If you're winding the tape, Walgreens support, Walgreens 50 period. Obviously trading a lot of other names in here today when it made that bounce. Disney, we'll see if it works out, but you pick and rip what you like. You know, Apple, Micron, Peloton, SoFi, Unity. I'll stick with the names, and Mara was good, but I'll stick with what I was actually more enticed to trade. But just because something sets up and you don't take it, you can always look back and say, hey, should I have prioritized this more? And I look at Walgreens off that bounce, and it actually got better. If you look at the longer it held that level, it actually got better. It's now above VWAP. Typically, for me, a trade like this, I'm taking into VWAP, which is an SSR bounce. Once it gets to VWAP, I'd have like 90% of it out. And then if it goes any further, hold some for the dream for the gap fill. So if you got it, congratulations. There's about 2 minutes to go till we get to the midday special treat. I'm going to jump on because I love the topic that they're doing a little bit closer to lunchtime, just to talk about trade setup and how we come up with these levels and what my routine is in the morning. Should be a heck of a lot of fun. It's a great lesson that you guys are going to be able to get in how everyone here approaches every single day, but specifically on how to trade with Adara and Sharif, talking about not just how to find stocks, what is your routine in the morning, what are the things a trader should do to prepare, what kind of scanners you can use. That's always fantastic. As Sean mentioned, fantastic guest. We already had Daniel Shea back once.
Yes, she's now a regular, obviously.
She will be back to being a regular. That should be fantastic. And then we got Frank Caberna coming through so we can talk a little bit about rates, which, you know, to start the year, everything was pretty bearish. I look back, we're close to green. We were green a second ago. We're close to green. Are we making a bit of a rebound? I'd like to see what his take is on rates. The market's still looking a little bit heavy as we speak. But good bounce here on Walgreens. I guess Apple should have been a reload short, not waiting for VWAP. It cannot seem to get past 181.75 here, and I'm looking for 182. So you can be picky, and sometimes it works out for you, other times it does not. You know where my stop is on Disney. It's at 90 even. I was asked where my stop was on Piton. I put it in the chat, and I said again, it's just this 575 level. It just bounced off that level again. I'll look to take something out at 90 because that's where the resistance is showing me it is on Peloton.
All right, guys. You know, we said we don't want to talk too much about P&L, but Mobileye is definitely my number one P&L here today. But it's been so far so good, and we really hit that, man. I mean, it's just is what it is for now. I'm still trying to be greedy with this. We have about 30% left of Mobileye because we got that fill there at $30. So initially, we had gotten it all out 30%, and a little bit higher than that. About 35%. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, Mobileye. We just need to break. It just bounced off VWAP right there. So maybe we are into something right now with Mobileye. We do just get a gasoline build as well right now. But we're done. As Neil just mentioned, man, good job recapping that. We will be back, obviously, at the end of this next show, which is going to be 2 p.m. So without any further ado, let's go Palantir. Let's get that name going back up to the other side. Let's get Roblox going. Let's get Mobileye going the other way right now. Sharif with the thumbs up. All right, for Neil and Sean, it's been a blast.
It has.
It's been a good one.
Ooh, mobile. Ooh.
Oh, you got all out of Mobileye somebody? Okay, maybe I should put a bid here. All right, let's go back over to the midday now. Thank you so much. Thanks, Fabian, Brendo, and Adara. We'll talk to you guys very soon.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to Learn How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara. I'm Sharif, and as per usual, we're going to wait for everyone to mosey on over from the other stream there. We already have a couple of people, Bears versus Bulls, as usual, of course, and Moaz Moamin. And Ditter, Zero, Matt Booth, a lot of names. That we know there in the chat. Welcome. everybody. Thank you for joining. Adara and I today on the midday, as Neil mentioned on the morning show, he will be moseying onto this side of the desk and helping us kind of wrap our minds around his morning routine. It's called the morning mix, how he finds stocks. You know, the Katina Man has his sticky note. Adara does the watch list. I tap dance. It's all good there. And we'll be getting some good information from Neil, but that will be at 12 o'clock. All right. Today, we will be going through my personal watch list, the watch list that I use every day. It's a stagnant watch list. I add to it every now and again, but I subdivide it by sectors and by industries, and it's basically what I look at every day to see what's popping off, what's moving higher, what's moving lower, and try to get trade ideas there. We'll be bringing that one in just a second. But first, let me tell you about the trade that I'm in currently, QuantumScape. What? It's 2020 again? What's going on over here? QuantumScape's back in focus, and well, here's why it's moving, guys. QuantumScape stock is surging on big news today. Is it a buy for 2024? Here's the article. Surging in Thursday morning's trade, the battery technology specialist share price was up 25.3%. Volkswagen Power Company subsidiary announced that it had completed a test of QuantumScape's solid-state lithium-ion battery for electric vehicles, and the results were encouraging. The test found that technology could be used to power up to 500,000 kilometers of travel in an EV with barely any loss of charge capacity and driving range. Despite its recent rally, QuantumScape stock is down 94% from its peak. That's why I was joking about being 2020. In case you guys are wondering what QuantumScape does, they are trying to figure out a way to make a solid-state battery that doesn't degrade with repeated charging. It's kind of been one of the holy grails in electric vehicle production and battery production, really, not just electric vehicles. You know, they had a crazy valuation at one point, and there was all sorts of lawsuits that started coming in from investors claiming that they had, you know, artificially inflated the results of their tests. This, that, and the other. They're still alive 3-4 years later, and here they are popping up almost 28% on the back of good news with Volkswagen. We'll have to see how that does. Long guys on this bad boy at 8.15. I had a drip trade. I had a dip trade set up for that $8 area. It looks like it came into 8.03 and then really didn't dip back into that whole dollar area. So I wasn't able to add a little bit more. I was hoping to get a better cost basis there with that dip trade, and hence the teal order there. We'll have to wait and see how this one does. Darwin saying QuantumScape is backed or was backed by the Bill Gates. We'll have to. I have no idea if that's accurate or not. Shout out Darwin. But yeah, how is everything on your end? Everything going well? You're in a nice trade there on Besla.
I did get involved in Besla, which hopefully will continue to be Besla. I got involved in this a little bit in the middle of the movement, which I don't love. I tried for a drip trade, which I'm going to steal from you now because I love that. I know it was accidental, but I feel like, you know, we need
trade, baby.
Drip trade, yeah. So I mean, let's see if we how we do on this. But yeah, so still and the same here, about 30 cents in on this Tesla trade. I have to say I'm pretty happy with it so far. Pleased as punch. I make it part of the position out at this 240, 220 because the fact that we wicked up to that twice and had failure, that gives me a vibe, a spidey sense that this might be a bit of an area for Tesla, this 240, 220. So I might get out part of my position there. But because we do have this general pattern of higher lows, higher highs, I foresee a bit more movement here, so I wouldn't get rid of the whole position there. Also, my weight loss names are running today. I say my like I don't. I have no connection. I just enjoy trading them. But Eli Lilly here, I would like to see a bit more pickup here at this 629, 628 area, but 628 is a crazy level for Lilly. Look at this. Resistance, pre-market resistance actually, or I guess right after we open, yeah, pre-market resistance becoming support. So I like that. I like the look of that. I want to keep an eye on this. And I also like the way we shot up at 628. I was trying to get filled right below 628, and then we swooped to the upside. I was like, I guess Eli Lilly really does not care about my feelings. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a really interesting look on Eli Lilly. I would like to see what we're seeing with Tesla, which is that continued higher highs, higher lows. Also, Stop Console Wars is talking to me in the chat about Novo Nordisk. I have seen Novo Nordisk. I like the look of Novo Nordisk making new all-time highs. This is another one I kind of tried to get filled in not occur, but if we see another dip, I would like to get involved in that. Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly's catalyst was related to direct-to-consumer weight loss drugs. Novo Nordisk is financing some of the small cap runners, say one of them for sure, Omega, with regards to obesity research, so I think Novo Nordisk is a good look as well. Weight Watchers potentially for either continued downside movement or recovery, because Weight Watchers moving a bit lower. They were trying to do similar to what Eli Lilly is doing with this direct-to-consumer weight loss drug, failing at that a little bit, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on Weight Watchers. But for now, I'm liking the trade I have in Tesla, and hopefully the Cybertruck will continue to keep the fake gas on. I was going to say keep the gas, but I guess
the
it's
accelerator.
Not gas.
There, you can say accelerator.
Thank you. Accelerator. There we go. So hopefully that can continue accelerating to the upside.
All right, guys, let's get into the lesson. So essentially, this is my watch list. I break them down into three components. You're going to see a G, a V, and then ETFs over here. I'll explain what that means in a second. Essentially, what I did initially when I created this watch list, I broke them down from growth stocks to value stocks. That's really no longer the case anymore. It's more by sector. I just didn't want to keep them all in one watch list, so I created tabs over here for V and G, and then ETFs is obviously, very self-explanatory. They're all ETFs watch lists. So we'll start with the first marker right there. So you'll see the white bold is the separation of categories. So on the top, you're going to see market. Below that is big tech, then microchips, etc. Let's start with the market. So I have several little entries under the market. The first being the ES. The ES and the NQ are the two indices that I keep my eye on the most, by far. Don't really care too much about the Dow, care a little bit less about the Russell, maybe a little bit more about the Russell these days because it's pumping. But the two that I want to see what they're doing every single day is the ES and the NQ, okay? And those are the two entrants first on my markets list. The market gives me a general view of the overall market. Before I look at any specific instrument itself, I want to see what the market is up to. First, ES, NQ. Below that, we have the Dow. The Dow's been doing good lately, It's up to, yesterday, it's up today, 0.5%. So that's what the YM, and these are the futures contracts, guys. These are not the indexes. I'm looking at the futures contracts for the four futures contracts here with the ES, the NQ, the Dow, and the Russell. And they're all the March 15th, 2024 contracts. So those four markets I keep my eye on, and I have them under the market heading. Below that, I want to know what yields are up to, especially in 2023 and going into 2024, where interest rates are going to be in focus. I want to know what the yields are up to. The 10-year, the 2-year, and the 30-year are the ones that I'm watching. And what I'm watching there are the continuous contracts. The reason being, it's easier for me to chart. I'm not trading them. It's just for me to know where they are relative to support and resistance on their charts. And for me to chart it properly, I need the continuous contract. Otherwise, there is interruptions in the price action and an obvious drop off in volume before people rolled into the new contract. So as a result, I use the continuous. Again, the 10-year, the 2-year, and the 30-year are the ones that I keep my eye on. Below that, I want to know what the US dollar is doing. But because my platform doesn't offer the DXY, I just put US dollar to CAD, right? The US dollar versus the Canadian dollar, and that's how I keep tabs on the greenback. Below that, I want to know what gold's up to. Gold's been, doing decent lately. Reclaimed 2000, started knocking on the door of 2100, and depends on who you really listen to, whether it's a volatility hedge, a fear hedge, an inflation hedge, whatever the hell gold is doing nowadays or whatever it's useful for. I keep it up just in case it starts making moves and there's any market market movement as a result of it. So gold below the US dollar. Below that, I keep my eye on oil, right? So I got the CL February 2024 contract, and that is West Texas Intermediate. I don't keep my eye on Brent. I care about WTI. So below that is the futures contract for oil. And last but not least is the tick index that we talked about when we did that. I think it was the second last week of 2023 when we talked about the tick. What advancers and decliners. How many stocks in the NYSE are moving up versus moving down, and the difference between them is what's reflected here. So as you can see, it's a green number, 474. That means 474 variants of uptick movers versus downward movers. And then this ALB is really nothing. I shouldn't have even included that. So those are the market. That is what I have under my market category, guys. And these ones is just basically to give me a view of the overall market, nothing specific. Below that, lo and behold, I have big tech. Big tech, very important for me. They are the drivers of the overall market, especially in 2023 when all the heavy lifting was done by the Mag 7. I want to know what these bad boys are up to at all times of the day. And I don't keep them in any particular order. I don't want you to think because I have Netflix on the top that I care more about Netflix. Not at all. It has nothing to do with that. They're just sporadically dispersed. So Netflix, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, both Googles. I just want to keep a tab on both Googles, Amazon and Tesla. And I have NVIDIA here under the microchips. Even though obviously NVIDIA is part of the Mag 7, it's so close because I keep my microchips and big tech watch or categories there in my watch list super close together. So NVIDIA is never far off from big tech. They're keeping my eye on that. Below big tech, I've got microchips and semiconductors. That's an important sector for me for a multitude of reasons, but I want to make something specific. These sectors, like I can move EVs up on my watch list. So if EVs become important, if they start moving more, then I'll move them up. For example, I have my Chinese ADRs below EVs. If I want to keep tabs on Chinese ADRs for whatever reason, because China started recovering, that's what I'll do. I'll move Chinese ADRs higher up on the list so I'm able to see them, okay? So this is what's involved, this is what's included in my microchip watch list. So if you want to hit a pause, screenshot, whatever, to copy some of these bad boys, obviously the NVIDIAs, the AMDs, the Intels, Micron, Taiwan Semi, ARM, Broadcom, ASML, AMAT, Qualcomm, SMCI. I have the SMH, which is the ETF there as well, and then some more obscure names like Marvell and XPI Pi, etc. You don't have to worry too much about those. Those aren't big movers. They don't do that much volume over here, okay? But before we go down any further and show you exactly what else is included on my watch list, let me talk a little bit about the columns that I've chosen to include here. And this software allows you so many different data points that you can include in the columns here. Here's what I've chosen, right? And this is no comment on what anybody else has. I obviously have the price or the points, so that's under last. There's change percentage, and I've made this comment before. Change percentage for equities either starts at 4 p.m. from the price relative to 4 p.m. close the previous day, or the start of pre-market trading today at 4 a.m. It really varies upon your software, okay? Each one will be different. So change percentage is different than the next column over, which is change percentage since open. That one starts calculating the move from 9:30 onwards. And if you are a more after the bell trader and care less about the pre-market price action, this is what you want to keep your eye on. So I have both columns in there, change percentage and change percentage since open. And then there is change, which is the actual either point value or dollar value of the actual move. For example, Netflix up 1.13% since the open, but up $8. So it shows me exactly what the actual notional move on the particular instrument in question is. Next to that is volume. I want to know if there's being volumed on the day, right? Like look at Netflix, for example, compared to the Mag 7 names. Netflix by far doing far less volume, 1.14 million shares for Netflix. It's even doing less than Goog. Goog is second last there with, or not even Goog, it's Meta. Meta's doing 3.4 3.4 million shares on the day. So Meta, second last there from Netflix. Beside that is the shortable shares. That isn't specific to you. That's more specific to my platform. It tells me what my platform has, or my broker, pardon me, has with respect to shortable shares. And this matters more for the small cap gappers and the more obscure stocks. I'm not going to have a problem finding shares to short on Apple, for example. There is, my broker has 383 million shares available for short on Apple. So I just want to see what the shortable percentage is, and that often gives you an indication, especially if there could be some sort of squeeze. But beside that is PE. So price to earnings. That's important for me, especially for the more mega cap names. I keep that there. The beta, also important if you're looking at, making comparisons between the instrument in question and the overall market move. That's basically the difference between what the equity is, or the instrument in question is doing relative to the overall market. The higher the beta, the more volatile. Okay? And then I have another column over here, change percentage after hours. This starts calculating from the closing bell. And so sometimes when I'm sitting at home and I'm doing, I'm doing my charting, or I'm doing any analysis after I've left here and I'm already at home, I want to see what the stock's done from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Is it up after hours? This one, not really that important as well for these bigger caps, but good for the small cap gappers, because the small cap gappers, as we've talked about, don't have a volatility halt parameter after 4 p.m. So I want to see how much potentially a small cap gapper has moved up after 4 p.m. when there's no parameter. So that's an important column for me, and I keep that there. Next to that is the year-to-date percentage change, and you'll see everything in the red. But if you compared that to last year in 2023, almost everything was in the green. This tells me what the stock or the instrument in question has done year-to-date. Look at Apple. Apple's been getting shellacked in 2024. Apple's down 5.33% in 2024. And this is the column that's going to show me what the particular instrument has done year to date. Then next to that, two more columns here, the 52-week high and the 52-week low. I kind of want to know right away what the range for this particular instrument has been over the past year. And it's not going to give me year to date, it's going to give me 52 weeks. Always 1 year worth of range, not year to date, okay? So this is important for me as well. Like look at Apple, for example, or on the Apple example, Apple 52 weeks ago today was at $124.22. That was the 52-week low. The 52-week high, which is what we did, I think, either in July or this past December, $199.62. It wasn't able to break that $200 level. It came awfully close, 38 pennies, close, Adara. So those are the columns that I use before I go on and show you any more of the instruments that I have under every heading. I just want to show how it was laid out.
No, I think that's really cool, and I like as well that you can kind of arrange the order depending on kind of, I guess, what's moving then and what's moving in what day and what you're more interested in watching. I guess, too, I'm kind of curious, what does it take for a stock to kind of, I guess, enter the radar? Because there's some of these chip names like Marvell, we don't really hear about that much, NXPI. So I guess, what are you kind of looking for to add it?
That's really good. I mean, like, I've added it somewhere along the line. I felt like it was important to me, or like Marvell was always important for, I mean, initially I had it as a microchip for 5G. 5G was supposed to be one of the important themes of 2022. Didn't end up doing anything. 5G's kind of been dying off in importance, to be honest with you, as a technology. It's more like focused on AI. So I do a lot of spring cleaning, so to speak, on these watches. Okay. Yeah, you know, when something falls out in importance and I no longer follow it, I'll remove it. But for now, you know, I've just kind of kept it there. It really hasn't hurt me. But the microchip, good point that you bring up. My microchip watch list needs a little spring cleaning there because it's getting a little heavy at the bottom there, Dara. And it's you don't want too much, right? You want to focus on the most important stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, Marvell on there, NXPI, Pi, GFS, STM, all these other, you know, lesser known microchip semiconductor names.
Yeah, well, there are no small parts, only small actors. So you know, not here judging. I was just curious as to why. You know, kind of like the inclusions of certain ones. But I like that you kind of have it all organized by sector. Then I guess I have another question as well.
Yeah.
And because I know you, and I like that you addressed NVIDIA being a semiconductor and not part of the big tech. Is there a reason that you have Tesla and big tech and not EVs?
Oh, because it's like the Mag 7. I should really change it from Big Tech to Mag 7.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be the whole, like,
no,
you're like,
no,
I'm
no.
just curious.
If you have this question, other people likely have it as well, so I'm good to go on that end. But Tesla would make way more sense in EVs, except that I want my eye on Tesla at all times of the day.
That makes sense.
Right?
Sometimes the EVs are a little lower.
They
right?
are.
Like, yeah, like
they
you don't
are.
need to look at Rivian every second of the day, but Tesla you might want.
Like I've got my screen maximized right now, dear, but that's not really how it looks on my side screen. Sometimes I can't see Tesla because I'm higher up looking at something else. But Tesla, I want my eye on. NVIDIA, I want my eye on at all times of the day. I want to see what the hell they're doing. And that's why I've kind of chosen to put it with Big Tech, even though there really should be Mag 7.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I think
So-
it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So Tesla on there for that reason. Moving down though, guys, like I was saying, electric vehicles, I mean, there was way more stuff on here before, and I kind of removed it. Now, EVs, I gotta tell you, my EV watch list is kind of like more like clean energy / EV. And you'll see that because I include things like Plug Power and Bloom Energy and Fuel Cell, so F-Cell. So these ones, I should really recategorize the heading there more from EVs to clean energy / EVs, but you got the Rivians, the Lucids, the Fiskars, the Polestars, the Nicolas, etc. All the stuff that you would expect to see. I've taken out some other, lesser known EVs like Workhorse, who have really fallen into, penny stock category. I've taken those off. Like I was just telling Adair, I do my spring cleaning every now and again on my watch list. Below that, Chinese ADRs. And there is the dreaded Li Auto hanging out there. So, even the Chinese EVs, I don't include in EV land. I include under Chinese ADRs because oftentimes, Adara, what we'll see is a headline, an economic headline coming out of China, and ADRs will move together. I feel there is more synergy between XPEV, Li, and NIO with Chinese ADRs than there is synergy between them and Rivian, Lucid, Fisker, or Polestar. So that's just kind of a personal decision that I've made there. Yeah. Under Chinese ADRs, you got the heavyweights. You got the Babas, the Babas. Shout out to Ian. We got Baidu, PDD, JD, XPEV, Li, NIO, obviously. And then one of my faves, this, BYD. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. These trade on the OTC. You have two BYDs on the OTC. You have BYDDY and BYDDF. Jeff Mendel has already explained to us what the difference is. Then you have some solar names, JKS and DQ, some Chinese solar names. I include that in ADR world, not in my solar category as well. Then you have the DDs, the Tencents, the, what's this one called again? NetEase, Futu, Bilibili, and then you have a bunch of other ones as well as some Chinese ADR ETFs, FXI and KWeb, those ones as well. Keep my eye on those. Next, this is Fabian's favorite category, cryptocurrency plays. Right there, right at the top, right at the top there, I've got Bitcoin and Ethereum. So I want to see right away what the two cryptocurrency heavyweights are doing before I even look at the equities. What's BTC Bitstonk up to that day? What's Ethereum up to? What percentage increase are they? How much volume are they doing? Those are the two first entrance on my cryptocurrency watch list. Then you got some of the, the usual suspects, some micro strategies, Coinbase, Mara, Riot, CleanSpark. I just included CLSK as a recent entrant because somebody in the chat scolded us for not talking about CLSK as much as we talk about Mara and Riot. We have BITO, which is the Bitcoin Strat ETF, ETHE, which is Grayscale Ethereum Trust. And then you have GBTCs, the BTBT, Solo, some of the lesser known names towards the bottom of the list there. So crypto, keep my eye very much on that. Then the memes. What's a watch list without memes, baby? We got the GameStonks. We got AMC, the Carvanas, the VinFast, Adara's favorite stock.
You guys are always making fun of me for that one.
Wayfair, right? And then even, I should probably take this out because Bed Bath & Beyond is bankrupt, so that's gone. We have the... Palantir, the Katina Man's updating everybody on Palantir. Palantir's pumping up. He's long 1630 on Palantir. So anybody keeping an eye on PLTR, be made aware there. But I also have to look at this trade, Adara, as we are pumping up here on QuantumScape nicely through that $8.40 level. There is some size though, guys, at $8.40 here on the book. So let's see whether or not we can clear that $8.40 area if there's this much size. see if there's any hidden sellers also at 40. So just wet my beak through that at 839. They're getting 39 prints. Let's see if we can break through 40. But QuantumScape moving up nicely now, about 28.75%, almost 29% of the good. Here we go at 40 again. Can we eat through that size? Not yet anyway, so maybe we'll have to pack our patience. And then we'll also put some other beak wetters up here, Adara, at 48, because what is life without whimsy?
What is it, indeed?
It really isn't. My man Zion Lala, let's take a little bit of a break here. Sharif, I can see the lawyer in him. He explains everything so much in details and very patiently. Love it. Love you, my man, but I've left that career behind, don't know anything about it anymore, and I am all in on this game. But thank you for the kind words, Zion. You're a true OG. Anything to add, Dara, before I go on?
Yeah, I mean, I also just an update, just hanging out in Eli Lilly. We're about 50 cents out from my point of entry. If I can get out, I've been, we know me, I'm watching the tape. 630 is my goal, 75 cents. So obviously very small profit, but like I said, I'm just kind of trying to get into the habit of feeling comfortable in positions and getting out when I feel less comfortable.
Yeah.
Also, I do have another question.
Yeah,
about
absolutely. Go for it.
This, if we don't mind. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
my okay.
Sure, let it come.
So
Yeah.
I think what's interesting too is I guess it's less a question, more kind of an observation or talking point.
Yep.
I think it's interesting how I like that you said like you don't include, because I would have asked about that. The Chinese EVs aren't considered with EVs; they're considered with
ADRs.
Yeah, ADRs. So I think that's interesting too, because I think that also explains NVIDIA being in the chips, because I find NVIDIA will kind of move with chip catalysts
Bang.
too, right?
Bang.
So I think that's an interesting kind of way of looking at it. Is like if something falls into two categories, choosing the category with which it makes the most sense. Because I think you could argue too, some of these Bitcoin names are sort of tech adjacent, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So I like that that there is also kind of, I guess and I mean it's your watch list, right? So you're going to decide on your own. But I like that you have kind of your parameters.
Yeah.
I think for anybody building a watch list, I think it's a good reminder, like, whatever works for you, right? Like you want to see Tesla all the time, so it's a mega cap. Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And exactly, I like what you focused on there. What works for you? I mean, you have it the way, as long as it is floating your boat and you are good to go, have it whatever way you want. I'm just making a suggestion to everybody here. I hope really what I'm adding is just some ideas with respect to data points with which to add in some instrument names that you may not have included in your own watch list. I hope to shed some light on what I keep my eye on there. Next, now below memes. And by the way, I told you yesterday, this show was called Memes and Movers. Remember that, Katina Man? When it was called Memes and Movers, and we've since changed that to the midday. Now it's called Learn to Trade, this, that, and the other. We just wanted to mention, because we're talking about memes. All right, Fabian, let's go back into the screen. Cloud computing and IT security. How big of a name was this in 2023? We saw what CRM did. CrowdStrike just had a big earnings report, and they did very well. And IT security, you guys know, the more we advance and the more there competition between East and West, there's going to be more need for IT security. And now we see all the hackers taking casinos ransom and stuff like that. So this is going to be one of those sectors that does very well. Under that, I have a bit of a mixed bag, right? I put cloud computing and IT security together. CRM, Salesforce on there, CrowdStrike, obviously, Zscaler, very important for me, Cisco, Snowflake, Palo Alto Networks, and then Aritzia Networks, which doesn't do all that much. AI, C3 AI, I'm talking about the best ticker in the game, but nobody has any idea what this company does. Domo and Okta, I'm just being tongue facetious about that. We know what they're doing. Okta, those are the names that go under my cloud computing and IT security watch list. Below that, FinTech. How strong have Affirm and Upstart been last year? We'll see what they do this year. Upstart's down already almost 14%, and Affirm is down 10% year to date. So we'll see if they have the kind of 2024 that they had in 2023. But here's what's on my FinTech and DeFi, decentralized finance. That's why I put those two together. You have Affirm, you have Upstart, PayPal, Square, SoFi, Melli. Melli's a big, I think it's a bank in South America. Visa, and then you have Global Payments. That's another huge one. C Limited. Remember when this one shot up last year? And then you got the Hood, the WonderFi. Shout out to Mr. Wonderful there, as well as some other Tiger FinTech holding. as well as GDOT, which is green dot. So those are the fintech plays that I keep my eye on. Then marijuana, very important name for marijuana there the other day, yesterday, especially with that headline coming in from the DEA that they possibly will be removing weed from Schedule 1 to 3. They basically updated us yesterday and said that they were in the midst of doing that, or they were reviewing. So under weed, we have Grow Generations, GRWG, Tilray, Cron, CRON, Aurora Cannabis. Under ECB, we have Evogen, EVGN. Let's take out this stupid one over here. And then we have the two ETFs, the MSOS and the MSOX. The MSOX, by the way, is the 2 times of the MSOS. So keep your eye on that. Don't confuse them. Cureleaf and CGC are the other 2 entrants on my marijuana watches. Anything to add, Adair?
Yeah, no, again, I think it's, I have a question actually. Sorry, so if you go up, I think some of the names, there's like those, or I guess it's just what you're clicking over.
Where am I
I figure
looking?
what that arrow was.
Which
but
one?
It's just
This
when
one?
you, yeah,
Oh, this
when you
pops
curse
up or
over
something.
it.
Yeah,
no, I wasn't sure. I didn't know if that was like specific to, but yeah, no, I think again, like it's cool that you have the ETFs as well, right?
I'm going to get to those, yeah. Well, I have an entire ETFs watch list. We're going to get to that in a second.
Because I was thinking MSOX and the MSOS and also the FXI for the Chinese ADRs,
Right.
but it's cool you also have the ETF, a whole separate ETF list. That's
yes,
very
I
cool.
do. Yeah. I have an entire ETF list just so that if I can see quickly what sector is moving. So by going to the ETF watch list, so say I'll also show you in a second, but if the one is green and it's green like much more than I would anticipate, like say 5% up for KWAB, I'll know the Chinese ADRs are pumping that day. I don't even need to look at the watch list. It's that one entry that tells me be aware of this sector. And or if it's down on the day too, same thing, right? Works both ways.
Makes
All right,
sense.
pharma and biotech. I include these bad boys together. Again, no particular order here. Moderna, mRNA, followed by Pfizer, and then Regeneron. Remember Regeneron from the COVID days? This thing was supposed to give people like a boost or something like that. Johnson & Johnson, Adara's absolutely favorite stock, Eli Lilly. Who has a catalyst, by the way, today. They're doing direct-to-consumer stuff, which is margin inflating, which is good, by the way. We have the Amgens. We have the AbbVies, Adara. The Novo Nordisk. I know you're all about that.
Oh, yeah.
We have the Merck, as well as Novartis, Gilead, AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline. You got all the usual suspects for pharma. Now, I don't typically include the small cap gappers on my pharma biotech. I want the big boys. I want the behemoths. I'll just,
I like that.
Right. Nary do I ever keep a small cap gapper on my watches. But here we go. QuantumScape is now knocking on the door of $8.50, and looks like we're gonna wet our beak here with another little profit taker. We're almost 30% now on QuantumScape as this one continues to pump up on the news that they are making some sort of business deal with Volkswagen. We'll have to see how this one actually pans out in real life, Adara. But QuantumScape, a rocket ship on the day.
Yeah, that chart is a really good look.
Yes.
Also, so IK is asking here in the chat about an entry on Lilly. I'll look at the chart. I got out of this one, like I said, at that 630. Which I liked because that was an area we kept kind of like wicking towards. And so I was like, I want to get out here. My initial plan was probably something around that 632 because I liked that was where we kind of had sellers overwhelming buyers. So I was like, if we can get to that point, it'd be interesting. But generally though, Eli Lilly has not made a lower low, which I do like. So I mean, I can't I'm not going to go give financial advice, of course, but I will say that this, I like the idea of a 628 area for Eli Lilly. That would have been my stop if we had gone below 628, which as you can see, we kind of got a wick near there, but we did not break below 628. So I like 628 as an area of support for Eli Lilly. I'll put it that way, just looking at the chart. That seems to be a pretty good area because also look, it was pre-market resistance. So resistance turning into support in Eli Lilly at the 628. Right?
I love when
it's so clean and it's happened twice now.
Yeah.
So I do think 628 is an interesting area in terms of areas that I have my eye on for Eli Lilly.
But technical analysis is fugaze, right?
That's
you can it can flip and be support and resistance, but TA is BS.
That,
right?
I like that. Yeah, I'm not saying it's 100%, right? But of course, with a name like this that does have a strong catalyst, we're up 2% on the day. I would just say that's a level I'm watching. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That 628.
Did you hear the Chilean nightmare?
I did not.
He's like, it's astrology. Right? No offense to
market
anyone.
astrology.
I like astrology. I'm not
Yeah.
hating on astrology. We're just making
Yeah,
jokes.
no, for sure. I do like. I also have another question actually.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
regards
yeah,
to,
of course.
Your
Go.
I guess well,
Is
all of
it
them, but also
QuantumScape related or watch list?
It's related to the watch list.
Okay, go.
Yeah. So, because I was kind of thinking with regards to Eli Lilly, which is not always seen as a day trade stock, contrary to
ma'am.
how much I day trade it. But I guess, like, you know, these names like Eli Lilly and Regeneron, like, I guess these non-considered, I guess, day trading names.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
have a separate watch list for day trade and
I
for swing
don't.
stocks? Because
No.
I was just wondering, because I know stuff like Broadcom as well, like not really. So I was just curious
That's
about
very
that.
good. Very good question. So what I do, Adara, is I'll do like a cursory view of the watch list to see if there's anything really up unusual amounts. So you know when you peruse this watch list every day on the year, and you've been doing it for 4 years, you know when something's standing out.
Yeah.
If I look at my pharma and I see Moderna up double digits, I know something's up. Moderna's not typically up double digits. So when I look for something to see what it's moving, I'm looking at the change percentage or the change percentage since open. Right away, that gets my attention.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking. I keep all these names so that I can go through them without having to type each an individual name. What's going on, Katina Man? Tesla long, Katina Man is long. Tesla price, please. 241.25. He's holding this one north as we do the dance here near high of days on the NQ. So great move, Katina Man. I hope you print and continue to print. Anybody following along with the Katina Man's trade, he is now long TSLA. Okay. He's getting lighter on Palantir because it's having trouble breaking the 50-cent area. So anybody following along with the Katina Man's Palantir trade, just wanted to update you on that. Okay, let's have a look quick here at QuantumScape. All right, so we did break 50s on QS here. Now I really don't know where the top is on QuantumScape, so it behooves me to go ahead and do some charting here, Adair. Let's bring in the side charts and have a look at QS, which I've programmed to be over here. All right, so QuantumScape, the rocket that it is, this is the daily look today on QuantumScape, but let's look at where we could encounter resistance on the day. So we're already at 850. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that this trough over here, taking us back to mid-July, Adara, at that $9.50 area looks awfully interesting. Now, we have a bit of a conflicting position here where you have the wicks at $9, but the closing prints all at that 950 area. So I'm thinking this is an awfully good area to have as a target, not maybe for the whole position, but for at least the piece for the dream type thing. So I'm thinking here, this 950, 9.25, let's say between 9 to 950 is a good exit area for QuantumScape. Obviously, we're gonna have to continue to pump through the 852 high that we have on the day, but I'm looking here. I think this is a very reasonable amount for us to move intraday on QuantumScape, given I don't even know what the short float is on this bad boy. I'm pretty sure it's pretty high. So I'm gonna look, let's bring in Trade Idea. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew who was kind enough to come on yesterday and tell us a little bit about his swing trading techniques. So according to Trade Ideas, Adara, QuantumScape has a 16.75% short float. The float is around 350 million. About 16.75% of that float is shorted. So good possible squeeze potential, really depending on where the shorts are hanging out. But to repeat, I'm looking for 9 to 950 on QS on the day.
Yeah. I like that support area too of that.
Oh, let me bring it back.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just so I can, because
Where are you looking?
on the
daily?
Yeah, on the daily.
Okay.
I like that we had that is that 850? No, that's
850
650. That 650 support.
650,
is kind of
yeah, oh
interesting.
yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adara's talking about this area here, how we based out. All the dips at 650 were bought up, going back into mid-December and even prior to that. Yeah, good eye on that, Adara.
Yeah.
So QuantumScape, new high of day on QuantumScape as this bad boy now is pumping into the 855 area. Let's wet our beak, because that's what we do around here on QS. It is pumping up new high days. These ones are coming in. They're coming in fast. They're coming in furious here on QuantumScape. So yeah, be made aware there's a lot of size here on the book here on the ask, whether it's at 59s or 60s, some resistance coming up here, but I'm seeing a lot of orange and green on my tape, which means above the ask or at the ask. There we go. We're a new high days. Again, now what's the high date? 863.
Woo.
860, I was about to say 864, but it's 863. Good move up on QS now, up 33%. All right.
Yeah, taking a quantum leap to the upside.
How did we know? How did we know? Did you hit that? Yeah, you did. The Chilean numbers all over that. I love it. Jay Lee, Sharif, my nat gas swing is shaping up decently now. Boyle over 33, was buying mid-20s. Shout out to you, Jay Lee. You know, I lost $1.25 on my UNG trade, but, you know, can you do about that? So, all right, guys, let's move down. Pharma and biotech we got through. Social media, like I have RBLX, Pins, and Snap. These aren't typically names that I'm really too interested in, although Fabian, I should really be more into Snap lately, as you know, we've been talking about this, and I'm sure the Katinam has been talking about it as well. Snap is an interesting buyout target. I'm going to continue to believe that until you know, something changes my mind. But yeah, maybe I should move up Snap here and see what it's been up to. Up 2.5% today, outperforming the market, no question about that. Below that are battery plays. You have the likes of LITT, which is Global Lithium Battery. You have BAT, which is Amplify. QuantumScape, there's QuantumScape. And then this CATL, looks like that's gone. We'll remove that.
Doing some spring cleaning live, yeah.
Yeah, why not, right? EV charging, you got your charge points, you got your Blink, you got your EV Go. These were really 2020, 21 names that have been, you know, demoted in priority, that don't move that much anymore. ChargePoint, I'm going to continue to believe ChargePoint and Blink charging are in trouble, given what Tesla is doing with its supercharging network. So these might not be on here for much longer. EV charging and the other one. This one got absolutely shellacked last year, solar. Anybody who looked at what solar was doing last year, you guys know what I'm talking about. Solar Edge was removed out of the S&P 500. Everything else in that category was red on the year, and it's not doing much better this year. You can see the year-to-date column. Solar Edge is already down 10.33% on the year. Enphase, shout out to Reliable Rudy, I haven't seen him in the chat in a bit, is already down 10% on the year. First Solar, not so bad, too, almost 3% here. So those are the names. Solar Edge, Enphase, First Solar. TAN is the ETF, the solar ETF. CSIQ is Canadian Solar. I held that for a nice swing trade. Shout out to Alfred, who got me in that boy. You have Sunrun, which is RUN, Nova, which is Sonova Energy, SunPower, SPWR, and then you have some lesser known names, SOL, Sundub, and Pola. Those are all on my solar watch list. Below that, you have 5G, streaming, and then retailers. You got the likes of Lulu, Dick's, TJX Shop, Macy's, Nordstrom, and beyond. Well, that shouldn't be on there. Remove that. That's probably a wrong entry. Retailers. These aren't names that I typically really care about, retailers or streaming plays. So, well, I should care about Disney, I gotta tell you the truth. I should probably move Disney up in the watch list. It's way too low here for me to be able to keep tabs on it. But anyway, that is my watch list for what I would call the growth stocks. Now, that's not accurate anymore. They're not categorized between growth and value, but that's originally how I had them broken down. I just haven't changed that. So I'll get to that, the value aspect of it in a second, but we're gonna look back here on QuantumScape that continues to pump to the high side, $8.65 now, high a day. This one continues to pump a dare.
Yeah, no, I think really good look on Quantum. Yeah, Eric Lenovo was just saying before you check that, tell Sharif his rocket ship may explode soon. Yeah, I mean, like he called it there, Eric. Yeah, making a nice little move to the upside. QS has been strong all day too. Like when I was, you know, back to kind of scanners, when I was at the big desk, like trade ideas kept popping up. QS. So
it was popping up?
Oh yeah, like this one was popping up earlier today on volume. Yeah, and I mean, like look at this one.
Yes,
like,
ma'am.
Very, very good look there on QuantumScape. I'm looking at NVIDIA. I think it was Zion Lala in the chat asking me, like, you know, you're looking at NVIDIA, and I said, I mean, like, I didn't respond in the chat. I'm always looking at NVIDIA, I have to say, but like, I have the whole thing, and I've said this before. I get nervous getting into things when they're near their high of day or at their high of day for long, and then with short if they're at the low of day, because I like levels, and I'm more of a range trader, right? I can say that. And so if we have more of a dip and it comes at a higher low, like what we had here around 11:30, I'd be interested. I unfortunately did miss this 11:30 dip, so I'm gonna hope we can get another dip here in NVIDIA. up 181.87 on the, I almost said 187, which no, it's definitely up on the day. So if I
Did you say le day?
I did.
That's fantastic.
So if I can take advantage of this move to the upside in NVIDIA and this chip strength, I like this. I also want to check Intel because I know this one was moving with Mobileye to the downside earlier, but we also had a price target increase. Yeah, Intel has actually been ranging in the last little bit, which is interesting to me, but not a huge range, not a lot of opportunities. You know what I mean? Like kind of this 46.83 to about 47. So took it with a decent amount of shares, perhaps. But I like my whole thing lately has been small share size and really specific scalps, just to kind of get more confident and get into the practice of getting in and out of stocks. Right? I feel very lucky to be in the sim, and I want to make sure I'm taking advantage of that and learning and growing.
How wise of you!
Trader.
How Capricorn of you!
Oh, thanks.
Because Capricorns are supposed to be wise. I've told you that before.
Yeah, no, I mean, Capricorns are also a little stubborn.
Are they?
Why, yeah.
Ah, yes,
so
yes.
that's
the
why
sheep.
I'm trying to not be too stubborn. Yeah, we're goats, button heads, right? So I'm trying to make sure I'm not too stubborn with my trading and kind of open to growing. And I find the way I've had the most success is just the scalpulating and just kind of, if I feel, depending on, like having a plan going into the trade, but being able to adapt that plan if the stock presents something a little different, right? Also, I have a question about the watch list.
Let me bring you back in. You're good to go, Fabian. Yeah.
I guess my question is, with what you do with the watch list here is how do you decide when not a sector, but like a subcategory becomes needed to be added to the watch list, like retailers?
Very good question.
Social media.
Completely at random. No. To be fair, it's not really at random. It's what I've just what I've had an opportunity to do so far. For example, I don't have an airlines one or airplanes. Like I don't have the Boeings
cruise.
Or no, I do have a cruise lines. I'll get to that in a second. But I'm not talking about airlines. I'm talking about aerospace. That's probably what I should have said. I don't have a Boeing, a Spirit Aerosystems, all the subcontract. I don't have a military one. Like I'm missing certain sectors. That's just a fact. But I try to cover the ones that interest me and the ones that I feel move the most. Let's get to that next watch list, what I termed value, which is not value at all. Energy on there. Energy, I mean, if you've been in the stock market for more than, 20 years, you know how important the energy sector was in the 90s and the early 2000s. It was kind of like tech, right? Where you could just make a ton of money on energy names. Not the case anymore for obvious reasons. We have the ESG movement. We got the move away from fossil fuels into renewables. There's a whole bunch of reasons here, guys. But that doesn't make it any less important. Well, it makes it less important, but it doesn't make it not qualifiable for the watch list. Let's look at what I got. So the first thing that I have is the futures contract for oil. I know that I put that in the market one as well, but I want it in energy in case I'm looking at energy. Below that, you're going to have some of the major names. You're going to have the XOMs, the ExxonMobils. You're going to have the Chevrons, the Occidentals, the Devon Energies, Range Resources. You're going to have Fang, Diamondback Energy. And then you're going to have the less obvious names, the Schlumberger, Suncor, the ones that are big companies but not really traded all that much. You have Marathon Petroleum, the EOG, and then these ones are less known. Let me just spread this out a little bit because they're too condensed beside each other and they're going to be hard to see on camera. Just expanding some of the columns, guys, so that you're able to see it. The PE, the beta, the after hours, the year to date and stuff like that, all the stuff that we talked about, it repeats on this watch list just like the previous one. Just have to expand them. There we go. So these ones, and then obviously Shell, BP, these are not British Petroleum stocks that we don't trade that often, and they don't do that much volume on the day, but I want to include in the list nonetheless. Below that, airlines. It's been a very, here's a joke. How does a billionaire become a millionaire? A billionaire become a millionaire.
Investing in airlines?
Yeah, how did you know that? You knew this joke already,
no,
didn't you?
I didn't.
You did it?
No, I was trying to guess in the context of airlines. I know airlines have been weak, so I was trying to use,
So you knew it then. All right, that's cool. The Chilean Nightmare is just getting some food, so we're going to be stuck on this screen for a little bit. Guys, airlines, AAL, Delta, So American Airlines, Delta, United, Southwest, Spirit, Hawaiian, Alaskan. You know, Hawaiian and Alaskan, there's a possible merger there. Shout out to Lena Khan. Let something go through for once. We got the JetBlue, you got the SkyWest, and then you have the Jets ETF. I keep that bad boy on there just to kind of get a sense of what the entire sector is doing. That is what I have under my airlines. And below that, like Adair alluded to, cruise lines. You got the CCL, the RCL, the NCLH, and I don't even know what this one is, LIND. Lindblad Expeditions. Okay, so somewhere along the line, I decided I was going to add LIND to the list, even though it's done 40,000 shares today. Compare that to the 15.7 million that CCL has done. Banking. How important is banking, guys, especially this year? Now, I already told you it was on the Katina Man. I am now in XLF. I am going to be trying to weasel my way into financials this year as interest rates come down. Mortgage demand is expected to go up because, well, rates have been elevated for a long time. And people, they decided not to get out of their low interest mortgage and take on a higher rate one as rates come down. People will be more enticed into, buying that house. Because the 30-year fixed in the States won't be at 8%. Hopefully, it will be something a little bit more reasonable. So, keeping my eye on banking this year, and under that watch list, we have the King.
Sorry, folks. Stepped out for a minute. And first time, I forgot the money. So I had to come all the way back and then make the errands. We've got a little delay here. We're going to catch up with everything. We've been watching the market remotely. That's how come I know.
Just provides you with a couple of things that are worth looking at.
Oh, I think they switched out for the day.
I want to know in advance, okay, well, were there any economic numbers overnight that I care about? Were there any, I'm talking about in Europe and in Asia, are there any economic numbers that are coming up in the pre-market? What's dropping at 8:30? And it's not
probably going to go into the lunch
hour.
hour.
My day. I just don't want to be thinking about those
most
20
likely
minutes before I come on the air. I want to know that they're coming up and at least have some kind of a thought about it. So I'm doing all of that before I'm even out the door. And that's just the absolute basics. The other thing that I will do,
Are you interested?
if there's anything moving in the pre-market, I'll check out a couple of pre-market scanners for percentage and volume. It has to be doing outsized volume for it to matter. I'm usually on the front page.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time from home? I'm on a mission.
Now we're going to catch up to what they're saying.
I don't know how well this is going to show, Fabian, but
so
my it's old it is a really old iPad, and Sean mocks me about it because it's really slow. But the only thing I keep on here is I have a quote board, and I'll show you that in a second. Sean's not here to mock me, but he does laugh, and it is old and slow. But I just keep down my personal short list, watch list of stocks. Now you'll notice some of those names, I don't know if it's really hard to see there. Some of the names are going to like just tickers. Some of them have one number next to it, no number into the office, and you sit down. Now once I've next to it, multiple numbers next to it. The first thing I do.
Come on, baby.
Now for the code, that symbol. See what it's doing and see what I for me is if it's on that watch list, it's a stock that I am anticipating in my regular rotation of trading. Meaning I will 100% look at that symbol, see what it's doing, and see what I like.
I will be back.
If I see something that's a key level, I put the key level on there or make one note about it. If it's in play, it'll always have multiple levels on it or a note, short float, just a 1 or 2 words as to why it's moving, something along those lines. If it has one number next to it, I might not trade it that day. However, if let's say $100 on Chevron or something like that is a key level, or XOM, that's better. If that's a big level that I put there and it doesn't trade off that level and the next day it's still in play but there's no catalyst, I'll just leave that in there knowing that it's a stock I'm watching and checking out every day, but I'm not adding additional notes to it. It's not actionable on that day. If it's there and I have no notes for a couple of days, sometimes I'll take it off the list. That happens all the time. I recently removed Uber from the list. I might actually put it back on today. And that's where I start. I go over that iPad and my regular stocks just to make sure I have that list down. You'll see me adding names in the afternoon as well. I'll put them at the bottom that I know I want to check them out. And so once I've added something back into the list, then I want to jump into what am I looking for in that particular stock. I'm not going to go to every single one. I'll just jump right on over to the one that's been in play for a couple of days. I'll give you an example with Apple. So once I know that I'm looking at Apple, the very first thing I'm going to do, I do this every single day, is every stock on that list. I pull up my trade ideas. I'm also going to have my Benzinga up. I want to make sure on Benzinga whether or not there's a news story. If there's a news story, I'm going to read it so I have the bare bones. I'm going to refresh my memory, if I need to, on the basics of the stock. If it's a low float name, I want to remind myself what it is. That's not the case with Apple. If a short float is in play, I want to remind myself of what that might be. That's not necessarily the case with Apple either. If they're reporting soon, I want to know this: did they report already? Are earnings coming up? Is there something I need to be concerned about in the short term? That's the next sort of step. that I want to do with any kind of a name. And those are all things that I can check out here in this little details and profile that my layout has for trade ideas. And from that point, the next thing that happens is I don't go to my 3-minute chart or my 5-minute chart. I go out to my weekly chart and I remind myself the overall trend of the stock. There's nothing crazy about this. What is going on with Apple? I remember that it's at a double top, a major double top that is pulling back off of. The first major moving average sits underneath 180. I know that there's a 175, 176 on the weekly chart. So I have that marked, but it's nowhere that close today. So I'll move from this chart. And if I find a key price level, like when this is bouncing off the weekly on the 200 period, then I'm going to mark that off as a big deal at the time that it happens. Now, if we get down and I look at this chart and I see it's there, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write down 175, 176. And then that just goes in as an anecdote. I'll put 50 period or 200 period moving average on the weekly, like a 50 and then a W for the weekly. And then I jump to the lower time frame chart, which is just in my picture-in-picture in here with trade ideas, to the daily chart. And then I go to find significant price levels on the daily chart. I observe the same overall trend, a retracement from 200. It's underneath the 50 period on the daily, so I'm bearish back into the 200 period. That's why we've been looking short on the daily for a while. So I remind myself that that's the case. I remind myself of some key levels. Overhead resistance starts at 187 on a bigger time frame, and then 180. So those are the levels I really like intraday. You heard us say 180 multiple times in the morning show. And we probably said 180 between myself, Sean, Sharif, Brendan, everybody, like a million times. But every day I'm reminding myself of this by going through this individual chart. I do this for all of the names on my list. After that, the next thing I'm going to do is just go right to my other time frame, which is typically the 15-minute. So I like a 15-minute chart to find levels. I have it on Trade Ideas. I can also show it to you here on P-Per-Weight, our trading platform. And then I remind myself of what is the actual setup I'm looking for, because I look for entries on the daily on our 15-minute chart. So the next thing I'm doing here, and I don't have any lines in the chart for a reason, I usually will put them in. We've already broken down past 190. I told you that. The key levels on the daily were 187 and 180. So underneath 187 to 180, thinking short into 180. So what was the setup that worked the day before? I look at open, pop into that 187 level and a drop. And then the next day, pop into previous close and then a drop. So immediately I know I want a short if it goes into the previous close, because that's what worked the day before. So I ask myself, what is the other key level? I'm going to mark off the previous close like this. I've got my line right there just above the 184. It's 184 a quarter on Apple. So that's one line that I like. But I also like this double bottom. You've got a low underneath that close. You had another bottom underneath that close. And then when I sit down, generally speaking, I'm getting in here at about 645 or so, but as I'm sitting down, it's holding underneath those bottoms. So I'm observing it hold underneath those lows that entire time. So I then mark off this as well, 183 and a half. So I know that I have two levels off the open that I'm looking to continue the trend to the south side on the trade. And that's how I set up that stock. The next thing I'll do is, we had earnings on Walgreens, Boots Alliance. I will go to that stock and do the exact same thing. I will go to Tesla and I will go through the exact same process. Amazon, pretty much like every single name that I'm expecting to look at, I'm going to go down the line. Now, one thing to keep in mind here though, when you're preparing something like this, you always want to find a way to whittle down from, I've got 10 to 12 things that I really, really, really like, to I've got 3 to 5 things that I really, really like. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Right.
But one of the things that does matter, and you'll see on my chart here that I always have volume highlighted. I want to make sure that when I look at my 15-minute chart, if I'm putting something near the top of my list that has 10 different ideas, I generally speaking want it to have been doing higher than normal volume. And if I can't tell that by just looking at it, then it's not that exciting to me. Like I can look at Apple and see that since it broke down, and let me do that for you guys, it's pretty obvious that you're getting some extra volume in the last couple of days. But like that's an easy case. I know this is in play a little bit more than it was before. Now this is obviously going to be true for something like a Peloton as well that had news. But Peloton was the same process that I had. Peloton had news, so I had to read up and make sure that we know that there is a story with the TikTok thing. It did come a little bit late. But as you can see, where I'm long off 580 on Peloton. It's not that difficult based on the same preparation that I showed you guys for Apple, where I got that entry from. It's just looking right here at this double bottom a couple of days ago, that same rejection. So I'm ignoring all of this price action. It's like, okay, I don't have, sure it's a big move. If you had it early down here at 550, congratulations. But to me, to set up a trade, I want it trading off the price area that I kind of understand, which is this level here, the 580. So if I'm looking bullish on the stock and I'm not getting something off of 550, then I'm looking for something off of 580. And once that sets up, then I can start trading it. But you're not going to get that trade unless you've looked at that chart, you've pulled it and zoomed out, found my key price level, I put that level down on my iPad, I can set an alert on Trade Ideas, I can set an alert in P Pro 8, I can draw a line on my chart. There's multiple ways that you can do this. I tend to like to have a line on my P Pro 8 chart, so it's obvious when I look at it. And then I just try not to act until it gets into that range or is doing what I'm hoping or expecting off of that level. So it's a little bit tedious in terms of looking at charts. And I was going to get a little bit more into the quote board, which I can, because I have a quote board that is all of my symbols. And this is the other thing I will do, because I have a huge quote board. I do not check every single one of these stocks pre-market for a chart. Like that would be insane to do. But what I do is I sort this one a couple of times, once when I sit down, another time at about 7:30, and another time just before I'm making my note, which I send out at about, I send the mix out at about 7:50 to 8 o'clock. At about that time, I want to make sure that I'm checking pre-market volume leaders on my list of big stocks, and I want to see what's moving percentage based. So once I have those, am I missing something that should be on my list that isn't based on what's actually moving? So let's just say for some reason I hadn't noticed that Mara was moving 8% to the upside. Say this was a pre-market, then I would add Mara to my list, go back through that same process, go to Benzinga, check the news, go back into Trade Ideas, check out the fundamentals to refresh my memory on Mara. What is Mara's short float? Generally speaking, sometimes I might already have it on my iPad, but I like to be thorough. If it's there, great. I've been trading Mara. I know it's about 22%. That's what matters. And then I go to my weekly, daily. In this particular case, because it's Mara, I'm going to go right on over, and I'll always have it right open. I know I have to check out what's going on in Bitcoin. So the exact same process now has to happen for BTC as well. Okay, well, what are the levels? What do I not want to be doing with Mara when I see a key price level in BTC? Yesterday, you heard me say this. I was making the mistake of still looking to short Mara when BTC broke out the lower high. And it was trending to the upside. So today, when it made that break to the upside, what did I not do? The only thing I looked for was a single long in both Coinbase and in Mara, just one time in both names as you were breaking out the top. Now that's because I had a level that I had found on Bitcoin that I expected Mara to at least respect. Now it doesn't mean this goes up, Mara has to go up, but I want to know so that I'm armed with the information to execute hopefully in the right direction and hopefully not against the grain and not have to fight the trend. It's all about preparation. The thing about the markets and what it's going to do to you if you don't prepare is it doesn't care.
It don't.
Bitcoin doesn't care.
Nope.
The NASDAQ futures don't care about you.
Nope.
Peloton price movement doesn't care about you.
No.
Apple, the big whales, the algos, they don't care necessarily what you think is going to happen.
Right.
What's going to happen is going to happen. Everyone always likes to relate trading to, in some ways, it is a little bit like sports. Like your preparation, you go in there, it's game day, and then you're playing the same game, but it's a little bit different every day. It's exciting, all that stuff. But the one thing that's different is if I'm playing basketball against Sharif one-on-one, it is me. I am in control. I got the ball. I do what I want to do. I don't know if he's a basketball player, so I have no idea how I do against Sharif in basketball. And the last time, and candidly speaking, before we get into it, the last time I actually said some crap about being better than a trader on the floor in basketball, the dude, and I'm glad the video doesn't exist anymore, let's just say my knee was in some pain at the bar after and I lost. So, all jokes aside, the market isn't like that, right? Like, you can control your own process. You can control the knowledge that you have going into it. Yep. What is the overall trend, and do I want to be with it? What are the key price levels, and do I want to trade around them? What is my plan of action when it trades around that level? Where are the key prices where I know that I am wrong about my thesis? Where are the areas where I'm looking for target outs, and how much can the stock give me? If I can narrow all of those things down every single day, it simplifies the process, right? And everybody's process is going to be different. I don't expect, Sean's is going to be a little bit different from mine. And Sharif's will be a little bit different as well, whether it's Max on the trading floor or OB, everyone's going to be a little bit different, but you have to have your process that allows you to trade. And I'm not just saying this because it's a soundbite. I can tell you there has been very little variation, except for maybe the number of symbols I look at because of the show. But I've done the exact same thing since I started in 2003. I've always prepared that way with the stocks that I trade. And there are times where if I mess up a part of my routine, I've gone back to the bridge or talked to a trader. It's like, man, I traded this stock. I didn't look at this aspect of the chart. I didn't read this article before I fired an order. There's something that I didn't do. And if I make a mistake like that, regardless of win or loss, I reprimand myself because I know that it could be a cost.
You know better.
Right? Just to give you an example, we've talked about this before, but I was in a trade in a bank and I had the earnings call time wrong. Like, that's something that would normally be on my iPad when I'm prepping. But I didn't know the earnings call was on and I was trading anyways. And that's something that I can control. And if you can control that, then all you're doing is lessening the reasons that you can possibly fail. Because the market's going to move how it's going to move. You can control what you're going to control, and every trader gets to control their level of preparation. So everyone talks about the Mamba mentality, what's so great. The reason I respect a lot about Kobe Bryant's game is just how consistently that guy prepares. It's not like he's not there doing it to say, hey, look at me. He's doing it because he believes the preparation is going to make him a better basketball player, right? And then at the end of the day, regardless of who you are, what you're trying to do, if you're trying to get better at something, have a consistent routine. So I hope that wasn't too rambly for you. The process, it's very chart intensive. It is a step-by-step. And one of the reasons I like the step-by-step is I find that if I do it the same way every single day, I'm less likely to miss a step. So people call it OCD. I feel like I have a little bit of that in terms of my routine. I'll leave you with a little bit of an anecdote because this is actually true. Yesterday, my train for the first time in, it was half a year, was more than 15 minutes late. So instead of getting into the office at 6:45, I got into the office at 7:05. And I made a couple of mistakes in terms of where I was marking off. It's just little sloppy things. You would have seen on Mara that my initial notes I had waiting until it got to 23 and a half. And then when it came to execute, I wasn't trading at that level. I was trading early. And the reason for that is next to Mara on my iPad, I didn't actually write the level down. When I went through my chart, I was making notes as I was getting the morning mix up, and I was getting into Twitter, and I wrote it on Twitter, and I don't have yesterday's if I was ready for it. I have today's just to give you an idea. So I was putting together. Can we come to my chart for a second, or come to my screen? So I was essentially putting together my notes, and I had Mara in there. And because I was just a little bit rushed, I was sitting there writing down a couple of my notes on Mara, but I did not write down the levels on my iPad. So that when Mara started trading, I was just way too focused on the tape and not laser focused on my levels. Like I was seeing things that I was trying to find trades on instead of having the focus of, if you'll see me look down in the show often, okay, look down, remind yourself what remind yourself of the level. And I didn't do that yesterday on Mara, and it led to a mistake. And I think it started because I was like 15 minutes late and didn't make that mental adjustment to be a little bit more tedious. Anyways, that's my prep. Everyone has to be a bit different. Let me know what yours. I'm actually curious.
He's talking about levels. These are
you
levels.
Guys can maybe
These
tell
lines,
me, like, what
they
do
are
you
levels.
think could be better?
These are levels.
What's something you do that I don't? What's something that you've heard somebody else does that you think is really cool in their preparation that gets you ready for a good trading day? I'd love to hear about it. So tag myself on Twitter, tag Sean on Twitter, or put it in the chat, whatever it might be. It's all about learning from each other, and I hope that's something we're able to accomplish here today, guys.
Key thing you said, learning from each other.
Thank you very much, Neil. Fantastic information as always. Great response from people in the chat. Thank you for listening to the man, giving you his 4-on-1 about how he gets ready for the markets all day. Appreciate that very much, Neil. Thank you for that. All right, let's get into the trade right now. QuantumScape is an absolute rocket. But look where it found resistance. I mean, 950, bro, come on. I mean, like, this is what we were talking about on the daily chart over here. We looked at what it did in July. We said 950. There's that trough area at around 950 before it really skyrocketed there in late July, guys, to that almost $14 area. The base was 950, and lo and behold, the current high of day, 953. And when you look at it on the 1 minute time frame, we are finding that big move down. But is this like one of the moves down where we just, that's it? That's the end of the move, and we're gonna continue to head south? Well, I'm gonna give this to $9, right? Comes below 9, it closes below 9, we'll end the trade. I got 2 more anyway on this, so not much left on this bad boy. We got almost top wick. 953 was the top. We got 945. So we'll see how this one does. But QuantumScape, awfully strong. In case you are just joining us, this is getting a nice move up from a headline that came in this morning with respect to its association with Volkswagen. Apparently, Volkswagen taking an interest in what QuantumScape has been basically doing for the past little while, their existence, which is to try to make a battery that doesn't degrade after umpteen amount of charging. Here's the headline, guys. QuantumScape shares surge after Volkswagen affirms solid-state battery performance tests. So I guess Volkswagen giving the nod, and maybe not QuantumScape saying it this time around, because anybody who remembers this stock in 2020 and 2021 knows that once it made its way to that $140 area, wherever it went up to, it was inundated with lawsuits, class action lawsuits by investors who accused it of overstating its results with respect to its tests with the battery, and basically that they were misled into investing in the stock and they wanted their money back. So I guess when Volkswagen gives the nod, people maybe taking notice here. Here's what the headline says as QuantumScape now comes down.
Bless you.
I had the presence of mind to hit the mute button there, save Fabian's ears from blowing up. All right, shares of QuantumScape surged, 32%, they're well over that now, after Wednesday's announcement that the company's solid-state lithium battery technology passed long-range tests undertaken by the German car giant Volkswagen Group. The stock, which rose as high as 863, obviously that's not accurate anymore, on track for the biggest daily percentage gain since December 2020, with trading volume more than 5 times the 10-day moving average. QuantumScape's solid-state lithium battery achieved more than 1,000 charging cycles with still more than 95% capacity based on test results carried out by PowerCo, the battery company of Volkswagen Group, according to a statement on the car company's website. This means that, quote, depending on the model, an electric car could drive more than 500,000 kilometers without any noticeable loss of range when powered by a QuantumScape solid-state battery, solid-state lithium battery. The statement, pardon me? The chat, what's up? On what? McDonald. Oh, Mickey D's. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Mickey D's. Neil was just telling me that Mickey D's is making a move. All right, so QuantumScape here, breaking down below 9. That's the end of my trade for that. We're going to flatten out there. What is Mickey D's ticker?
MCD.
MCD?
Ooh.
I didn't even know that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, wow. Okay, here comes that big move down off 297 Adara. We get down into that 291, but we're bought up immediately, and now we're doing the dance here at 292 and change. Let's pull up MCD and see what the headline is. Here it is. McDonald's CEO says recognize that several markets in Middle East and some outside regional experience meaningful business impact due to war. Look, I gotta tell you, my parents watch a lot of Egyptian television, and when I'm there on the weekends, I can tell you that there is an activist movement in the Middle East for what they perceive to be our pro-Western companies, Starbucks, McDonald's. This is a distinct possibility that they experience widespread boycotts in the Middle East. Whether you condone it or not, that's really not for us to discuss on this show. We talk about price action, but here we go. McDonald's down the day now. 1/3% was well below that at that 291 level. We'll have to see if the volatility remains here on Mickey D's or whether we get a move back up into that 296, 297 range where we were at before that. You'll recall Starbucks on their earnings call, or I think last week or something like that, they said they were experiencing about $10 billion worth of losses from boycotts that they're experiencing in the Middle East. So it stands to reason that McDonald's likely will suffer a similar result. I gotta tell you, I got my own personal opinion on these boycotts, but that's probably not the right time to discuss this. I don't like them. Anyway, McDonald's going back down aggressively. Here comes 292 again, and now we are, let's see if we get that break of 292, because it looked like a bit of a dead cat bounce there off that 291, then moving back into 294. Now we're well below 294 on that initial bounce here into the low 292s. So we'll see how this one ends up working. No, I'm not sharing my opinion, guys. I mean, like, it's just it's not the appropriate venue for it. Anyway, what do you see over there, Adair?
Well, for what I see, super chat from the Hayes Records. Thank you so much for the 199 super chat. 2 out of 2 for the day on Amazon Cons, Lil Gorilla. But the crown's mine, Obi. Lil knowing, Lil smirky face. But yeah, oh, Obi. But he's not there.
Where is he at?
He's chilling.
Oh, that's Raj. It's just Obi.
But yeah,
right.
so congrats to you, the Hayes Records. And thank you always for your support. And he's coming after Obi's Amazon crown, apparently. But yeah, this Amazon too. This was definitely an interesting one to play with here today. We're down on the day. This one I remember in Sector Watch, I was like, what is he doing? Because Amazon, when I say he, I guess I made Amazon a man here. But Amazon, yeah, massive move to the downside. Just kind of going into the pre-market. A little bit of recovery earlier today. Now we're kind of heading back to the downside. Pumping off VWAP potentially. I wasn't looking at Amazon today, but I do like the look of this. So yeah, thank you there to you, the Hayes Records. Also,
can you look at S? Because
yeah,
Skyber's been asking, and I told them we'd look when we came back.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's look at
Sentinel
S for Sentinel 1. Also, by the way, I just want to say thank you so much to Neil for, he's not sitting there right now, but thank you, Neil, for that talk on the morning mix. He's always here super early, and I thought that was really cool to get an insight there. Yeah, I believe also Skybear was talking about longer term looks on Sentinel S. So I guess I'm in an SNL mood. I don't know where that came from. But yeah, I like this. It's kind of an interesting look here. I think you mentioned long plays. The one thing that would concern me here is we did fall a little bit out of this move to the upside here yesterday or today. Let me look at S. Do we have any news on Sentinel 1? Okay, yeah, yesterday. Okay, so it they had an acquisition of PingSafe yesterday, which I think might explain that move to the downside. But yeah, I mean, really, like overall, pretty strong look, I would say. Definitely a bit of a bottom here at that 15 area. But yeah, like I would say with the exception of this big move we had down yesterday, not a bad look for Sentinel 1. Does seem to be a bit of a consolidative top though here around this 2750, 2770. So that I would kind of keep an eye on in terms of levels. Let me look at the, I want to look at the weekly on this. Yeah, I mean, the weekly, okay, the weekly, I really like this look too because it kind of confirms that area of consolidation. I would really keep my eye on this 28 area because look, that's where we fall down from earlier as well. So that 28 area seems to be pretty key on Sentinel. I would probably keep my eyes peeled for that as we have fallen off that a little bit. But there was kind of, news specific falling off yesterday with regards to that acquisition. I would in general, though this 28 could be a bit of a double top, I would keep an eye on that. Looks like even pretty solid bottom here though, around 14. Also,
can I just add one thing to Sentinel 1? Because John Del Segno, he says, I trade Sentinel 1 very often. They almost always get absolutely wrecked on poor guidance and or earnings, FYI. I just want to, obviously that's John's opinion, but I just want to share that because he's often very active in the chat.
Yeah, thank you for adding that. I appreciate that. And yeah, not something I would have noticed, but what I do notice is this really clear double top. I would be very wary of this $28 area. I'm gonna old man finger this. But again, no, not like advice, just kind of like my take on the chart. Also, in a pickle asking my thoughts on Lily, and we know I will offer those freely and frequently. So I was just talking to Sharif about this actually off camera, and I was saying, Eli Lilly, this 628 continuing to be an area of interest. One of the big things I've learned here, from Sharif on the desk, is how pre-market levels can be kind of key sometimes, not always, but always, sometimes for profit takers or areas of interest. This 628, mid 627, 628 area, really big area in the pre-market, came back in the resistance becoming support here around.
Look how much action you've had at that price level.
Yeah.
Because of the flipping between support and resistance. So much action at that particular price.
Yeah.
If we had a volume profile on there, I'm willing to bet you that the majority of the volume is at that level.
Yeah, the volume, not actually as much as I would have expected.
No, not that. The volume profile, where it shows you where the volume is taking place. Remember when Steph was, remember that? When she had that on? We don't have that on our platform here, but I'm willing to bet you the volume profile is around that 628, 629-ish area.
Yeah, because this is crazy, and this is why this trade too, I ended up getting out a little bit earlier than I thought, because we ended up, that 630 ended up being kind of a key area. We were ranging a little bit. Then we fall off around that 629, as Sharif said, like you totally called it. That was an area where it was pretty key. And then guess what? We come back. Guess where we're seeing resistance?
Where?
Once, twice,
Bang.
628. So I think kind of a key area too. That would be my look on Eli Lilly. Thank you to
Charles Butler.
That's
hilarious. I don't think it's a person's name, bro.
I think, well, someone was saying earlier, I'm going to look this up. Was this a human? I mean, who knows?
I'm pretty sure it's probably named after their originator.
Named after Colonel Eli Lilly.
His name was Eli.
So I think someone was mentioning that in the chat before too, but I wanted confirmation on that as well. But I will say too, what's interesting is it sounds to me kind of like like it sounds like a name of like a character in something. I don't know, like Eli Lilly, like like kind of a fun quirky name. But I see, I appreciate that comment there.
Adam's notifying you, but Nvidia says possible short on NVDA. You want to have a look?
Let's pull that up. Yeah, thank you, Adam, and thank
Big
you
Adam
Sharif, for
Duluth,
pointing that one out. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I had a brief, and when I say brief, I mean 5 cent long here on NVIDIA earlier, just because I was trying to take advantage of that kind of 482, 483 kind of area. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like, certainly is short. The one thing that makes me nervous here is I think like how I would play this. I mean, it doesn't make me nervous. I guess how I would play this is probably how I trade meta sometimes, kind of going in and out of ranges. So as the thing falls to the downside, what I'd probably do is I get near top wick on the upper end of the range. So right now it looks like 482.60 area. Then I take it to about the bottom of the range, which is 482. The issue is the range in NVIDIA isn't huge for me right now. So it would kind of be, I think, a bit more of like a dicier kind of feel it out trade. But I would say it's definitely not a long, Adam. I appreciate the look on that, and I would agree with you. It looks like we've fallen off from this 483, which is kind of decent intraday support. So I think, I'm going to keep an eye on this. If we fall even further below, like decisive break below 482 could be of interest to me. Thank you so much for bringing that one up. Adam?
Yeah. Shout out to Big Adam Duluth, our Arsenal playing Liverpool this weekend, Adara, in the FA Cup, and I want revenge. So, yeah. Because now they're in first place. All right, guys, let's get to QuantumScape because it is bouncing here, guys. It did break below 9, so we flattened out the trade, but it was, just a perfunctory break of $9 because it got down into that $8.92 area, and then it like quadruple bottom there on the 1-minute chart, and now we are pumping up again on QuantumScape back into that 9.25. The initial resistance level was 9.5. We did earmark that on the daily. That takes us back into July. It was the trough area. Just have a look at your daily chart. That was the whole reasoning behind the 9.5, target. It wasn't out of nowhere. It was the daily chart level there. But if we can have a second crack here at 9.5, there is really no reason that we can't break it and continue to pump. A resistance level is only good until it's broken. I mean, it's just, how many times have we seen that happen in the past? Katina man is over there. How's everything going? Long Tesla, 240.30. The Katina man is long Tesla, 240.30. So clearly almost $2 in the money on this one as it continues to pump up here. New position for the Katina man, SoFi long, right here, basically where the price is right now. So people following along with the Katina man, he's now long SoFi. He's been holding Tesla off that 240.30 in case you're, you want to follow the Katina man's trades. He'll be on in about an hour and 20, but for now, I'll keep you guys updated. So anyway, QuantumScape, an absolute pump factory here, but unless we can make higher highs through that 950 break, technically 953 is the high, we'll kind of be in no man's land. So I'll pack my patience and see what's good there. Now, let's bring in the watch list to continue with the lesson du jour. So we talked about the growth watch list and the value watch list, which are misnomers. They're neither that nor this. That's how I started off my watch list, one for growth, one for value, but they've since evolved into neither. So now, last but not least, the ETFs watch list. And this one is the most recent of my ETFs. I've broken down into several sections. The first one is sector ETFs, and one to three different ETFs per sector. I'll go through all of them here. And then I have my index ETFs for whatever index tickles your fantasy. It's all there. The equal weighted ETFs, and this is important because you've heard Michael Noss talk about the performance of the SPY versus the RSP, and how the SPY absolutely shellacked the RSP in 2023 because it was buoyed by the Mag 7, because it's market cap weighted, whereas the RSP is equal weighted. So each individual component gets the same amount of weight on the RSP, whereas on the SPY, it is weighted by market capitalization. So equal weighted ETFs here, and then I have a commodity ETFs category as well. I keep my eye on the commodities, the silvers, the gold. We'll get to those in a second. Currency ETFs. And then the last but not least, the subversive ETFs. And I was joking with Brendo about that. I've got the Nancy Pelosi ETF and the Ted Cruz ETF. There is an inverse Jim Cramer ETF. I don't know what that one is. Can you guys throw that in the chat? It's what? S Jim, the Katina man says. We're going to add that live right now. Which is short Jim, obviously. SJIM. There, the inverse Kramer ETF. I'm putting that one on too, baby. So we've got the subversive ETFs here, which I just, comically named. All right, let's get through the individual components here on the sector ETF. So you have the XLE. That's the energy, right? So all these ones are the Spider ETF. So when it starts with X, it's Spider. XLE. You have XLF. That's the one that I got into. That's the financials ETF. The XLF up 0.85% today. Then you have XLU, which is utilities. So your power companies like the Enbridges and stuff like that. The counter cyclicals, essentially, XLU. Then you have the XLI, which is the industrials. You've got your Caterpillars, your Deeres, some other names in there as well. And besides, you can go into each ETF and see what its positions are, what its holdings are, what percentage of its holdings, okay? XLI. Then you have the golds. I have the GDX, right? The Van Eck gold miners, and then I have the GDXJ, the junior gold miners. And there's the other one, the technology, XLK. That's your technology ETF. SOXL. We talk about this one a lot. The semi-bull 3 times leveraged ETF. That's SOXL. I talked to you about this one, SMH. That's the VanEck Semiconductor ETF. That's also important. And then, I'm not going to go through all of these, but you can pause. Oh, fantastic, Fabian. I love how you zoomed in on that. Thank you very much, Fabian, for doing that. I didn't even know you could do that. Yeah. That's really good. I'll move down so you can see all of them. You can always pause, add these bad boys on later. The index ETFs, obviously, you got the SPY, UVXY, all the Qs, the variants of the Qs, the triple Qs, the T triple Qs, the S triple Qs. You got your IWM for the Russell. You got your DIA for the Dow, right? Moving down, here are the equal weighted ETFs. The one that I was just talking about is the Invesco Equal Weight, which is the RSP. That's the S&P equal weight ETF. Then you have the Invesco 500 equal weight RSPD, right? So many different ones, guys. And you have the commodities ones as well, your golds, your silvers, etc. So all these ones, just make sure you can either screenshot or pause or whatever you need to do. If you're interested, if you're not, just feel free to disregard this. But the reason I use this, and I was telling Adair earlier, when I look at one line on an ETF, it's kind of looking at an entire watch list for that particular sector. Because when I see, for example, that the let's just say XLF, the financials ETF is up 5%, I'm not saying it is, 5%, then I know right away banks are pumping. So all of a sudden, all I need to do is just go into my bank's ETF and see what the hell is up, right? Or my bank's watch list, see what's up. And which one is really the reason it's moving up? Is it JP Morgan? Is it a combination of all of them? Is there some macroeconomic tailwind that's pushing all of them higher? So by having an ETF's watch list, I can basically narrow down the sector immediately that I that is pumping, that's moving up or down, and then I can just focus on that. And that's the reason I keep my eye on ETFs. I really hope that helps. Now, back to QuantumScape here. It pumped back into 9 1/3, but now it's doing that lower high, flat bottom little dance there. Somebody in the chat asked me earlier, Sharif, you got out of QuantumScape, why aren't you shorting? I said to them, I don't know if we're gonna, basically retrace the entire move, or we're gonna, consolidate somewhere in between. I'm not sure quite yet, but here we go. This is kind of what I was looking for a possible short. You get a big move up after the initial crest over here into 9 1/2. You get another crest into 9 1/3. And if we come back down into that $8.90-ish area, that will be an interesting flat bottom break. And then we could start looking for possible short if it clears that level, maybe down into 8 or some other target. So QuantumScape awfully strong. We wet our beak here at Top Wick, but we're gonna wait for this one to develop a little bit more price action wise, and then we'll decide what we will do from there. Adair.
Yeah. No, I think that's, QuantumScape has been definitely a wild one. Also, I actually have a question. So maybe it's one of the reasons that, because I know sometimes people will short these small caps the day after their runs, because that's when they usually will sometimes have pullback, right? Sometimes they'll be multi-day runners. But also, would one of the scary things about shorting a small cap the day it's running be that it could run again? Because sometimes these ones do like to get, because I was just thinking about that. I was like, I would be terrified to short something like that today. Sorry for the aggressive finger pointing, because it's just because of the way that they move. You know what I mean? Like this ran so quickly. Who says it can't run again?
There's nothing that says it can't run again.
That makes sense. I was just, I kind of thought of that.
You need to be careful. Yeah, especially with low floaters. You short a low floater, you could get punched in the face because there's no top to the short, right? It's unlimited theoretically, obviously. Yeah. Giant nightmares, man. Making me laugh.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, you could absolutely get run over shorting a low float small cap gapper. So I would look for some technical reason to want to get in rather than just shorting for second day weakness.
Yeah,
you know
or
what I mean?
the whole mean reversion. Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Also, I have this tweet because I was I saw this yesterday because I go through tweets, and I just thought this is really funny. This Jim Cramer tweet with regards to the that's a nice asset you've got there. We're going to speak positively about it. Why this is running is because on Tuesday.
Look at that smirk he's got on there.
On Tuesday, Jim was pumping Bitcoin. He was like bullish on Bitcoin, and then you saw what happened yesterday with Bitcoin. to the downside. So I just thought that was kind of funny. No disrespect to Jim. I just saw the tweet and I was like,
he's tough enough to take it anyway.
Right? I mean, that's the thing. He can continue that smirk, can keep smirking.
Portnoy was on a podcast yesterday, and he was basically saying Jim is one of the most honest guys he's ever met, and if he wanted to ask somebody for real financial advice, it would be Jim. They go out together.
That's cool. I would expect that.
Yeah, I don't know if Portnoy's got an alternative motive here. Maybe, whatever. But, just saying what he said.
Yeah, no, I just thought that was kind of interesting. Yeah, so I didn't know that about him in Portnoy. I want to look that up now. But also, so I did have a little trade I want to chat about.
Oh.
I took this Tesla short. Now, I realized that this kind of was a little counter trend because we were up on the day with Tesla, but what I was looking for was levels. I saw us take a swoop down to the downside at this 241.80, and look what, we come again into 241.80. We approach it again, and I'm watching the tape, and I'm like, oh no, we're getting a little bit weaker, right? So I got it at 241.60, so not top wick. Again, in the sim here, I took a short off this 241.60. Took my first profit taker around this 241.15. Why? Because that was where we picked up a little bit earlier. You know what I mean? This is what I said. Like I like doing my ranges off of previous levels, and this is also what I was talking about yesterday. Why I like being a midday trader, although part of that is literally by design. We're here in the midday.
Yeah.
I do like it because it helps me trade off ranges because I think it kind of suits my natural style. Then I was going to take the rest of my profit off this kind of this 240.60, 240.55 area. I ended up getting out because I was noticing we had a really hard time decisively breaking below 241. Got out the rest at 240.99. That I did change my profit taker, but that's kind of part of what I'm trying to do with the scalpulating. So I'll take it. I'm pretty happy with how this trade went. Also, Adam DeLue saying, oh, I did my best to give you a dollar club trade. Yeah, Adam called it that NVIDIA short. Thank you so much to that. I do appreciate the advice your NVIDIA did. Yeah, the reason I didn't take this is because, like I said, I am a bit rangier. You know what I mean? Like that Tesla short was a bit easier for me to take just from a range perspective because we saw that failure of the 241.60 before. But no, I really, this is a really good short, Adam DeLuce. You totally called this one. I do appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, if we see a bit more range action here, I might get back in. But I think part of it too is I'm just trying to kind of respect my trading style and figure out what that style is. You know what I mean? I think because I feel very lucky to be able to have the opportunity to be in the sim, I want to take the most of that. So yeah, I appreciate Jacobo Rivero saying great job on that short. Thank you so much. But yeah, so Mark Sushi saying Disney coming back to support. Oh. Let's see how the House of Mouse is going. Oh yes, I mean support. Is it ever support? This 90 area, pretty clear area of support. I see what you mean. We're getting kind of close to this area. Disney, I know Neil was asking about Disney earlier, and I couldn't find anything beyond a story about Disney doing some, making sure all the antitrust ground is good for its issue with, not issue, but I guess with Reliance. Also, ESPN and NCAA are reaching a new 8-year rights agreement. So do you think some of these catalysts would be nice for Disney?
Yeah.
Here we go. Reliance and Disney engaging in antitrust due diligence for India media merger. That's what that is. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing, and then also Disney Basic now available for charter spec. So I'm not really seeing any negative catalysts on this one. But yeah, I think definitely this 90 support is interesting, Mark. And let me look at the daily on Disney, because I was looking at this one yesterday as well. I mean, yeah, this 90 area, kind of an interesting bottom for Disney in the longer term, but slightly higher lows. So yeah, I think interesting look on daily. M. Mason wondering how many words Dara puts out in 1 minute. Wow, she has it going on. Great job. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people in the past have commented on my word per minute count. Never done a study, but yeah, we'll have to find out. That's
AI could help us with that. Okay, so did I tell you about my little stint with Google Bard?
You did not?
Okay, so this was like a while ago.
Okay.
Right? I think about like 8 months ago or something like that, or whenever they put it new. We don't have Bard in Canada, but if I use a VPN, I can access it easily. But the cool thing about it was I could go into it. I said, Bard, do you have access to YouTube transcripts for the Trader TV live channel? And it's like, yes, I do. I was like, fantastic. I was like, what did Sharif say about NVIDIA on May 25th? And it's like, Sharif said da-da-da-da-da, and it misquoted me, right? It basically took something someone else said, whether it was Sean, Neil, Brendo, I don't know who it was, but it's not what I said. So it is improving. It's not perfect yet, and this was a while back. Maybe it's even improved since then. But the cool thing about it is like, as a journalist, if I want to go back and do my homework on you, and I could say, okay, pull up all the interviews on YouTube that have Adara LePage in it, okay? What did Adara say about Google between the years of, like, let's say 2020 and 2022? It'd be like, on this day, Adara said this. On this day, Adara said that. So I could come to you later and be like, Adara, hold on, you said this, this, and that. Like, what do you think about that now? Right, and so I think that but it's good for investigative journalism.
Like not gotcha, but like I get like having like I shouldn't have said gotcha journalism, but it's good for like actually you're right, like being able to pull it up quickly because a lot of people, especially if you're doing profiles on people too, and you want to like before you interview them, what is this person like what has Sam Altman historically said about AI, or what has Elon Musk said about Disney? You know what I mean? Like different kind of examples.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's
it's very cool. Yeah. Obviously, it's not perfect. We know that it would made plenty of mistakes. I gotta tell you the truth, but the fact is, it's interesting. Now, let's get to QuantumScape, guys, because bamboozlement central on QS here. We were talking about this lower high, pardon me, that we couldn't get up back into $9.30, and we would possibly take a short if it broke that 890 area. Well, there was obviously other people thinking the same, and then even more intelligent people that were thinking, that knew what I was thinking, and we're going to take the opposite side of it, because when we broke that level, we really didn't flush. So I'm going to stay put on this one. I'm not going long or short. It's obviously in an undecided range right now, a little bit above 9, a little bit below 9. I don't know what to make of this stock quite yet, but what I do know is that it's putting in lower highs, right? Here's the crest, another crest, and these two crests are the same, and it is putting in lower lows, but it's not breaking down with any oomph, because there's the trough over here at around 12:30, and then here's the trough here at 12:45, and that's a lower low. So lower highs, lower lows, but yeah, I don't know what to do with this one quite yet. Gonna stay put until it gives me some sort of clear indication. Now, mega cap world. Meta is pumping up here. It's up almost 1%. It's knocking on the door of $348. It's coming into R1, resistance level 1, which is the teal dotted line on my chart. Nice bull flag, or bull, yeah, that's a pennant, excuse me, that it put in today, coming off that, let's say it was off the pivot point around 345-ish, and now we're knocking on the door of 348. So good day for Meta right now. Really, I think it's, it and Nvidia are the top two Meg 7. No, that's not true. Tesla's is up 1% as well. So those three moving, Nvidia, Tesla, and Meta, looking like the strongest of the bunch. But price action wise on the chart, Tesla, even though it is up more than Meta, it doesn't look as bullish of a pattern, quite frankly, on TSLA. So we'll have to wait and see what that one does. Nvidia is the one that Adam gave you that short on, that 485 top, and now we just barely held VWAP right here. We're holding on to VWAP. VWAP is the white line on my chart at that 481. Getting a bit of a bounce there. We'll see if this one's able to recover off that 485 to the penny rejection on NVDA. So that's what is up in large cap world. You saw the Katina main take Google long today, and I got to tell you, Google was strong earlier on, breaking through that 139, but look at Google absolutely give up the ghost. Is there a headline here on Google? Let's just look quickly. No, I don't see anything Google related right now, okay, on my blotter, anything to account for this move, but Google is down and to the right, and we are really headed close to S1, support level 1 on pivots at around that 137 and 1/5, let's say 137.15. We're awfully close to that right now with the low day at 137 and 1/3 on GOOGL. We'll have to see if this one continues to head to the downside, but it was Apple, the weakest of the bunch, but now Google looking to take the cake. Amazon is actually the weakest of the bunch, but chart pattern wise, Google looks awfully weak here. We'll have to see what ends up happening with Google. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Manuel Avina, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Labu for long term. Let's have a look at LABU. Labu?
Labu?
All right, let's pull up a side chart over here. LABU. Let's go into the daily and put in the ticker. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of charts look like this.
Yeah.
Highs during the pandemic and then down the right subsequent. So obviously, like I was just saying, highs in the pandemic got us to $3,700. Looks like that was the high there in Feb of 2021, and then obviously lower highs and lower lows all throughout. Sadly, the pattern has not changed, at least for the last year and a half. Starting over here in April 2022, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, and then another lower high over here. And the lower lows are also intact. We have this lower low, an equal low over here, and then the new lower low over here at that $50 area. We did have a 1 to 20 split back in early December of last year, December of 2023. But since that time, we have started to move to the high side. So a bit of a double bottom here, possibly. I'm not calling this a double bottom. Possibly here in the fall of 2023 at that $50 mark, it gets bought up, and then we have really moved up nicely since those bottoms. Since that bottom we put in October, the stock is up 173%, maybe up almost 175%. I would say about 175% off the bottom there. And what you have is a cross of the 50, a cross of the 200, and a closing basis above the 200 EMA. You also have the 200 and the 50 EMAs both pointing upward.
It is the 1 o'clock hour. It is our time. Sorry. We are going to be going into the lecture with the Trading Bible. In the Trading Bible, I think this is it. Nope, that ain't it. And this should be it. Yeah. The Candlestick Bible. Oh, that's right. I did this wrong. We were supposed to be looking at this like this, so that way we can look at our charts and find what we need to find. All right. Which one is it we're on? Let's go and do this. We were on, oh no, we're too far. We were still on the Harambe candle, was it? I think it was the Harambe candle that we were on. We're going to just stretch that out and cover that up. There you go. Now we can see. Oh yeah, the tweezers. We did the tweezers. Remember, we were looking for tweezers bottoms because we had two big candles that it says bearish candles indicates that the buyers are coming into the reverse market and direction. If this price action happens to near a support level, that indicates that the bearish reversal is likely to happen. So we could be looking, see if this comes down. Matter of fact, let me take this out of here. It's just on this NVIDIA right here. Let me take this out. If this comes down, this might be a bearish, because this is bullish, I think. Tweezers top or tweezers bottom? Tweezers bottom. The tweezers bottom happens during a downtrend. So this is an uptrend. The tweezers top occurs during an uptrend when buyers push the price higher. Well, since we know this is the other candle, that can't be a tweezers. But if this whole candle was the same, then it could be. Let's zoom out maybe. Let's find that. Let's go down to the 15-minute chart. Oh, wow, there you go. There's a tweezers top. Uptrend, capped off. This is NVIDIA. So we just identified a price action pattern, which indicates the bullish trend reversal, and we can trade if we combined it with this signal and other technical tools. Technical tools as in levels. These are levels, okay? That's perfect. That's pretty neat. I like that. We found it right off the bat. Good for us. Yay. All right. So it says here, we're into looking at the Candlestick Bible, Candlestick Pattern Exercise. Now I think that you can get some, excuse me. Now I think that you can get some information about these Japanese candlesticks. You'll know the anatomy of each candlestick and the psychology behind its formation. Let's take this exercise and test our knowledge to see if we still remember all the candlesticks we talked about. Look at the chart below and find the name of each candlestick, number, and the psychology behind it. See, I spelled psychology wrong, big time. I forgot my S and my yeah. Psychology. Okay. Anyways, looking at my sign. So if you can easily identify these candlestick patterns and you understand why they are formed, you are on the right path. But if you still struggle to identify these patterns, you will have to start learning about them till you feel you've mastered them. All right, it says, sorry if I'm going up and down. What is this? And that, number 3. Okay, let's go down here. Let's do this. Try to answer the questions concerning the candlestick pattern. Number 1, that was a bullish harami. Inside bar. The formation of this candle pattern indicates indecision in the market. In other words, the market was consolidating during this session. What we just found, the bullish tweezers. Matter of fact, we got to scroll back up. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to scroll back up. There it is right there. That is a bullish harami. And then we look at bullish tweezers. That's this right here. And with that bullish tweezers, the market was trending up. Sellers tried to push the market lower, but the reaction of the buyers was more powerful. This pattern represents the battle between sellers and buyers to take control of the market. Engulfing bar. The sellers were engulfed by buyers. This indicates that the buyers are still willing to push the market higher. So we look at this, and that's 3, 4, 5, and 6. Number 7 is a harami. So there's one. There's an engulfing because it's bigger than that. That's a green. There's another engulfing. That's green. That's red. And your other engulfing. That's green and red. And then it said number 7 was a harami pattern. This pattern shows us that the market enters into consolidation phase. during this session, so buyers and sellers are in an indecision period, and no one knows who's going to go and be in control of the market. So this right here, that's that indecision. See? Nobody knows who's going to be in control. And then we go down. Let's take an exercise. Let's look at the chart pattern below and figure out these candlestick patterns. Engulfing. That is spinning top. Where's that one we were looking at yesterday? The pregnant one. Is that it, number 4? Let's see how I did. Hammer. Okay, so this is in bullish engulfing bar. This is the hammer. It's not a spinning top. The hammer, which this is a hammer. Okay, hammer, which is a large body, small baby. Harami. Oh, that's the harami. I was right. Harami. Bullish engulfing bar. See how the bigger one is smaller? It's engulfing this. So that is a bullish engulfing bar. Please, I want you to open your charts and do this homework over and over again. And you will see that with screen time and practice, you'll be able to look at our chart, your chart, and understand what the candlestick is telling you about the market. Don't worry about how to enter and exit the market for the moment. Take your time and master the candlestick patterns discussed in the previous chapter. In the next chapter, I will arm you with a technique that will help you identify the best entry and exit points based on candlestick patterns in combination with technical analysis. Trust me, these price action strategies will turn you from being a beginner trader who's struggling to make money in the market into a profitable price action trader. All right, so let's do that exercise. Let's open up the screen. Remember, that was our tweezers. And this is, let's find, that's going to be, nope, that's not going to be the bullish harami. Maybe it is. We have to go and look again. So let's check it out. Large body, small body. Large body. Oh, it's going to be the same color. The same color. And it's going to be on a downtrend. Ooh, look at that big drop. Oh yeah, and then it goes into to an uptrend. So maybe let's look in a 5-minute. Maybe we can find them there. It's gonna break them down, break them down. There's one right there. No, that ain't. There's one. Well, that's not. This has got a tail. See how that tail gets right on that line? Those are things that you notice. We're waiting for this to come down here. And hopefully it will trigger and go back up, and we will be in that trade. Okay, there you go. Besides the wick, bullish Rami. We know what an engulfing bullish is. That is right here. Engulfing bullish. Engulfing bullish. Engulfing bullish. Hammer. Let's look for the hammer. Hammer is going to be that one that it looks like a hammer right there. Because the other one is a spinning top. All right. Moving on. Let's look at what the next thing is. One of the most important skills that you need as a trader is the ability to read the market structure. It is critical. It is a critical skill that will allow you to use the right price action strategies in the right market conditions. You're not going to trade to all the markets the same way. You need to study how the market moves and how traders behave in the market. The market structure is the study of the market behavior. And if you can master this skill, when you open your charts, you will be able to answer these important questions. What is the crowd doing? Who is in control of the market? Buyers or sellers? What is the right time and place to enter or exit the market, and when you need to stay away? Through your price action analysis, you will experience three types of market. Trend markets, ranging markets, and choppy markets. In this chapter, you will learn how to identify every market and how to trade it. Number 1, trading markets. Trading markets are simply characterized by a repeating pattern of higher highs and higher lows in an uptrend market, and lower highs and lower lows in a downtrend market. See example below. As you can see in this example above, the market is making a series of higher highs, higher lows, which indicate the market is uptrending. See, higher highs, higher low, higher high, higher low. It's like a stair. If you look at it, it's like stairs. Walk up. It might not be, you know what I mean. You don't need, they look like they're, I'm looking at the monitoring the trading view. You don't need indicators to decide if it is a bullish or a bearish, or as visual observation of price action is quite enough to set an idea about the market trend. Here's another look. Lower high, lower low, lower high. See how it's excuse me. See how this is going in a downtrend like this? So this is the lower high because this came off the higher high, omit the lower. Now it fell all the way down to make a lower low. When it pulled back up, it made a higher high, which caused that to make a lower low. Remember, the market doesn't move in a straight line. It can move up or up. It can move down. It can move sideways. And if you look, it can make curves. And those are cup handles. We'll explain all that in a bit. Man, did I get into that? No, man. Yeah, I wish that would have triggered. That'd have been nice. If it had triggered, I'd have been in that. It may still come down. Who knows? The example above shows the bearish market. As you see, there are series of highs, series of lows, which indicate an obvious downtrend. Trending markets are easy to identify. Don't try to complicate your analysis. Use your brain and see what the market's doing. If it is doing a series of higher highs and higher lows, it is simply an uptrend. Conversely, if it is making a series of lower highs and lower lows, it is obviously a downtrend market. According to statistics, trends are estimated to occur 30% of the time. So while they are in motion, you will know how to take advantage of them. To determine which market is trending or not, you have to use a bigger time frame such as the 4-hour and the daily or the weekly time frame. Never try to use smaller time frames to determine the market structure. That is true. That is so true. And it's 1:30. Oh, it's 1:20. Man, my mouth is dry. I don't know why my mouth is dry. At 1:30, we'll take a small break because I got to wet my whistle. And it says how to... Now, let's go back and have a discussion on that. Do we understand about the lower highs and lower lows? So as we look at this, we're going to go, like they said, to see the market structure. That's why we choose the daily time frame to see what's going on. And then because there's a lot of action in this one candle. There's a lot of action in this one candle. So in order for us to see visually that you can see that the market went up and the market went down. The market went up, the market went down, the market went up. This is kind of a consolidation because this is a lower high. It did not reach over this. So that was actually a line. She's drinking water and I'm over here parched. Since it stopped right there, we're going to put a level. We're going to put a level there because of the fact that it did a complete reversal. Now, what type of candle? Oh, come on, Mike. Unlock it. Let's identify what kind of candle that was to make us look at a possible reversal. Was it a simple coming off of a higher high to a lower low to another lower high, because it's just about the same way, to make a lower low? That's why I got in, to make a lower low, to make another lower high. So even if it came back up to 490 or 480, we're not, yeah, maybe we should get out of that one. Well, maybe, yeah, because you know what? We're going to cancel that one because we're going to wait. We're going to wait for NVIDIA to maybe see 177 again. If it sees 177 again, then we have a good bounce. We don't have a good bounce yet. We didn't have a bounce. We just had it. This is actually continuing in the downward motion because it's not building a higher high. It's built a higher low. This was the low. This is the high. So this would be considered a lower high. Now, if you look by the textbook, it should continue to pull back up a little bit and then break back down. Whether it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles, unless we look at it again, this is a daily chart. See how this is riding? This might turn into a head and shoulders. That's another pattern. It's called the head and shoulders. So my mouth is really parched right now. And you guys, I got up this morning at 4 o'clock. So I'm going to cut this lecture short. I know it was short. But I am really, after eating that food, now I can see what the video was talking about earlier about how sugar affects you. And I'm going to be detoxing. And right now, I'm having a rough time. So we're going to get back into Trader TV Live. I'm going to fix myself. Get me some new energy. And come on, guys. What's up? Scoot this over. Scooch, baby. Scooch, baby. There we go. There we go. All right, we're gonna get back to Trader TV Live.
If the balance of the stocks are making an uptick, I'll see this number with nothing beside it, and it'll just be like 125 instead of minus 125. So this kind of gives me an instant look at whether the market is heading north or south at any one point. I keep that. This is a new entrant, by the way, the tick for the NYSE. Now, there is a tick for the NASDAQ. I don't have the data permissions for it, though. So you're going to need an iPad, though, to use it, because you don't want to be spinning on your phone.
Right? I mean, that's
I
kind of
only
weird.
have TikTok on my phone. I don't have it on iPad.
I feel like TikTok and iPad would be weird too.
Yeah,
like your diet, like you're seeing
even
like
Instagram. Have you been on the Instagram app on the iPad? It's
so
like
weird.
inflated and.
I used to mostly use my iPad because I didn't have an iPhone until I was 17. So I was as a teenager scrolling iPad on, and it's also too hard to be stealthily looking at Instagram.
Yeah.
On iPad, right? So believe me, I understand the.
No, but Passover Dose brings up a good point. He says Python has a TV. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Are you going to be able to access a TikTok app on that? Or we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. But yeah, Neil says if you can't, then I don't understand. I mean, I have no idea what the practical application of it's going to be, but I'm assuming it's got to be something on that because you're paying an arm and a leg for that TV. Because don't tell me the bike's that good. I don't know. I've never used one, so I'm just being facetious. But here we go. Apple coming into 183, guys. Apple has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-minute candles that are green in a row. Uninterrupted green move here on Apple, knocking on that whole dollar level, 183 with a 183.09 HOD on Apple. Don't ask me why this is moving up. 3 straight days, Apple made its way on our downgrades board, whether for a price target downgrade or an actual downgrade, but it's not been a good 2024 to start for Apple already. I was just showing you the year-to-date decline on Apple is like 5 2/3 last time I looked at it, and let's see what it is right now. Year-to-date, Apple is down 4.98%. Not a whole too much. I don't know what it was up in 2023. I think it was something like 30-something percent. was the least strongest of the Mag 7 names on the year. That I know for a fact. So we'll have to wait and see if Apple can get through that 183 area. It's having trouble with it right now, but that is the look there, Adara.
Yeah. That is indeed the look. Yeah, and I think it was just interesting with regards to Peloton. Roger saying in the chat, new year, new me. I think, yeah, honestly, that made me think, I think part of the timing of the Peloton TikTok collaboration with New Year's is kind of brilliant. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people wanting New Year's resolutions, maybe an excuse for people to use TikTok more, maybe some people's resolution to give up TikTok, and TikTok's like, nah, you can work out and TikTok. So I think, you know, obviously like spinning way too much off of a 4-word comment, but I just appreciated that take from Roger. Whether or not it actually has to do with the Peloton thing, I think it's kind of an interesting, something
And James
it made
Dell.
me think about.
James Dell, a Peloton is a heck of a lot better than for you than Ozempic. I'm not trying to disparage anybody who's used Ozempic. We don't know the long-term effects of this drug, though. That's just the truth of the matter. Whereas we do know the long-term effects of exercise. You just stay healthy. So
yeah.
Obviously, again, you know, each person's situation will be different, and what's responsible for what's good for you may not be what's good for me. So we'll just leave it at that. But there was another jokes comment here. Hurt Scrambler. Piton equals clothes hanger. And that my cousin is responsible for, because he bought a Peloton. Yeah, he bought a Peloton during the pandemic. And then I always ask him, like, George, how's your Peloton doing, right? Yes, Chilean Nightmare, he bought it at the highs too, when everybody and their mother was buying a Peloton because you couldn't go anywhere, right? You couldn't hit the gyms, and they obviously were selling for way more than MSRP because you couldn't get them. They were like 6 months in arrear. They couldn't, like, they didn't have a supply. I'm talking about Peloton, the company. So you had to go into the secondary market and buy it from there, and then you paid through the nose. And I asked him, George, how's the Peloton doing? He's like, yeah, it's good. It's in my room. Like, so you're just putting your laundry on it and stuff. And then he'll giggle because he goes to the gym now. He doesn't use it. But yeah, it's neither here nor there. Anyway, BBot 5000 got a Peloton for my girlfriend and Ozempic. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I gotta read these before I read them out. That's my bad. Come on, bro. Anyway, yes, Sean does have a Piton, Darwin, and he likes it, and he says his daughter uses it a lot. So shout out to the Katina Man, who's not here right now. Randy is sitting in the Katina Man seat. So Randy is doing his thing over there.
Oh, there's a Randy shot there.
Yes, ma'am. What is the look here? Anything on your end there, Adara? NVIDIA's continuing to pump, by the way.
Yeah, NVIDIA looking really interesting. NVIDIA breaking 483, which is where I got in for my first initial long there. This was literally a 5-cent long. I wanted to get up from my table and grab some food, so that's what happened here. I was like, I'm getting a little nervous, punch. But I did like the entry. It just wasn't kind of as moving as quickly as I wanted to, because the initial plan for profit taking was this 483.70 area, which you just didn't really get. I would like to see what we do at this 483.37, because that is the area from which we fell from grace. Probably too many froms there, but I want to see what we do here. That'll be kind of interesting for me. If we fall back from that again, I might do what I did with Tesla and short it off the pop. I don't mean that as mean reversion as much as if it's a clear area where we've had resistance, I'm looking at the tape and I'm seeing more resistance, I might get in on a short. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. I think that's definitely an interesting look here as well. Also Mara, I'm seeing a little bit of Mara mentions in the chat, and I also looked at Mara and I like what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is kind of, I mean, the flat top, this 225.40, like I almost said like 254, and I'd be like, that'd be, you know, like a news breaking thing for Mara. But yeah, kind of an interesting look. We are seeing higher lows and almost a flat top. So it could be a flat top break, but I mean, it's been a while since we've kind of seen this top of that 25.40. Interesting look though, for sure here on Miss Mara. Not doing a marathon today, kind of doing more of a jog, but I like, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Yep. So we'll have to wait and see what we do here on marathon. Also, I've been keeping my eye on Meta, because I like this, I'm just doing it again to kind of show higher lows, higher highs. Sharif pointed this out as well, Meta moving to the upside. Not in a meta way, in a mega way. But I do, I was trying to get in on this at that 347, and then I just didn't get filled. I was literally a cent away. I was very sad. But you know, you gotta brush it off the shoulder, dirt off the shoulder, shout out to Jay-Z, and wait and see for the next move. Honestly, and I don't like, stocks move different ways, different times, but I find Meta one of my favorites to kind of range trade if I see a really clear defined range like this. So if we have a bit of a pullback, I might short it till we get to a point I go long again. I'm gonna keep an eye on this if I can get a fill there, but I do like how Meta has been looking. And also, as you said, you really called the Nvidia pop there, Sharif. We're now popping right back into my area of interest, which is that 483.40, 483.50 area. So I'm gonna keep an eye on Nvidia. Stano saying new high for Piton. I realized, new high would have meant nothing if I just the way I said it, but oh my God, Piton, pedaling to the upside. Yeah, you were saying
spinning or
to
pedaling.
The upside, and I was thinking you got to pedal. I was like, Sharif.
I didn't actually mean that though.
No, it's okay.
No, but I know you're good with them, like in the sense that you think about these. If I do them, it's because I said it by accident.
It's okay. No, I was just thinking, I was like, no, but I like the look of this. Congrats to Neil, who I believe is still in this long. Because this break, we broke that flattish top with a vengeance.
Oh, did we ever?
Yeah, the setup of this one was super clear. I would also even argue, maybe sort of, for profit-taking purposes, do we see a bull flag here? Okay,
so then what's the move for the bull flag?
I was just gonna say.
Go.
So
bang.
I think if I start the flagpole here, which I will, this 548 to about 590. So that's going to give you about 45 cents of movement to the upside. Now we broke out at this 585 to about, right now we're at 619, so 585. You're going to want to take this one to about 635 potentially, or sorry, that's 40 cents. We're gonna do 630 for 45 cents of potential mental math and over here for a potential movement. That would be my take on this. We're gonna see if this actually occurs. So Combax Rex's comment making me laugh here with regards to me talking about the flagpole measurement. Very funny. I like that he adds JK love at the end. Yeah, great participant in the chat.
I'm really terrible. You're good, brother. We like you.
We enjoyed that. It's a pun, and it's all in good fun here. It's all in good pun.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so what I'm looking at mostly right now, Sharif, is Meta.
It's a fantastic look.
Going?
Look at this. Again, a rejection. We put in a new high a day there. So previously, it was $9.53. Now the high a day on QuantumScape is $9.59. But we're really having trouble with this $0.50 area. Every time we get to or clear the 950 area, we are being met with renewed selling. So these topping tail candles, if I was to look at this on a wider time frame, and we will in a second here, you'll be able to see topping tail candles, which typically is an indication that shorts are instituting their position at that level. And here we go. Here's the first one. This is the first rejection, topping tail candle galore, but it was met with renewed buying. So this is what's kind of bamboozling about it. You don't want to put too much stock into one candle, but this is definitely a prototypical topping tail candle. But what followed subsequent to that was, not what I would have expected. I would have expected a bit of at least a touch to the 10 EMA here, which is the green level with the green line on my chart, or at least VWAP. You didn't get either. What you are getting, though, is trouble at the $9.50 level. So we'll have to wait and see if we're able to clear $9.50 with any vigor on a closing basis. It's one thing to wake up into a level above 9.5. It's another thing to close above it on a wider time frame. Currently, I'm on the 15. So you can see here, essentially, since the bell, Adara, on the 15-minute chart, there have been 2 red candles. One of them is a topping tail that we talked about, and then there's this one here at 115. Let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 candles since the bell, 2 of which are red. So, I mean, if you're going to stand in front of this for a possible short, good luck. It won't be me doing that. Anyway, we're above 9.5 right now on QuantumScape. Let's see if we get continuation. 959 high, as I was saying. Let's pull that back. And now let's look at AAPL, because we were talking about Apple earlier knocking on the door of 183, and you had an initial rejection here on Apple at the whole dollar level, followed by 2 red candles. But here we go again. We're 5 pennies away from that whole dollar level on Apple with a 183.09 high of day. If we're able to clear that, I was saying earlier, and I'm not saying we're going to get up there, but I was saying earlier that the previous day's close, yesterday's close on Apple, is 184.25, and that also happens to be the institutional wick high here at 8 a.m. Anybody who's been trading for a while knows that we get institutional orders at 8 a.m. that often skew the chart. And the IB high, or the institutional level high at 8 a.m. is around that 184.25. Not really surprising there. So Apple continuing to find a nice bounce here. Meta was the other name that Adara mentioned. This one is putting in a series of higher highs and higher lows as it breaks through R1, resistance level 1 for pivot points, which is the teal dotted line on my chart, through that 348. It got to 348.15, but now having trouble with that whole dollar level coming in a smidge below. And then last but not least is what Adair was just talking about, the retracement off, or the bounce off VWAP on NVIDIA at that 481 level. Now we just knocked on the door of 484, so that would have been a nice $3 banger had we taken that. But let's finish on this. The future, we did clear 16.5. So we were below 16.5 to start the day. The IB high right there at 8:30 was exactly 16.5. We now have retaken 16.5 now and using it as a level of support. For how long though, right? We're still negative on the day on the NQ. To get positive, we got to get above that 16.5 1/3. We're not there yet. We've been flirting with that 16.5 1/4. I think the most important thing to note is that we are above 16.5, and even when we did come back into 16.5, it was on a wicking basis. We weren't really able to close there for a prolonged period of time, so we'll have to wait and see whether the market can get its foot under it and make maybe an attempt back at the high day with 16.587, maybe even that 16.6. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that can happen. I think, maybe Apple will have to participate in that move up, but we'll have to pack our patience and see. Going back quickly to QuantumScape, another rejection off that 9.5. We're really not able to hold above there, but the saving grace for QuantumScape is the fact that we're putting in higher lows. So you did get the higher high because we did break the high day. It's on a trend now, but a much more choppy trend than the one that we participated on early on, which was like one green candle after another, after another, after another. Now it's a lot more choppy, and the entries a lot less clear than they were earlier on QuantumScape. So make sure if you're involved in this name, you are watching it closely. And Peloton, the monster on the day that is Peloton, up over 16% now, knocking on the door there of that 6 1/4. We didn't do any daily charting here on Peloton, so I don't even really know what to expect. Neil, are you still in Peloton? Neil, you still in Peloton? What's your target, brother? So Neil's... Okay. Neil, he's got a price target in front of 40s, and he's trailing. Where are you trailing? In the mid-teens. He's got a trailing stop in the mid-teens on Piton. Let's put Piton over here. So in the mid-teens, so he would be around right here with a trailing stop right below this candle here, and then he's got a price target, a resting profit taker around that 640 area on Piton. A great look on the day there.
Yeah, the very good look there. I accidentally, so I'm just trying to get out of this Tesla, and yeah, there we go, we're out. So as I was trying to get out of this Tesla short, I accidentally bought into a long. We got out though, we're all good. Did not lose anything on that, but yeah, I mean, I want to talk about this Tesla short because I saw we came back into that 241.60 and we rejected again. So I got back in the same area where we rejected.
Fabian, if you can go to her chart.
So basically, I like the short on this because, like I said, we rejected off that 241.60, tried to get that, then we rejected again off that 241.60. Just now I decided I want to get in on this if I can. The initial plan for profit taking was similar to my first one, so trying to get my first taste of profits, my first beak water, if you will. Why am I not using the analogy here?
I know.
I guess the first part of the Cybertruck here at this 241.10, and then get more, not gas, but acceleration here until I liked this area of this 240.60, this double bottom. Alas, we did not get there. I noticed a bit of chop and churn at that 241.30, so I decided to get out there. Then I I accidentally still had a buy order ready at the 241.20. That is what we call a fat finger trade. And I was like, oh no. So then I got out basically same place I got in, more or less here. We didn't lose anything here. It's just very much like acting quickly. I know Neil said it before, like if you accidentally I'm paraphrasing, I apologize. If you accidentally like fat finger into a position, just make sure you get out. You know what I mean? So I got out, we're learning, learning every day. In the sim, I hope learning every day. And I have to say, I'm pretty, like looking back on these Tesla trades today, with the exception of this fat finger one, although even then that didn't go too awry. I have to say, pretty happy with just like sticking to what I like doing, which is the scalping and just trying to get more refined at my scalping, scalpulating, knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, know when to walk away and know when to run. Shout out to that song. But yeah, so I think, this is, I guess, the kind of the look here on Tesla. Also, scalp. I love the scalp. Scalpulation. Yeah. But no, I like the look on this. Also, NVIDIA rejecting off of, shout out to Adam DeLuce earlier for pointing this out. And I said I would be interested in NVIDIA if we reject off this 483.50. And look, we kind of are again. I'm not going to get involved yet, but I do like the look of this to the downside. Again, today I've just been kind of going long or short alternatingly on stuff I see that I like. It's mostly just been Lilly, NVIDIA, Tesla, which are coincidentally kind of my favorite names to trade. Yeah, I have to say it's been a pretty solid day, just sticking to names I like, sticking to my quote unquote watch list to bring it back to our topic of the day.
Yeah, which is where I'm going next. We went through what I termed loosely the growth watch list. Again, these are misnomers because they are no longer categorized by growth and value, but I've just kind of left them the way they are. Here's the second watch list. It starts off with energy. As you can see, energy is all red on the day, whether it's a futures contract or the related equities names. You have a 0.5% move down on the CL. February contract, XOM, CVX, Oxy, Devon, they're all in the red. And so this is my watch list for energy. Thank you for that, Fabian. I appreciate that. Fabian, the Chilean Nightmare, getting in on that zooming. All right. Below that, we have airlines. Important. Airlines were an absolutely interesting trade in 2023. They had some of their best, demand post-pandemic. And we saw these guys pumping in the summer and in the spring as demand for services and experiences really trumped the demand for goods. We saw that rotation in the middle to late part of last year. So airlines there as well, followed by cruise lines. They're all travel's having a great day today, whether you're airlines or cruise lines. And so these are the names that I've got on there. You can obviously pause them and copy if you'd like. Banking. How important is banking? The king of the banks, I guess, irrespective of how you feel about it, JPM is the monster. It's now a $500 billion company. JP Morgan. Shout out to Jeremy and his boys over there. We're kidding, of course, it's Jamie. Got JPM, Schwab, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Citi, Morgan Stanley, you name it. There are the names that I have on my banking watch list. Some of the bottom ones like BMO, CM, TD, and RY, these are Canadian banks, and so you may not be interested in them, but I keep them on there because, well, I'm Canadian and I want to know what they're doing. So, by the way, I just wanted to mention something about Canadian banks. They're not as exciting as American banks, but they are known worldwide as being excellent stewards of capital. And you're not going to see these bad boys taking too much risk. And as a result, I'm not saying your investment is secure. It's really never secure in any equity, but a lot more secure than I would say some other comps. So Canadian banks have a good reputation for a reason. Consumer defensive there as well. I got the Targets, the Costcos, the Walmarts, Kohl's. I would have called this retailers, but some of them are not retailers. Like you got your Procter & Gamble, your Unilever, your Colgate, Palmolive, right? Some of these ones are important for me because they were the staples, right? We had a lot of rotation last year at a discretionary spending like the Amazons and the others into some of the more staples. Now, you have a limited budget, you're going to buy what you need rather than what you can live without. And we saw the Foot Lockers take a shellacking last year. Nike took a shellacking as well. So some of the more discretionary items got killed last year, but the staples did well. Below that, we got nat gas plays, right? Natural gas. UNG up another 4.25% today. Just waited until I took a hit on it to pump up. But yeah, UNG almost back to $6. Unreal. Boyle 4.75 as well. Uranium. Let me just minimize this because I want to bring this up. Chilean Nightmare, are you able to zoom out a bit because I can't get the bottom part of my thing? Thank you very much. RBLX is pumping, Katina Man? Remember that SoFi? Yes, yes. The Katina Man is back. He's been gone for a little bit, so we haven't been able to update you on his positions, but he's still in that Roblox long. He's still in SoFi. He's still doing his thing with both those trades. So if you're following along with the Katina Man, I just want to update you on that. Below that, we have uranium names like CCJ and some other URG, URA. I like uranium names. I think it's going to be a burgeoning, whether sector or commodity or whatever you want to call it, because of the small modular reactors that I think will be produced en masse. Below that, we got mining and infrastructure. You can pause those and have a look at some of those names as well. I just want to update you on that because maybe we have some people joining in that didn't get to see it earlier. All right, back to QuantumScape. Again, we're continuing to have trouble with that $9.50 area. It's breaking above it, but then rejecting below it. But what I really see here are the higher lows. Even though we can't break through that 950 aggressively on a closing basis, the buyers are incrementally overwhelming sellers vis-a-vis the higher lows. So one has to question whether this 959 top on QuantumScape is going to stay intact for much longer or whether we explode to that $10 level. 9.5 is a top for a reason, guys, and we earmarked this level before it ever made it up there, and it is one that was obvious on the daily chart. You need only look at the price action here in mid-July. That was the trough. How many times have we said resistance becomes support and support becomes resistance? Well, there you go. We based out here for almost 5 days at that 9.5 where we weren't able to close below it before popping back up into almost $14 back on July 31st. Lo and behold, we finally make our way back into that high and we find resistance at 9.5. Not surprising, support does become resistance. Technical analysis is not astrology.
It's I feel like it's like, yeah, well, yeah, you're right. It's kind of similar to like the whole idea of like like having signs, and sometimes they mean something and other times they mean nothing. You know what I mean? So I think that I like that. I really like that analogy that Fabian was dropping earlier with astrology. And,
yes, ma'am. That's why I stole it from him.
I mean, it was a good analogy, right? I mean, I feel like we're always like stealing phrases in terms of phrases around here, right?
Yeah, we do. We're good like that. Nobody gets upset.
No, that's what we do.
Yeah.
We're pleased as punch about it, actually.
Hey.
To use a phrase that I know Sharif enjoys, that I have, that he's kind of borrowed. We all idiot.
That's hilarious,
yeah,
bro.
That's very funny. Also, yeah, no, I really enjoy you. I appreciate you going over your watch list again too, and I like too that on your top market names you don't have any stocks. You just have general.
Just
like market, like NQ. You don't want no scrubs. We're just focusing on the meat and potatoes, right?
No
scrubs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed that for sure. I appreciate it.
Adara, we just broke through 183 on Apple. So we've been talking about 183 being a top here on AAPL. Now we're above 183, but not on a closing basis. The high of the day is 183.09. We've been waiting for a possible new high of day here on AAPL as it comes off the bottom there at 180.88. Good number. I like 88 is a good number. We are coming into that support level 1, which is at 183.20. So we're gonna have to see if that features in or not. Yesterday's closing price, if we really get going to the north side here on Apple, is 184.25. We have to get through the previous day's high, but Apple now above that level. Adara, whether it stays above there, an entirely different story.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. I think, yeah, it's interesting. A lot of these kind of mega caps continuing to be really interesting. There's Tesla, which continues that 241.70 rejection once, twice, actually arguably 3 times, with slightly higher, lower highs as well. it might, actually might be a little bit compression on Tesla. We're still up on the day, which is why I didn't want to super stay in the short for that long, just short the pop. Kind of have my profit takers planned out, you know what I mean? But everybody's strategy is going to be different, right? I think also Tesla as a short will be interesting if we bounce back off this 240.60 area again. So not as a short, but just Tesla in general, watching its movement. Also, Meta. Meta is making a mega swoop to the downside. Swoop. What we haven't, swoop, there it is. But we haven't made any lower lows yet. So I think probably still good right now for Meta. Like I said, Meta's been super rangy in a way that I enjoy. Tried to get a fill around 347. Alas, it was not meant to be.
Alas.
But, gotta keep trucking. Also, looks like I got out of this NVIDIA short a skosh early here, but I did have this little NVIDIA short. I got out because I noticed a little bit of struggles getting decisively below 483. Took it out at 480, 299. Very small position. Yeah, the initial plan for profit takers was partially some out of that 482.50, and then maybe some more out of that 482.30 area. Just kind of previous areas of consolidation. That's what I like. That's my style. But also, I'm noticing I was regretting getting out where I did. But look, now we're coming back towards 482.99. That's why, scalpulating, I mean, maybe there's a method to my madness. We'll see. But that's kind of my take here. Vincent Capeche, I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong, asking about Chewy. I'll pull up Chewy and, wrong ticker. This isn't a NYSE. And I had a NASDAQ. But let's go look at any news on Chewy. Let's see what Chewy is chewing on right now. That was a weak one. Not seeing anything specific on Chewy. But yeah, okay, this is, it's moving. It's certainly interesting looking, but I would say generally just a downward trend. We did break, though, a little bit to the upside. I'm going to draw this out. I apologize, as usual, for my horrible trend drawing abilities. I am not Picasso. But, we were, this trend line is in the wrong place, but, we did have the kind of consistent downward trend. But then we broke a newer high. We broke above this 2078 area. Now we're swooping to the upside. Next high to break here, at least on the 5-minute, would be this 2090. That would also coincide with VWAP. That would give us confluence. Shout out to Opie. You know what I mean? So I think, and again, Sharif and I said, and I think the huge thing I learned from Sharif as well is VWAP is a super important level. That was something I talked about with Sean when he had me on as a guest. Market recap, I really appreciated the opportunity, and we kind of were ironing out the importance of, shout out to the market recap. Fabian's always on it.
No, it was Sean.
Oh, that was Sean?
Actually, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Sean had.
Yeah, I saw his hand slip in there, yeah.
But yeah, and I think one of the big things too that I learned on that was, the importance of VWAP as a level. Sean was saying it's, one of the the must-have indicators on your chart, and I agree. But also what I was kind of talking about with Sharif and I when we were doing one of our technical indicators week is that VWAP's one of those things that's always important to know where it is, but it's not always going to come into interaction with the stock. So I think what I say that to basically. What I'm trying to say here is, I think with VWAP being as important as it is as a level, the volume-weighted average price, I think it coming into, key level at VWAP can always add a little bit of confluence, add a little spice. Shout out to Salt Bay, that meme there, to your stock, right? And so I think if we break this 2090 at the same time we cross VWAP, I think that could be really a nice bullish move here for Chewy. In general, though, I do like that we broke out of that downward trend.
Yes, ma'am. Good look there. All right. Let's have a look here at YELLQ. I just got an email forwarded here from Jeffrey Mendel saying that there is a lot of trading activity today on YELLQ and EBIXQ. So here's the look on, remember Yellow? Remember the trucking company that went belly up early in the year, YELLQ. Essentially, it's a less than capacity trucking delivery service. So if you have less than a container full, they're the people you typically ship with, and it was really a bad year for them in 2023. They ended up going into a bankruptcy protection, and as a result, they got relegated from, I don't know if they were on the NASDAQ or the NYSE, but they are now trading on the OTC markets. It was a good day yesterday from what I see here for YELLQ. Let me put in the ticker quickly, sorry. LLQ. Kind of getting off the schneid there at $5, seemed to be the low at the open, and it ended up finishing off the day $6.10. So $1.10 there for YELLQ, which is a great move up. I mean, percentage-wise, look at this. The percent, that's a 30% move, is 26.87%. yesterday on YELLQ, but not much doing today. I'm not really sure what Jeff's talking about. It's only about a 4% move today on YELLQ from the low to the high. But yeah, keep your eye on that if you're interested. The other one he was saying EBIXQ, EBIX. This one doing real nice today. So I don't know what this company is. Let me tell you, EBIXQ. This one is a company, it's a provider of on-demand infrastructure, software exchanges, and e-commerce services. All right, whatever. Yesterday closed out at $1.50. Today it's at $2.83. Guys, this one is up 84.5% on the day. EBIXQ. Fantastic day for this name. Coming off that $1.50 close from yesterday, and with a high a day right now of $2.83, it's very close to the high at $2.78. And when you look at the daily chart on this, I don't know why I can't get anything before. Let me see here, the half an hour. Yeah, it looks like this one made its way onto the OTC back on December 28th was the first day it started trading on the OTC markets. And since that time, it's been up and to the right of Dara, starting off its OTC life there at 50 pennies, and now it's knocking on the door of $3. So shout out to Jeffrey Mendel there for the call out and, letting us know what's moving in real time. That is on the OTC markets, the over-the-counter markets, Adara. But look at QuantumScape go, 950 resistance, no more. It doesn't care about your feelings. It's on the way up. Headline today with Volkswagen has this bad boy up 50%, 49.21% for QuantumScape. Solid state battery that doesn't degrade with 500,000 kilometers driven, according to the report from Volkswagen. We'll have to see if this company can actually deliver. There's been a lot of hope that we can get some sort of leap in the battery technology kind of area. Whether or not they'll be the ones to deliver is going to be up for debate. But today it is rocketing to the upside of Dara.
So you said leap in battery technology. Did you mean perhaps a quantum leap in battery technology?
Wow. I know somebody said that in the chat earlier. I liked it, right?
I've been saying quantum leap all day.
Have you? Okay, so they're probably taking it off you then.
I know Compastor X said Quantum of Solace, which I really appreciated.
Okay. Yes, I do remember that one.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
But yeah,
QuantumScape is pumping. It's squeezing here, Darren. $9.80. Here we go. Breaking through levels. This one is on its way likely to $10 here as the squeeze is on over 50% now on QuantumScape, taking out all the levels. Here we go. 985. I'm seeing on the bid there is 86. What do we have? Do we get 87s? I feel like an auctioneer when I do this kind of stuff, but
give me.
I love when things start pumping to the high side like this, but it is 2 o'clock a day.
Yes, it is 2 o'clock. I almost said my name again. It is 2 o'clock, Sharif. And Quantum continues to run. But for now, we are going to run off to the big desk. We will see you tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Brendan's at the big desk.
I love this.
In time, but here we go. Yeah, 2 hours to go on a pretty busy afternoon. Good look there. As far as QuantumScape is concerned, a good look for electric vehicles, maybe. Yep. 500,000 without any degradation. Seems like a pretty good number. Toyota was doing a lot of looks like they're doing better than expected. Tesla, meanwhile, speaking of batteries, 1% to the upside today. A pretty good day so far. 240 acting as support. That was about the middle yesterday. So back upside after a bit of a dip, to say the least, yesterday. NBO up on a announcement this morning. They're teaming up with, I forget the other company, but another company on a research deal. So NVO 4.3%, all the way back to 108, 109 area for Novo Nordisk. Nice look for most in the healthcare group. Most Eli Lilly, J&J still positive on the day. J&J basically flat or back to flat. Everything else positive except for Pfizer. Standing out to the downside so far today. Amazon standing out to the downside today. 1.8% under pressure once again. Visa, MasterCard, both back to positive territory. These names specifically have been pretty quiet so far this year. Yeah, I saw Starbucks there popped up early on this morning. Hasn't really done much since, but 0.7 still holding on to a positive day. Tesla positive on the day as well. We'll talk about that coming up. Costco, Home Depot, Procter & Gamble standing out that side of the board. There's NVIDIA as well. A little bit stronger than the rest, to say the least. AMD, Intel. Intel actually negative now. It was holding on to positive territory. A little bit earlier on, Netflix, IBM, Meta. You get to the upside. Pretty much everything else in this group meaningful anyways, as far as the overall market is concerned, either dead flat like Microsoft or a little bit red as far as Google and Apple are concerned at this point. If you're with us early on this morning, join us every day. In the first hour of the show, 8:30 to 9:30, we get you set for what is moving in the pre-market and then for the open as well. Mobileye was top of the list this morning. They came out and talked a little bit about their forecast going forward, and it was not good. Right across the board, they cut not only final 23 look into 24, but full year forecast for Mobileye 2024 downside. That's on top of 1, 2, 3, 4 straight red days in a row here. It was never good, and it never ended up being good, guys, for MBLY.
Just got one. Thanks, Randy. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Oh, I got this in my ear. I think it's Sharif's mic, Adrian. Fabian, Adrian. Okay, welcome back. So look, Mobileye has been a monster, and thank you for joining us one more time here today. We talked about Mobileye in the short percentage and the short float about 20%, and that it did have a chance to get back up to the upside. That was at 9 o'clock, and then someone goes, oh, look, you guys talked about it, and then it started to bump up. Well, that's exactly what happened, but look what we did, man. We sat at $31, found this little level there, and I only start charting at 7 o'clock. I mean, it's not, for me, it's not a big deal to go too much further back than that, but we just waited. We waited, we saw a nice little volume spike there to the upside, right? Gave us that level, then downside. So yeah, we're short Mobileye at $31. We got a little piece out at $29.50 just as we went off there. On VWAP, remember we were going back and forth debating whether or not we liked that. But right now, this one is almost $2 now in the money as Mobileye just bounced off 29. So, you know, we could have got some out there. I'm still waiting for lower, honestly. Like, I still think we can get a little bit. You know, let's see if it works. We only have about 25% rate now. It's because we got a little bit of a weird fill up there. So we'll wait to see what happens through $29. But Mobileye, yeah, man, bad Q guide, and yeah, I'm not excited to see this one come through. But you said it was what, end of January?
Let me double check that.
Oh, I have it right here. Actually, I still have it up from this morning.
Let me groan about that. 25th.
25th of January pre-market. So. I don't know, man. I don't want. I know you own this one, but I would wait. Obviously, I don't think you're gonna be buying any more. Probably waiting until the end of the month. To see,
let's put it this way: if
better to make a move on.
At least you made money short. I'm happy that you made money short.
Yeah.
Like there's like bag holding. I remember when I had like a couple of like just the last 5% of like a few bag holding stocks. You don't care because you made a bunch of money on the way up.
Yeah.
Like I never actually. Oh shoot.
All over our bears.
No, it's. Thanks for the tea, though. No, it's fine. That's fine. We're live. Yeah. So yeah, that basically resembles the guide for Mobileye.
Yeah, we need more napkins.
No, but it was basically all it was saying is like this isn't. It's not like a bag hold. Like I bought it, I never actually sold anything. Just initiated a long-term position because I wanted something else that exposed me to some automated driving. We're good to go.
I think we're
What's
good to go.
crazy is Randy did a fantastic job. Like nothing shows on this desk, obviously. Because I spill shit all the time, and you've never actually seen like a stain here, so we're all good. But Mobileye, it's nasty.
Cleaned it up.
I just hope somehow it was a gigantic sandbag, and when they come out with the report, they can surprise. That's about the only reason I think I'd buy this one after this quarter, and I'm certainly after the next quarter, and I consider, you know, whether or not I could just get out. Now, candidly speaking, it's more about where it came from that I'm Like I had every opportunity to recognize that there was resistance in the 45 zone. And when I was long here the last time it did this, it was bouncing off. I could have been scalping this for like 20% if I thought it was a trade or a swing trade or something. And now I'm just sort of looking at this 25, 30% of the money. Do I even want to hold this in the long term? So it happens to you. I'm not going to end up bag holding this. If before, I'm going to set myself a price, whether it's the all-time low or like 10% underneath that before earnings. I'll just say forget this and make a decision after earnings. But it's nasty to the downside. It's showing you some continuation. There was an SSR bounce because it was over 10% down, but really once that subsided, it's only stair-stepping in. And the other factor, because we glossed over this a little bit, was Intel was down big because of their stake in Mobileye. That at least stabilized very well. Like it came all the way back to yesterday's levels and essentially just sort of brushed it off. Not a great day for Intel, but all things considered, I'd say Intel held up pretty well, given where this was at the open. What was that?
Like the same ones that are in these things. We're just talking about batteries, and this QuantumScape thing is, if it's a thing and they can figure out some of the problems with it, like we were just talking, the argument against solid state batteries that Elon always had was the stability of the actual battery and that they heat up without control essentially and can catch fire. So if they can solve that problem, I mean, that's fantastic.
And remember, this one had a major lawsuit from investors back in 2021, 2022 for overstating their results. So we'll have to see how they do.
Right, yeah. Let's talk Apple here. It's been a bit of a bounce back. I mean, we're still not back to where we were yesterday, but a bit of a bounce back off those lows this morning. 181.5, I guess, comes into play. Piper Sandler with the downgrade, jumping on the bandwagon this morning, going to neutral, lowering their price target to 205.
Yeah, Piper analyst Harsh Kumar basically predicting a challenging environment for Apple vis-a-vis China, as well as saying that there's going to be currency headwinds in 2024, also emphasizing the elevated impact of interest rates that could have on the demand for their handsets. So we'll have to wait and see how they do, but not a good look this year so far for Apple, Brendo.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of where do you buy it instead of how long do you wait, I think, for Apple, guys.
Yeah, I think, you know, and we've sort of talked about this before. Like, yeah, the market's pulling back, and yeah, Apple's been in a bit of a downward trend. But, you know, you look at the daily chart, and one of the things that we, when I popped into the midday, start out looking at the higher time frame and getting an overall sense of things. So yes, pulling back off 200, pulling back off of a bit of a double top of sorts on the daily through the 50 period. I look at the 200 period moving average. So the last time it was here, Apple spent 4 and a bit days underneath. And after the first day closing under the 200 period moving average, it's a simple moving average on the daily. I mean, all the other days after that were green. It didn't have a red day for 2 weeks, for 2 weeks. So I'm looking at that and saying, we get to 180, I'll change my mind and start looking for some dip buys on Apple. But at least for today, it was still, let's go to the 3 minute, it was still a short. And it gave you a couple of opportunities at the open, the best of which was going right into 183, so sort of the pre-market high in there. Got a few wicks in there. I've tried to get rid of them, they won't go. I was in a bit too early, and it does skew things when you get in a bit early, because I think a lot of the reason why I wasn't holding that initial move for back into 182 even, and I was covering multiple times at 182.5, was because I anchored to an entry that was just above 182.5. So it popped in the money, and I took a third out. When really the short should have been off 183, where if I'm shorting it off 183 with a tighter stop, when I'm seeing some strength in the tape, I'm going to know that, hey, no, you're holding this more for the 82 move and not worrying about that $0.50. But anchored to an early entry causes you to get away from the plan a little bit sometimes. It's just human nature. For me, it happens. Always want to make sure you trade off of the better price areas and wait for them to get there if it's bullish. Because Apple's been bearish, you don't want to miss the short the pop. I did miss it. It broke by about 9 cents. My stop was at 11, at 183.11. I think it got to 9.5. So I've just missed making top wick like I did in SoFi yesterday on that short. But it worked out, got the bottom off the 182. We didn't quite... I was sort of chatting with Randy and going over some system things on P Pro 8. So I missed a chance at this reload because I was a bit busy doing a couple of other things at this 183 when it came back in. But clearly, you've got a new price level on Apple, the 183. I don't think I'm a buyer of this or looking for long until either breaks out a big resistance level and shows strength above, or we see that 180 mark on Apple.
All right, we're just going back and forth here with another big tech name. That's going to be Tesla. We're back and forth. It's just messing around right now. I'm not in love with this. Let's see what happens with Tesla. We had the long. We got stopped at once. It went all the way up. We made like $1.50 there, and then right now we just dancing with it around this 240 area. So we've got shares. We're long at 239.71. I like it, but let's just see where we go on this name from here. That of course is going to be Tesla. That we watch out for this right now, and just see where we go. So that's going to be Tesla. Apple, I had it early, and we were short, and then we let it go at the top. It's going to be my worst stock today. And then we went long and lost. So we made a little bit of money back, thank God. And we'll talk about Micron when we get there as well on that trade. But yeah, for me today, Apple should probably just be a short again here at 183, man. We didn't have it on our sticky note. That's a mistake. We should have stuck with what we know, and that was Apple, and we should have stuck with the short. So, all right, it looks like we had a little bit of a move back up there, 20 cents in the money for Tesla. Let's take a piece out at 90 there, and then we'll wait another piece if we can at around 98. And we don't have too many orders because we want to make sure that we have something if and when it goes back up. So here we go. We just talked about Tesla going long. We're long now at 71. It's back 30 cents in the money. Let's see if it will continue to work to the long side. That is Tesla. We also have a big SoFi position, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Micron up next.
Yeah, interesting. There was a downtick there on QuantumScape as well, almost at the same time as Tesla. Yeah, let's talk about some of these chips. Micron with the note this morning from Piper Sandler as well. So they didn't like Apple, but they did like Micron, going to overweight with MU with a $95 price target. Got to go up about $10-12 for that.
And it was the same analyst too, Brendo. Yeah. Harsh Kumar, that downgraded Apple. Yeah, he's being a harsh dude. No, in all seriousness, upgrading it from neutral to overweight with a price target of 95 from 70. There's a lot of good tailwinds for the random access memory maker because there's going to be a lot of need for this in the AI infrastructure that's currently being built out. So a lot of analysts positive on this one, Brendo.
A few people mentioning this GCT as well. I haven't seen anything on this today. There's about a 15 million float on that, but GigaCloud as well going, guys.
GigaCloud, okay. We had, yeah, it sounds very legit. All right, so we're lucky enough to make back some money here on Micron. We did the same thing. It's the same thing as Apple. We punched that long through 84. I really liked the 84. I thought there could have been something there. We obviously had some good news today with Piper Sandler with the upgrade, so that was really nice for Micron, and it's really just been doing nothing, man. We had some big moves early, and since then, nothing. We're still in a very, very small piece. It's like I'm in under 5% of the trade still on Micron. And I was debating getting longer right now. I mean, this is one of the trades I was just sort of waiting for. We're at a decent level right now. The problem is I'm already long Tesla, I'm long SoFi, I'm long everything. So I don't know if that's going to be the right thing to do here with Micron. But I like the stock. It's bouncing off this $80 level plus some upgrades. So I think if you're in this in your long-term account or even a swing trade, I think you could be in it until it breaks 80. And if the market does turn itself around, I mean, you're going to have a decent 2-to-1 winner or something on a swing trade if you take this from here. So, yeah. Micron, good on ya. I definitely like that trade. Let's go a little bit here on Tesla. Again, we do have a little bit of an upsized position. So, if we're able to scalp some of this out, especially with the long here in Tesla, we're going to do exactly that. Let me take another piece right here at 05. Maybe it can go up to the upside. Sure, 03. So we'll take that piece out and then wait for something a little higher. But yeah, Micron, good name. And unfortunately, the only chip name that I traded today.
Yeah, me too.
Like we're normally on more.
You know what? I said this in the morning. We were sort of talking about Intel and the relationship with Mobileye, so I wanted to sit that one out at the open because I didn't remember, as I don't think I had ever traded Intel when Mobileye had a move like this, and knowing that they owned a stake, wasn't sure what the price actually would be, so just stayed away from it. I traded Micron as well, but it was off the 83 level, so the actual trade, okay, that's interesting. What is this chart? There we go. The 3-minute is also missing a bit of data. Anyways, long off of 83, scalped some out. This was around where VWAP was in the morning, and then got some out in front of 84. So scalp to VWAP, hold to the high at 84. But the more important thing, which I wanted to get at, just to add, on the daily chart, I've got this marked off on Micron, the channel that it was in for 2022. So I simply look to the point where, like this move here, like, okay, you made a double bottom. Okay, let's trace back to that support level at 48. And then where's that top? So once it shows me that double bottom, there is your top of the channel. We get another low that holds, you can clearly hold the bottom of the channel, which then ends up corresponding with the 200 period moving average on the daily. So that's all great. And then this top has been respected. So Micron, it's a great looking trend. And we saw what happened with Intel when it had a similar trend breakout. Like Intel was in a very similar trend. It broke that bad boy out, retested the top, and then shot within a few weeks. It was a 20% move, which is pretty good for Intel when it spent like a year going in a 20% up and down channel. It then broke it out in a matter of days. So Micron, it's set up the same way on the charts. I think it's worth looking at on the higher time frame and just, I'm not going long Micron every single day, but I'm looking for longs based on that trend that's set up, especially when it makes that breakout through the top end of the channel. So I like trend lines. I've used them for a long time, although when I started out trading, I had way too many of them. I try to just keep it at like one channel or like one support level, one resistance level, and leave it on there while it's relevant.
A ton of volume behind Walgreens today, trying to get back to the upside a little bit. 24, a bit of a level right now, but relative volume just off the chart right now. You can see at the bottom there. On WBA, they reported pre-market this morning. Initial move was faded. The call was 8:30. If you missed it, there were some not so positive things said on said call, pointing towards they're expecting, anyways, more consumer weakness going into the new year.
Look, Breno, they beat on the top line and the bottom line. The top line was actually an increase of 10% year over year on revenue. With respect to profits, they turned about a $67 million loss, but compare that to last year on the quarter when they paid $3.7 billion out to settle a multi-billion dollar opioid lawsuit there. The issue here is the dividend cut. They've cut the dividend from 48 pennies to 25 pennies. That's a reduction of 7% dividend to 3.9% dividend. A lot of people are in this for the coupon, and so if they're not going to pay it, they're out.
Yeah, most of this move coming in the pre-market. Once the market did get open, it was kind of a bounce play, essentially. There was a little bit more of a sell-off, but it's been upside ever since.
It was a good morning with the exception of Amazon for me, with the irony, of course, that Amazon ended up being good. I guess we'll get to we don't really have big cap tech. Well, we'll probably get to that at some point, talking some of the big cap tech names in Amazon, and it wasn't the best. But when you pick one stock over the other, or you prioritize your list of names in whatever order you might do so, what'll end up happening is you can miss out on a good trade. And in Walgreens, that was simply the case today. So while if you were watching the morning show, you would have heard me say, hey, it's down over 10%, just from an SSR bounce standpoint. The 50 period sits at 22.5, and you've got a support level. I can zoom in better than that. And you've got a support level down here at $22.5. Look for like a relief rally because it's short sell restricted off of that price. There's it bouncing and consolidating off 22.5. It eventually breaks, gets to VWAP. That's where I'd be out on a VWAP retracement on an SSR name. And it actually continues to 24. So that's the idea. Like if you're catching a falling knife, at least have a plan. Like that gave you a key level on Walgreens. It gave you the fact it was 10% down. They may have cut the dividend, but there's still at least some people that probably look for it as a value. So there's reasons why it gets a bit of a bounce there, but a bit of a missed opportunity. You can't catch them all, but you can have a plan of what it is you're looking for and why, which at least that was there for Walgreens. SoFi's not on there, but SoFi just pulled back to.
Yeah, it's trying to break. We're trying to get out of that right now.
Yeah, SoFi. I actually have my stop. Oh my goodness, just under the 46 level. This chart's a little bit better. Yeah, just under this level right here. It's here. It's 45. So my stop is at 45, and this was kind of cruising to the highs, and it just pulled right back in. So I'm out underneath the 45 level. 15-minute chart usually serves me better in the afternoon.
Yeah, we kind of sensed that there was going to be a problem there with SoFi because it just the market was kind of going there right here, and it didn't. It just kept on going down. So I actually had offers like up at 52 and 53. It kept on going. It ran right into some size at 50 and took it out. So we'll wait. I mean, obviously we all have the same out. So we can wait on SoFi, and then we'll slap a fail right now on Tesla because it just broke down through 50. But now I'm going to go short. I mean, I just witnessed basically a bunch of trouble up here. It had a big time problem. Bless you. I had a big time problem getting through 240.20 here. And I don't know, man, we're underneath. Maybe this market does want to collapse into the end of the day like we've been doing the last couple of days. So we'll sit here and see if that wants to happen or not. But right now we are going to, try to anyways, sort of caress this Tesla short and see if we can't get a little bit more up near 240. But for now, we'll hold the short. We're short at 44. It's flat. Let's see where it goes from here. And then just on Walgreens Boots Alliance, you guys know that I passed on this earlier today, and now you're going to know why, because we came in today and it was up. The watch list is great for it, and there's good notes about it, and it's fine. Obviously, we talked about the dividend problem, but nice move to the downside there. Very, very hard. I'm still going to, keep in the pocket here and in mind that potentially breaking pre-market and yesterday's closing levels. Once the market breaks down the way it does, watch out for pre-market bottoms and or tops breaking on earning plays. So that's something there for Walgreens Boots Alliance.
It's all good.
It's Randy.
I just noticed that it's Randy there. We're not going to say. Look, Randy obviously doing a great job filling in for Fabian. Before we.
Hi. It's Randy. It's fine.
It's Randy. Yeah.
Let's go on to Peloton. What a day it's been. A bit of a downtick right now, but back above 620. We're right back to the top end of the range here. For Peloton coming off this agreement this morning. CNBC, the first to report Peloton teaming up with TikTok. I mean, there's not a lot of detail in this as far as what this is going to include, but fitness videos, live classes, Peloton instructor content, and quote unquote collaborations with TikTok creators. So, I mean, clearly they like it.
Yeah, well, we were speculating on the midday show how this was going to work, Brendo, whether I was going to be able to use it on the big TV that comes with the Peloton bike, or I'm going to have to use it on my phone, which is where I digest TikTok videos. Like Brendo said, short on details. Let's see how this works. But clearly Peloton thinking outside the box here with a partnership with Lululemon. Now with TikTok, they're really trying to remake themselves, Brendo.
Yeah, and in need of a bump as well. We get right back to the top end of the range here for Peloton today.
This is the one time. Okay, it's not the one time. I can tell you, Peloton was great, and it was great as a long, because I don't think that's been the case for. Let me zoom out here. There you go, because it actually looked pretty bullish when I was zoomed in and only looked at the last couple of days. But it hasn't really been a very good-looking stock. Kudos to it for making this triple bottom that we didn't notice at I didn't notice at 420. $4.20, triple bottom, broke the 50 period. That's actually kind of bullish off this $5 level. So, maybe you should have been paying a little bit more attention to the $5 level, which I think got mentioned it was a couple of years ago. When it was at 10, I remember you saying 5 for, but anyways.
Peloton, yeah, I don't know.
When I was on, and we're actually going to do something a little bit more regularly. If you're watching the midday, Learn to Trade with Sharif and Adara, I popped in there just to give my thoughts on what's my preparation, what's my routine. And regardless of what the topic is every single day, I feel like there's something that can get contributed. So until lunch money comes back, I'm just going to pop on at noon or around that time every single day and just give my 2 cents on something. We'll play it by ear as to what it's going to be, but I'll be there every single day. Today, one of the examples I used for how you look for levels was actually Peloton, because it gave a setup. So when you look at the higher time frame, I just showed you the daily. I won't get into that again. You're bullish on it because of the news. That's great. It spikes in the pre-market. This is at 8 o'clock. So unless you're already in the long off the bottom, you're looking for an entry price. And you had this double bottom here at 580. You had pre-market resistance that it fell from the day before. So the first thing you do is I sit down and I know what's in play. I mark off 580. Well, what am I going to do with that at the open when it breaks out early pre-market? At the open, it fails that level. So, okay, well, I'm looking long, not short. So I want it to be above 580 to give me an entry. So there's all this mess in the pre-market and at the open off the level. But what it does do is after breaking the level, turning around at $6, it then makes this higher low at about 575. The second it does that, I'm like, okay, give me buyers above 580, go long. So long 581 scalp trade, long 580. This time it actually tested 75. Should have probably re-entered there a third time, and that should have been a fourth. Scalped it out again, got in a third time, allowed it to get to the high of the day, started breaking out on volume, so no need to have orders. Like the volume just starts to pick up, you're like, let it go. So let it get into 6, take a couple outs, have one at the actual pre-market kind of top there at 605. And then from there, let it trail. But it all started with that 580 level and knowing that's where I wanted to trade around. So when you hear, and when you're looking at the sticky note or the morning note, or you hear us say levels, this is sort of the reason why. It's not that you automatically, your plan is automatically to punch long at that price. It can be. It could also just be, I want to see this happen. I want to see buyers at this price, and then I'm looking for long. If it can't get above this price, I'm not interested in the long. If it can't get above this price, I'm looking short. Like those are the types of things that is when you're making your plan for the day, that's what you'll do. I'm now out of it because I got trailed out, and it still looks pretty strong, up 15%. Like this is a stock that probably has another 30, 40 cents until it gets to resistance at 670, 50 cents actually to 670 on the daily, where from there it could still break out. Good short float, decent catalyst. I don't have one, don't use it, but a lot of people swear by it. So I think this is the kind of partnership that can get some legs for it, especially the timing is pretty good at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, it'll be good. TikTok, whatever, it's just going to benefit Peloton, right? The more people that are on TikTok, some good relationships there. All right, we average into SoFi. We have, we have a decent amount of shares here for, I'm just going to get some more out here on Tesla, by the way. Tesla, we got a 16 fill. I'm just going to put another 16 fill right here as well. See if we can get that. Obviously, they've layered in front of me now, but hopefully it'll fling back in. You see all these 1, 1, 1, 1, 1? Like it's just, these are just program trading, man. Like they're just putting it like basically probably sub 100 lots there and just trying to create something. So we'll see. But Tesla, yeah, the short actually paid. So we finally went short, went long a little bit until it broke. There's a break there down. That's where we got out, and then it just bounced off 239 flat. So we're going to need to do some work there with Tesla, hopefully back in. But the reason why I went to SoFi here is that we talked about that VWAP trade. Now let's go. Like we're long, we averaged in, we're long at 49, so one more penny up and it's all good. Then we'll be back into the flat area for this trade. I don't know. I just want to tell everyone that I did average into it down there, and we've done well on SoFi. Like we're doing well on it. In and in, outs. I can't see that there. Outs up here, 57s, 58s, so on and so forth, was all good until it really wasn't. And then it broke. We talked about some of these markets trying to break back down through VWAP, so no surprise there on SoFi. Thinking that I'm going to get this Tesla fill hopefully at 16, especially if this market comes down. We should be able to get that, so that'll be something else. All right, that's it, man. I don't have anything about TikTok or Peloton, but those levels are pretty key, and I just think that if we're going to trade short float names, we got Mobileye, we've got Affirm, we've got Peloton. You want to keep on looking at names that are in the news for some sort of a reason, right? So there's another one with TikTok. All right, SoFi went up a little bit. I don't want to necessarily get out for flat. We're long at 49, basically flat. I will take something out at 50 because we do have decent size.
It's 50.
There is also, I don't know if that's going to be real or not because we've had some BATS book issues, but there is a nice, shoot. Nope. The market's
real
turning.
To me, but
hold on a second. That would have been 180,000 shares.
Do you see the four?
There's 20,000. Just trying to see if there's enough shares here on the level see. So I don't think that went through because you've had to see 180,000 shares there, and I was just briefly adding it up. No.
You don't see 400?
No, I don't see that.
Yes, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, that guy's not standing there. Yeah, well, Neil's just showing the book there. I don't think it's there. Okay, here we go. Nice, finally. Peloton. Ugh. Too many names, man, my guy. I'm in too many stocks here. Tesla now dropping. That's what I was trying to say. So let's go Tesla and let's go SoFi down to the downside.
We still have 20% off, guys. Go take advantage of it from our friends over at Trade Ideas, bringing you the rundown as per normal. If you haven't taken advantage of it, use that QR code, bottom right corner right now. We'll get you 20% off. Trader TV 20 is the promotional code if you'd like that. Check out their web app version. You do get charting, you get stock news, you get all the details on the financial side that you need to know. You get these cool races that Michael Noss has been on the show many times talking about. So go check out their web app version as well, guys, for Trade Ideas.
Yes, sir. Speaking of trade ideas, let's look at some Alibaba. Baba, as a few people on this show like to call it, that are not me. I'll do my best not to call this Boeing, because that's the mistake that I'll usually make. But this morning, look, Alibaba's down 2%. It's been a rough year for them. Valuation is good, but the Chinese names, and this one in particular, because of competition, you got the spin-offs that haven't really materialized for them. The cloud spin-off, which they kind of shelved, and all the ARM stuff. Again, there's just a lot to get into for them. But this morning, there was a huge liquidity grab. You can see here at the open, it went like $1.50 almost. Immediately recovered, came right back into this opening top, and then failed again. So I'm on the offer. The recovery, by the way, was right in here to 75. So now that it's stair-stepping to the downside and the market's looking like it's going down, I want to try to short this. Matter of fact, wet the beak in the 90s. I want to get a fill. Ideally, I could get something which didn't fill me at 96. So I just took something at 92, and I'll add to it if I can get 95, 96 up here. And I want to give it a few shekels past the 75 level. There's about 25 to 30 cents of range in here if it holds this area, so risking about 10 is reasonable. And if it breaks the low and the market trends down, all the better. It's a Chinese ADR, so the anticipation that it could just be a range trade is fine for me, but I don't want to give it too far past the 75 level here on BABA. So it's a little something that's not necessarily new, although I haven't traded Alibaba in at least, actually that's not true. I think I traded it once this week. So I've traded it once in the new year. Used to be something that we traded a heck of a lot more. But today, downward trend, down 2%, market's heading to the downside. I just want to follow the trend with Alibaba. So that's the only new thing for me. I was going to get to Amazon because sometimes it be like that, Neil. That same setup where I was looking for buyers on Peloton above 580, I was looking for buyers above Amazon at 145. Why? Because Amazon had the 50-period moving average at 145. I'm like, if it can hold that at the open, I want to look for some longs that can go. It did, it's just not when I was in it, and it bounced off of this wick here's 144.5. It came right back above 150, so it made a nice little 50-cent bounce. I got into the long a couple times there. It immediately rejected it. Even if I decided to hold it to the previous low, all it would have done is just go even lower and stop me out worse. So the fact that I stopped it out for about 30 cents there, I mean, even if I hold it, I'm holding it to a level that I'm stopping out somewhere else. It ended up working, so I'm not happy about it. But the key thing is it's back at 145 right now. So it has a chance to close above the 50 period on the daily, which I think is usually pretty bullish if a stock can do that when it's had a downward turn. So I want to give this a chance to bounce off this level. So I'm going to jump into this. As a matter of fact, probably should have been on the bid as we were looking at something else there. It just got down to the teens, I just realized. So Amazon, that 145 is the key for me. And if it happens to go where that dark pool wick is at 150, that'd be just great.
I just want to say shout out to Kian Johnny here. What's up, Kian Johnny? Tesla, huge wick. Yeah, man. And guess what? We were there. There it is. We got that because I saw it happen before. It happened before. So last time it broke, it stopped at 87. So I bid 85, or I think maybe 80. Was it 85? Yeah, the fill was 85. I should have bid 87 actually. But yeah, Kian, so we saw that, we hit it. I'm not bidding it anymore. Let's see if it wants to flush. Let's just hope it does. And it just continues to flush down. I mean, ultimately, guys, I just took some out at 48 on SoFi right now. It's like I am way over long. I'm overexposed to the long here on SoFi. I don't, we saw it get cranked yesterday. Its second worst day ever was yesterday for SoFi, down 13 change, maybe 14 at the end of the day. But still completely clubbed yesterday on a downgrade. I mean, you could see really got going early and then just basically stopped at 830. Was that 830? Yeah, 830 bottom. So it's like we actually took that out today. So wouldn't, I don't know if the long per se is right on this one. I did take another piece out on Palantir. I just sort of, it's the same kind of a trade that we've had all day, you know, swooshing back up. We had a grade out basically at the top there. That was absolutely fantastic. Okay, I thought I got filled on Tesla again. I was like, I don't have a bid until 238. I don't have a bid till 238.20 on Tesla, okay? The other trade that I see some people asking me about is going to be Roblox. And yeah, I don't know. This is that same trade that we had from the morning. It's just, we got some good outs. Like we got 42.75. I was waiting for 43. Do you know where it stopped at? 42.97. So, you know, lesson learned. I was waiting for it to break. It's not like I was going to put a piece there at 43. I wasn't. That's why I'm saying lesson learned. Should have sat there with an order, because if I'm thinking 43, I'm getting out like at 42.90 or 42.95 or something. You know, you don't really sit at even levels for that, because this is what could happen. So it came back in. We hit the 50-period moving average, and we got a piece out of that one. Come on, SoFi. Like, maybe I just have to go to 49 now.
I'm still seeing these bits.
Yeah, I turned off Bat's book. So I think it's the BAT.
It is. It's.
So I see it now. I think it's the BTZ book or something like that, isn't it? But anyways, yeah, this is not real. So, you know, we have a reporting structure here, and you know, if you have any issues with quotes,
which is fantastic.
The only problem is I think they'd have to turn off that book and then turn it back on. So this is the only stock that's, you know, kind of sketchy for that. You know, it's not worth it, because they'll screw up everybody else's company wide. It's
Day Trade the World. P Pro is built for traders, and it's not necessarily buy traders, but it is kind of buy traders. It's like the reporting system is traders that are sitting here looking at the markets every single day, put feedback into this is what we want to have. This is the tool that we want to see in there. This is visually what we want it to be able to do, and that's where it's built. And there's, I don't know the exact number, but I'd say a couple of hundred offices worldwide where you have traders on prop floors that are contributing to the platform every single day. That's why, you know, like I'll see something like that. I'm like, hey, if I think it's a problem, I'm going to put a ticket in for it. And if it's an issue, it's an issue. If it isn't, who cares? And if when we wanted bracket orders, we asked for bracket orders on the platform, and we got them. I don't know, I forget exactly when, but that's the first thing that came to mind. I have no idea why bracket orders.
And now you use them so much.
Well, I'm not even somebody that
I don't even use them either.
I'm not somebody that uses bracket orders, but I know a lot of people do use bracket orders.
Yeah, the point is it's customizable, and you know, it's
right. Like, it wasn't there when we started trading.
Pulling up my socks.
It's there now because a bunch of people had. I actually just noticed that you had a haircut, and now the conversation between you and Randy makes way more sense when he came by.
What did he say?
No, because you were talking about like a lineup or something.
Yes.
And he was like, oh, he's just popular. You were saying how long you were waiting. I'm like, what are you? I just figured you were like shopping or something.
There's this one barber so most barbers, of course, if they're a real barber, they're not going to take, like, there's no reservations or like anything like that. You'll walk in. If you can see the guy, you see the guy. We all have barbers that we like. But there's this one by my house that actually has an app, and it's not that bad. It shows you how many are in line. Okay, so it's not...
That's great.
Right, so it's not like a reservation system. You can put yourself in line.
Yeah.
Right, so it's like, and that's what I was thinking. I was trying to tell him that because I kind of got there, and he's gonna take me. But anyways, the idea is that somebody else walked in, and he's like, hey man, I like text you at 12:40, but the guy walked in at 1:10. Meanwhile, I was waiting for somebody else to go, and then I was next.
Yeah, I mean.
But the guy was like, yeah, like I messaged you, and then, you know, the barber's like, but it's 1:10 now, like, you know, everything gets all screwed up. And then I was thinking to myself, like, that's the problem with not taking. It's not reservation. What's the word I'm looking for?
Well, it is a reservation.
Okay.
My barber has the reservations. I mean, it's...
Yeah, because then...
if you know West Indian business, then you'll understand the point. Like there is a reservation, but like I'm going literally tonight, and my reservation's at 5:30.
Like, my barber shouldn't charge me anything. Like, it takes him like 10 seconds to do it. The whole idea is get some of those whites out, you know, and then just give the fade and all that kind of stuff. Got the podcast tomorrow. I'm trying to look handsome. How the hell do I compete?
It's not easy to do. Come on, man.
Oh, no. I'm just saying that's all he's doing. And then I got to compete besides Brendan and you. So, you know, that's... Sharif, I have no problem competing with. It's the two of you guys that's the problem. So.
I'm going to try to shave it down.
Few time.
I'd have to go bald to get rid of my gray, which I think is fine.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go bald at one point. You were during COVID a couple times, weren't you?
Oh, I shaved my head during COVID because I couldn't go to my barber. I also know.
Oh, that's why.
I've been slowly preparing my wife for the fact that I will eventually be shaving my head bald. I told her, like, I've always had that plan. She prefers it a little bit with hair. My daughter loves it when it's a cue ball look. So I have her on my side, which is pretty much all I think I need at this point.
Appointment.
But I like it. Oh, your appointment. Well,
that's the right word.
You can say reservation. What's wrong?
No, but you don't say reservation is not the right terminology. You don't make a reservation with your barber. You make a reservation with the restaurant.
So you know what's jokes? The service or website that the barber uses is called Reserva. So that's probably,
right. It's fine, but
that's the name of the site that he uses.
Appointment, I think,
to make the appointments. It actually says appointment when you go to the site, but because the site's called Reserva, and I don't know why I'm giving an ad for Reserva right now, but apparently
I don't think anybody really.
I know outside of the context of him using it, I have no idea what they were. But that's why I call it a reservation. Let's get back to the markets for a split second. And no, Mr. Allen, I will not be doing dreads. The amount of time it would take me to grow hair long enough, my brother could do it. Now, he's got very healthy, like he grows a beard and everything. Like me, I just can't. It's not happening. So it would take me so long to even grow that much. When I was younger, I could have done it because I was at the fro and everything was cool.
Your brother still has a fro, no? Or something similar?
Yeah. I mean, he's not.
He had that flat top.
He's not graying, really. He, like, his hair is all full and whatnot. And that said, we can look at our family and, you know, the good times aren't lasting forever, bro. You're going to be like me soon. Not to be mean about it. But Alibaba got in here. I did say I wanted to add to it at 96, so I added to it at 96. It just popped down into the 80s, got some 85s. I'll bid 75s and 70s. 2 set downside. You're not really flying around in this market, so you're just looking for some trades off of some key levels that you can work with. I'm still in that SoFi from earlier, and I did grab Amazon on a little bit of a dip here. Hard to see. The bottom is 145.12 here, and then the top of the range since we came back on air is 145.50, and VWAP sits underneath 146. So you're talking about less than $1 to VWAP and 30 cents to the resistance zone for the last hour. So if I'm risking to the even, then I'm going to be covering something in front of the 50 level for sure, and then VWAP as well. These dark pools are kind of skewing the chart up just a little bit, and you're absolutely right about. So this is a good one. John DiPietro, Kid and Play hair.
Right. Yeah.
When I talk about the cameo, people always tell me, "Oh, did you have something like Will Smith from Fresh Prince?" And I'm like, "No, it's from Kid and Play," and 100%. If I could dig, there's like one really good picture I'd have to find. My dad has. I had the best. Like I had a high cameo in junior high. It was great. Except I can't find that one picture. And then I was reasonable most times, but there was like one summer or 1 month I just let that sucker grow, and I did have like a 2 or 3 inch. Like you guys can picture what a cameo looks like. I just can't do that anymore. It would be nice to, but you get older.
Yeah. Just real quick, we are going to be getting ready to go with Frank in a minute. I just so we got out of Roblox. We have 10% left. It's like the typical move that I do. It looks like must be 9 outs here. It's falling down. So I just, London Bridge is falling down. The market's coming in a little bit here. Just looking at a longer time frame. I'm trying to play off this 50-period moving average right here, right? We broke it, went up, was bouncing off of it and down until we finally broke. So this is 42.20. So I still like the long. I'm going to take it against 42. So if by chance this continues its move this way, and Frank comes through, you won't see our positions, and you'll be knowing that I'm getting longer at 42.20. I just think this market could be going south side a little bit more here. And then unfortunately, we talked about SoFi and not getting good feels, so we did get some out there a little bit. It's not great. I mean, it's not bad. Our average price is 49. But, I'm playing with other people's money. So, I'm putting in some decent amount of shares, and it looks like we will be falling through 45. And then when we do that, last time we kind of bounced off 44, but if it breaks that, then, here it goes. Then SoFi is probably going to be coming out of this account very, very soon. So watch out for SoFi, a couple more pennies lower. Tesla's still 70 cents in the money and going lower. Mobileye, we have our targets, and we just talked about Roblox. So, okay, as this market goes down, maybe, there's that rumor that Frank pumps the market. He might be in for it today because this market's going downside.
Oh, I just got stopped out of SoFi.
Yeah, stopped out SoFi. Back over to Brendo.
Probably a good thing.
We'll see how this goes. But anyway, let's talk about a big number coming up tomorrow. We've already had two employment-related data points to kind of digest this week, contradicting each other really after the ADP number this morning and the JOLTS number going back to yesterday. The big one coming up tomorrow morning, as we've been saying all day long, non-farm payrolls for December, closely watched by the Fed, could be important, could be, who knows, bit of a nothing, because it seems like there's a little bit more uneasiness coming back into this inflation talk and the way the market is at least looking at this going into not only the end of the month where we'll hear from the Fed, but March as well. These percentages are shifting around. We'll get to that in a minute, but yields continuing to bounce here as well to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think tomorrow will be a big price action event, Brendan, even if it's not necessarily a big news event. And we'll get to the number in a second. And the reason I think that is because to kick off the year here, either the institutional volume or the retail volume or both has been pushing around markets just organically with little to no economic data releases or news. I think the biggest news item I've seen this whole week is the downgrade on Apple, and that's been pushing the stock market lower. But something that I jumped on to talk about with you earlier in the week, and I'll admit I was completely wrong on, was this burgeoning story around yields bouncing back. And I kind of threw it away as, it's the first trading day of the year. And, we're coming off of this move in the 10-year from 5% all the way down to below 4%. And so what's a, 5-10 basis point rally that we got on Tuesday, that has quickly become more like a 20 basis point rally. And as we speak, 10 years are pushing 4% again for the first time since that December FOMC meeting where they didn't do anything but started to talk about rate cuts for the first time. And like I say, this is something that absolutely is not at this moment a throwaway story like I thought on Tuesday. And to get further knowledge on that, my reasoning behind it is the rate cuts are starting to come out, my friend. We'll see how much of it comes out. And of course, we'll see what happens at the January meeting and at the March meeting, which has been the one that the market has thought will get the first rate cut. And these odds have gone from 85% when we jumped on to talk the last time before the end of 2023. Earlier this week, we talked and it was 81%. Now down to 65% chance of a rate cut in the March meeting. Now, does this mean that the market is completely reversing course and now they're going to go back into a rate hiking environment? No, but you and I talked about this after that December FOMC. The Fed comes out, says that they're getting ready to normalize rates lower, i.e. cut interest rates. And they come out with a dot plot that is relatively conservative, especially compared to what the market was thinking at that time and thought between then, mid-December, and the end of the year. And now the market is actually starting to align more with that dot plot. At one point, the Fed dot plot was showing 2 to 3 cuts in 2024, and the market was showing more like 4 to 6 cuts. And now those chances are definitely coming in of more rate cuts and starting to align more with that dot plot. And I think you are starting to see that in the stock market. Whereas Tuesday, I was like, this is one day. It's been a pretty direct continuation of those moves that we saw to start the year.
It's we've talked about it many times in the sense that this is a moving goalpost and always is on a daily basis. This is fluctuating around. How much weight do you put on what we heard yesterday from those Fed meeting minutes that came out in the afternoon? I mean, it was a little more hawkish, I think, than some were expecting, given that, as you said, that was the meeting that Fed Chair Powell came out and actually made the turn and said, yes, we're going to have to make some adjustments to the downside going into 2024. But yesterday we saw there was, some indications that depending on how things go, hikes not even off the table.
Yeah, I think that the market took that as it was actually interesting right off of the event. The market translated it a little bit dovish. And then I think to your point, as it continued to digest yesterday afternoon and then into this morning as well, you see obviously the huge move in bonds to the downside and rates again to the upside, starting to be translated as hawkish. But also, to be completely frank with you, Brendan, the minutes to me doesn't mean nearly as much as a non-farm payrolls or a substantial number like we're going to get tomorrow morning. So it's really hard to tell. Yeah, if you looked at the 5-minute chart of US dollar and rates right around that announcement, that's when the market actually started to turn back a little bit and reverse some of that move. But yeah, in the 24 hours since those minutes came out, it's been almost another full point lower in 10-year note futures and another 10 basis points higher in those 10-year rates. So we'll see what the rhetoric ends up being. Obviously, we won't get the Fed again until the end of January, but the data point tomorrow will be very, very interesting to see where the trend continues. And here I wanted to highlight a little bit of, we look at the Fed Watch tool so much, Brendan. The Fed Watch tool, keep in mind, takes in the Fed funds futures prices that, of course, are fluctuating every day that futures markets are open on interest rates. And that's what's pushing around the odds. And as you can see here, this chart is showing you the rally in Fed funds futures from November to the end of the year, coinciding with a drop off in the projection for the Fed funds rate. Remember that the Treasury prices and bond prices move inversely with yields. Same relationship here, and you can see that rally there from $95 to $96 in the futures. That coincides with a 100 basis point cut. This product is priced 100 minus the price is the rate, so 100 minus 95 was a 5% projection for 2024. And when the futures rallied to 96, 100 minus 96, that's a 4% projection now for the end of 2024, these futures being the DEES 24 futures. And then the last week of price action being that reversal, pricing out a 25 basis point cut. And I wanted to line this up with the exact same timing of the NASDAQ in our next slide here, because you can see that 1% of rate cuts being priced in coincided with a 16.5% rally in the NASDAQ. And now the last handful of days, you saw 25 basis points of give back, one rate cut coinciding with about 3.5% in the market. Now, this math is never as clean or direct as you think it's going to be, but that does give you a little back of the envelope math for, okay, well, if they price back in that rate cut and nothing else happens, then maybe that's worth 3 to 4% in the NASDAQ. If they start to price out another rate cut, another 25 basis points, or 2 or 3, they get back down to thinking that there's going to be no rate cuts here in 2024, that could be substantial for the NASDAQ to the tune of, that 10 to 15% rally at the end of the year. Again, all of that being said, there's of course stock specific news that's going on all the time. The market environment is changing all the time. So it's never so direct, but I thought an interesting bit of math, pricing in 100 basis points of cuts at the end of last year, coinciding with about 16% in the NASDAQ. The last couple of days pricing out 25 basis points, coinciding with about 3 to 4%. The math is kind of checking out, and we would expect that tomorrow's non-farm will probably shift around these odds and these prices again.
Yeah, it's a great point, and also kind of corresponds with the fact that they're not just pushing it down the road, to later in the year. It's, as you said, coming out of the market entirely at this point. So let's get to what's coming up tomorrow, because as we said, it's going to be an important number, not only for the market, but the economy, obviously. We are expecting another uptick as far as the print is concerned for the December number, but give us two sides of the scenario here. On a what if, it's a big miss, what if it's a big beat?
Yeah, I think that this number could be really interesting. I think it has the opportunity to be a big miss or a big beat. Now, the projection is right there in the middle of what the market has been projecting the last several non-farm payrolls, which is right between 150 and 200,000. And if we get a number that is smack dab in the middle there, 150, I think would be translated as, given historical correlations, would be translated as a good number for stocks, bad for rates. Something in the 170 to 180 realm might be some fluttering of prices around the number, but essentially unchanged. If you get up to a 190 or 200,000 print, especially with the way the market has gone the first couple of days of the year here, that might be a bad number for stocks and a hawkish number for rates. And you might see another chunk of rate cut get priced out and some downside in especially that NASDAQ that's been weaker to kick off this year. But yeah, I mean, I look at this chart of non-farms, especially over the course of the last couple of months here, Brendan, and it's been actually pretty choppy, especially going back to prior to October there, in the August, September into October range. There were some under expectation and then a big over expectation and then back under again. And right now we're set up for, I think, again, an opportunity for either a big beat or a big miss. Now, at the end of the day, what will it actually mean for rates in 2024? Relatively little, but I think all of these markets, bonds and stocks, and then of course Forex and commodities on down the road, are in a really vulnerable point right now that could be really sensitive to, like I say, a big beat or a big miss. But yeah, we're in that rare circumstance that might sound crazy to viewers, that actually a miss on employment here and under on that 170 number would be translated potentially as good for stocks, and a big beat would potentially lead to higher inflation and reason to not be cutting rates sooner rather than later out of the Fed.
Yeah, I saw a few people mentioning the fact that, and we talk about this every time, I think there's a non-farm number, but the two numbers prior to it going into the non-farm payroll once again this week have been contradicting each other. So there's really no indication as far as, or even correspondence at this point, as far as what is to come tomorrow. We've seen it work both ways, where the first two are one direction, then we get a huge print on the non-farm payrolls number the opposite way. So we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But just quickly, just to wrap up, going into CPI and then going into the Fed at the end of the month, I mean, anything else in between there that people should maybe have their eye on as far as indication at this point? Because let's face it, there's going to be a few weeks here, as you said, before we hear from the Fed again.
Yeah, I think anything out of the other global central banks will be huge. Now, that's always been huge for primarily Forex business, IG's business, our business. So I'm a little biased that, of course, we're watching all the central banks. But I mean, Brennan, you know, there in Canada and watching all of these Forex markets and watching the central banks from the Euro area and from the UK and Australia, everybody, for the most part, hiked with each other. And then everybody over the course of the last couple of months has more or less alluded to the end of hikes either being there or coming soon. And so I'm going to also be watching, especially for the stock side of things, these global central banks to see if they get more heavily into this rate cutting rhetoric, or if they stand pat on they might hike. I mean, you remember the Bank of England and the European Central Bank in their last meetings of 2023 were actually a little bit more hawkish than the Fed. And so if they hold out more hawkish, then that might be a reason for the Fed on that global level to not necessarily be the first one to cut. Whereas, I mean, you're talking about the first couple of days off of that December FOMC, and everybody priced into the dollar and U.S. rates and U.S. stocks with that rally, the fact that the U.S. might be the first to cut. And if those global central banks do remain in that hawkish stance, then the Fed might follow suit and might push off those cuts to later in the year. And to your point earlier in our segment here, might start to price out the chance at 3 or 4 or 5 rate cuts, which is where we currently are relative to their dot plot, which is still 2 to 3 rate cuts. So I'll be watching that as well as the domestic inflation and central bank meeting later in the month here.
Yeah, how times change very quickly. I mean, going into the end of the year, things so positive in the favor of the stock market and in the favor of inflation going down, rates potentially coming down, and now a week later here we are. So yeah, we'll pay attention tomorrow morning. We'll touch base again with Frank Caberna, the director of strategy over at IG.com on Tuesday. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Brennan.
Thank you. As always, a big shout out and a thank you to Frank for,
It was really being Frank there. That's
exactly, and that's what you come for. You come for the real goods, which is exactly what Frank is able to give us.
Thank you, Fabian.
Twice a week. Although, hey, easy on the talk of rate hikes. Come on now. I don't want no rate
Take it
hike.
easy.
Take it easy. The market made a little bit of a bounce. It's not like we're not running up 1,000,000 points, but Frank did bounce us. And if you're watching for the first time, it's just sort of like an inside thing.
Damn you, Frank.
Mostly it's power hour. Maybe that's a time where you get some moves in the market, but we've generally seen a bit of an uptick when Frank is on. Thankfully, we're about 15 points off of when he came up here, but not a gigantic move in the futures if you want to quickly just see. Like we were trending to the downside. This is a 15-minute chart of the NASDAQ. Nice little bounce off the lows. I did get a couple of things happening. One was Amazon essentially inside of this range. I know it's sometimes tough to see. Long here in 17s. This local high is at 50. So I got some out in front of that. If it gets to VWAP, great. That's going to be well under the 146 level. Like VWAP is sitting here at 145.78. So if it goes another 25, 30 cents, you got to be happy with that based on this move, at least in the tight consolidation that it has. Oh, something else just came in, and I'm going to get to Peloton next. I was going to talk about Alibaba, but Peloton just went for a little bit of a scalp trade. I saw, he's not even, that's right. That was probably on bats. Okay, so anyway, I'll explain what just happened. Like when I got trailed out of Peloton, it then turned around at 6.7. Like the second I got trailed out of Peloton, it turned at 6.17. It then bounced off 6.17 like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it was an 8th time it was about to bounce off the same level. I saw some size on the bid too. So I went long, and I got long and it just kind of instantly broke, but then I remembered there's a decent chance that probably wasn't shares at that level. So anyways, that's the reason I got in and out for a 1 cent stop on Peloton at that level. Probably a good level to have traded off of. When you notice something like this, generally speaking, as a day trader, when you're looking to scalp this, you want to start going long off that right away, so that if it breaks on you, you've at least made money like 4 or 5 times off the level. Like that's the general idea. I just saw it late with that size, or that may or may not have been there and just got in and out. It'll cost a penny, but sometimes you're trading that on a $6 stock. Alibaba, I didn't get a reload. We got the 75 fill, so we shorted into the 75, 75, 90, 74, 96 was the best fill, as mentioned. I got a bid here at 76, so risking a few pennies up there to be able to get this range. I didn't get reloaded as it missed me by 1 cent here, but I am looking for a reload on Alibaba on the way back up. So I was able to get half of it out. I'll maybe make a reload a bit here on Baba. Amazon, we've already gone over. There was something else I wanted to get to. Oh, QuantumScape. Look, obviously QuantumScape, you're watching the midday show. Sharif was long QuantumScape. I'm going to go out on a limb and say nothing was moving the way QuantumScape was moving during the middle of the day. It has seemingly run out of gas at exactly $10. So it got to 10.03 and it's starting to pull back. I suppose that's a logical level, but it's starting to catch a bit of a bid here. I would have thought maybe you get to like 9 on a pullback because the stock is up like $3.50. Why wouldn't it pull back at least a buck? But that's finding a bit of a bid here. I'd say at a random price at 9.37. So I was kind of thinking there'd be a dip buy opportunity if it really flushed, like a hammer down and rubber band. But all it's done is slowly slide down, and I don't really see an obvious area to buy. Maybe the quarters or maybe the 9 even. But it's running out of steam. The volume's tapering down. Got an hour left, so it can always pick back up there. But I think the reload on Amazon, if I can get it down in the teens, short back into BABA could come into play in a few cents here. And those are two things I'm looking at. I still have Peloton on the radar, but that was more of a scalp trade that we got in and out of. If it pops into $6, I'll probably buy the dip at 6 if it gets there.
Yeah, so while you were gone, some stuff happened, but not a whole heck of a lot. I mean, Roblox went up, and then Tesla went up as well. And we're actually, again, this is part of the problem when we go to break. It's not part of the problem. It's great to have Frank on there. It's just like I have so many outs. Like we got a 240 fill. Like we started the trade there. We talked about that. And then that's at 239.50. We weren't able to get really anything out on that. I mean, it did go down in the money about 30 cents or so into the 20s. But then we got a great fill on that wick top right there up to 240, but that's where we are right now. So unfortunately, our best out is 239.44 or so, right in front of this 50 period moving average. So, we wound up okay on Tesla. I mean, look, we'll lose a breakthrough 240, a little bit higher than that, and we're going to be out of this one. But that's why you massage out of your position so that you're not like, getting hit over and over again on the full lot. We still have just under half left. So, we take 34. I mean, the best out we have is 40 cents, and it ultimately, the out will be 40 cents a hit or so, 35 cents or so of a hit. So not great, but I still want to hold it against that. Thing is, the futures, if we're going to talk about trades, I mean, we're still underneath VWAP here, and that to me is what's going to matter. This is the ultimate kill zone for shorts up here, 16,530. So if you take that, then that's going to be a problem, and we'll see what happens from there. So, oh man, SoFi, like this is not going to look good.
Marvel.
Yeah, okay, we'll have to look at all this. Look at SoFi out. I mean, this is like it breaks VWAP. We gave it a couple pennies, and then we got out basically 1 or 2 pennies from that bottom move, and then now it's all the way back up, and we'd be able to make money. Remember, we were long 48 and change, and we were starting to get it out here at like 47 for a hit or whatever, and now it's all the way back up. So we can make a lot more money on Tesla if it actually even goes down, but yeah, that sucks for that one. Mobileye's not really moving around. And then Roblox, yeah, I mean, we said we'd wait for 43. If 43 comes back, great. Otherwise, we'll wait for that little bit of a move to the downside. Yeah, I mean, Micron, we should have. Again, like we talked about doing this, and I didn't do it because I'm just waiting for other things to happen. But Micron right there, again, we bought 83 a bunch of times. Don't know why we didn't do it again, but here it comes right back up to the upside. As someone says right there, what's up to John Reinhardt? You've been here for a long time, so you know how I trade. So good job on that one, John. I should have been in there with you. Here comes Tesla breaking through 240. So we're not too far away from getting, there it is, from getting stopped out right now on Tesla. So we got it at 75% of it up there at 10s. So 10, so it's only actually that's not bad. 25-cent hit. So net, this idea is going to wind up working, but basically a flat trade. So not working after fees and all that kind of stuff. So we tried it on Tesla. Looks like it wants to go back up to the upside as the futures are just kind of dancing around. Let's just be patient here as we enter into power hour. The market's kind of just, I thought we had a chance to get down. That's why I had no problem holding that Tesla trade. But now it looks like we're right back up to VWAP. It's that SoFi that's going to get me the most upset out of everything. But after that, we'll wait for another opportunity, maybe the banks.
I've asked Brennan about, because I haven't found anything on Marvell here, but Marvell, it was doing nothing, and now it's up 4%. Now, I've marked this off, and shout out, a lot of people have been talking about this in the chat, and I just saw at least some chatter about what I'm probably about to say. Like, if it gets to the $60 level, and I don't see anything that's gigantic news that I think can really materially change things, said that right, then this $60 level is going to stand out like a sore thumb. It's at 59 and could be curling, but that's where I'd look for a for sure fade at that price. Maybe it's going to fade here now. Do want to still see if we can keep the ear to the ground. It might have already made, okay, it could be turning here at 59. But we'll keep our ears to the ground to see what's going on here with Marvell. Absolutely flying there. Double checking as always. I mean, I'm not going to, when you see this happen, generally speaking, is anything running in sympathy? Like I looked over, NVIDIA's not really doing a heck of a lot. So it's not as if you're getting some of these other chip names that are flying around. This is definitely something very specific to Marvell, which has likely hit the wire, at least someone's caught wind of. I did get a reload in Alibaba, but with the market starting to pump back up, this could still run into some pressure. It's got room to VWAP. Clearly, I've shorted it in front of 75 even, which has nothing to do with VWAP. A lot of times you look for the VWAP retrace. It's made one good move. The reload doesn't have to work just because it worked the first time. That's how trading is. It's going to adjust the stop there. Oh, already had it in, so we're fine. I'm going to give it a couple pennies above that 75, as we mentioned before, but not too much room. And I'll get out again some at in front of 80 if it does pop down, and then trying to get some in the 70s as well. So like piecing it out as it works to the downside, just anticipating that the range is going to hold on. Amazon is at 60s, and I'm at 70s on Amazon. NASDAQ stock going from NASDAQ to New York. So I'm looking for VWAP retracement here. If the futures are going to sit in this range and Amazon's going to sit in this range, then I'm going to trade the range as long as we can. And because I wanted to wait for an opportunity, and I promised Bears versus Bulls. He was like, "Are you going to talk about this one?" And I actually I always want to have a stock segue because I like talking about the markets. Up 3% today, which we would probably never talk about this stock. I don't think.
Not too much.
Not too often. Crocs is up 3% today. It's at the high of the day into a market that's doing absolutely nothing, which is good because this is a stock that has pulled back. However, one of the reasons why they might be under pressure the last little bit is because you know how durable these things are, right? Like I know I've had the same Crocs forever, but I'm a lucky son of a gun. I got home yesterday and my daughter had done something which I know she was going to do this. My Crocs, which I've had for about 1 million years, I don't even know how old they are. Like they're all torn up, and they actually needed to be replaced.
Yeah, mine are I think 30 years old.
So how old they can be, I think that's how old they are. And so when I got home, she had done this. I had them out to go in the garbage. I just hadn't taken them out because I hadn't gotten around to it. Dad life, sometimes you just forget things. So can I full screen this? Whatever, you guys can get the idea. Hopefully, I just clicked it. There you go, now it full screens. So she put tape on the worst of these, and she's 6, and then she wrote me a note that said, from Aaron to Daddy, you know that your old Crocs were broken, I fixed it for you. And the good thing about this is I only cried once when I saw that note. And then she wanted me to write, I wrote her a note back that's for me and her, because she left a space which says your message, because she loves to.
Yeah, you're right.
She loves to write notes back and forth. So I gave her a nice message. It was incredibly sweet. I have bought new Crocs because I really did need them. And we did fix it.
He's not going to fix it.
And we fixed them with duct tape a little bit better. So, because that was like Scotch tape. She couldn't reach the duct tape. That was the other issue. So it was super sweet. The thing I was the most proud of is when she came home from camp, and I had seen this, and my wife hadn't even gotten home yet, bringing her from camp. She just came in, she's like, "What are we playing today, Daddy?" And I was like, "Aren't you going to say something about it?" She just did it because she cared. Like, she didn't say, "Oh my goodness, Daddy, look what I did for you." It wasn't even about that. When I pointed out to her, she's like, "Yeah, your Crocs, I thought they should be fixed." And I'm like living here, like welling up, like, "Oh my goodness, that's so thoughtful." And to her, it was just another Wednesday.
How it tapped up there,
I thought was incredibly
went
sweet.
down.
And now all of a sudden, I want to own
Now
Croc
I'm
shares,
hoping this sucker will go back up.
That's how I forgot to show this while I was on Twitter. I'll try to find it, but Westermeyer sent us a picture. I'm going to pull it up when I can.
Oh, okay, good. Nice. Thanks, Westermeyer.
Dan was watching the show today. We'll be jealous about this. I'm just talking until I can find it.
All right. So
let me find it.
Yeah, we got a little bit back into Tesla here because, again, we got stopped out, but the market also. I mean, we got stopped out. The trade stopped. It's not really like, oh my God, we need this to work or anything, but we did bounce off of VWAP right there. So that's that, right? So we'll wait to see if we do make another low here. I'm bidding in the 50s. Like, I want to take 50 cents, 40 cents on this one. If it can come back in, that'd be great. I'm still peed off about SoFi. Why is Microsoft tanking? Tanking, Zion?
Could this have something to do with the
actually, it is starting to make the move to the downside right now. What's the market doing? Yeah, the market's going down. I mean, I'm happy as, you know what, with this Tesla short, but yeah, this one is even better. Microsoft, was there news? Did I miss it? I don't know. It's more aggressive than everything else.
That's more aggressive than everything.
What is Apple doing? Yeah, Apple's not doing anything. Amazon is not... Amazon's down 2 and a bit. Look at these stupid wicks on Amazon chart. Wow, okay. I can't really look at that one. All right, so Tesla, I am bidding 53. 53. Money. You know, like you can't do that when we are loaded to the... But, oh well. We will have it now as we got out at 75% and then put them right back on. So again, pretty happy with it, but not overly happy because it's going to the downside, and that's good for me, but we did have bigger position. We had about, not double the shares, less than that, but we had enough to make some money. But anyways, we're still making money here. So 40 cents right there. Let's see what happens with Tesla. It's really SoFi that I've talked about that I'm not overly pleased with because this one ran and, you know.
Was the liquidity...
Yeah, kind of grabbed us there at the end.
What's frustrating about that is, like earlier on when that level isn't as obvious, it's a little easier to have that stop. But then later in the day, when suddenly that level that you like, like everybody likes it, that's when they can really stop. Like somebody can just really run that stop because it's such a good support level. It tested like 5 times.
You just got to...
They're gonna run it there. I just got the fill, so I'm gonna ring it on Baba. I think this is... When you get a Chinese ADR that gives you a level in the afternoon, sometimes it'll just give it to you and then it won't break out because there's lower volume. It's obviously, you know, things slow down for some of the Asian ADRs. But when you get to the second half of the day, that just goes without saying. So sticking to the pocket there, although Amazon is coming back in, I didn't get to fill at VWAP. Alibaba, because I have the short, is starting to work into the downside. So the thing about range trading is oftentimes if you have something that you have a range for the short as a scalp trade and something you have a range like a scalp trade to the long side, you can play both ends of it. If you don't want to do that on the same stock, like I can like the short on this one and the long somewhere else, that way in each move, you can be getting both sides of a move, but not having to stay away, not having to go away from the direction that you want on a particular name. So I like Baba to the short side. When it gets to the bottom, I can cover some, but I can go long something else. And I did find it. Mr. Westermeyer, who came to visit us and took us out to dinner, was watching the show today in what I think is a pretty cool, I mean, if I could watch the show while fishing, that would be pretty cool. So this is him. He's got us on the cell phone there. Doing it the right way, sir, is all I have to say. Looking fantastic. He's got about 1 million rods there. I don't know what kind of boat it is. I'm sure Randy could tell us exactly what that is and how.
Fishing boat.
I know it's a fishing boat, but
yeah,
I
know.
Randy's probably going to be able to. The thing about Randy is the guy's a jack of all trades. Like if he was here, he'd probably say this is this brand, it can do this, it retails for whatever, and you know you can buy it, use it this place. Like he's just kind of that kind of a dude.
Yep.
But yeah, anybody that doesn't like fishing, it's just a good thing to do with the boys, whether you're into fishing or not. It's really more about kicking back and having fun. So I hope you're enjoying yourself. Well, I know you're enjoying yourself if you're doing that. It's not fishing weather here, unless you're into ice fishing, which I damn sure am not. I'm not one of those people.
No.
You don't ice fish.
No, but I would. I mean, for the same reasons why I would do the other fishing.
Okay, well, okay.
Chilling out. Time to chill out. I mean, you kind of said it. So, yeah, that's
true. But I said,
you know, that's I'm down with that.
The Deep River brother-in-law.
Ice fishing is great.
They did invite me once.
Yep.
Before I was like married before I had married Rebecca, we were dating, and so it was like the boyfriends. And whatever, they were going up north. I wasn't that into again, I wasn't like married or anything, so I was like, I really don't want to go ice fishing. Now I'd probably say yes. They don't do it as much since they had kids. But at the time, I was like, ice fishing, it's freezing cold. Hell no. Like that was my initial reaction. So I have nothing against ice fishing. I just don't like the cold.
I mean, it is cold. Okay, so Tesla went $1, but we didn't take it, so that was a little foolish of us. All right, so we did take a little bit out there. We got a good fill. I mean, we got to fill out the 50 period, which is the 50s. You guys all saw us take that fill, and then now, you know, it just hit 239.10. So we'll sit there now and wait to see what we can do with this. We're now at 239.05, so hopefully we can come back in, as that was a nice move. And remember, this is why we've seen this now a couple days in a row, as I've said. It's just like, it's just pushing limits. Like they're just stop seeking, and unfortunately, it's not really something that I'm super thrilled with, to be sitting here trading when we're just going to run stops all the time. So we're going to have to be patient and start to wait. Like wait more than we've been, right? Like I just put a bid down there at 239. I'm not going to jump the gun. I'm going to wait to see if we can get any fills. And that's just what we're going to do. So let's see if it continues to work or not. That is Tesla. Let's see if we bring it back down. I am being a little bit stubborn with Mobileye, but it's not really moving right now. I am expecting a move down. Oh, I'm short. So I put a bid here, 29.20. If we make that move back in, that'd be great. That would be roughly, right now it's $1.12 in the money.
Stubborn. It's not.
This is not doing anything, so we'll hang out with it.
There was a trader that once said to me, this is like years ago.
I have to turn
like
off SoFi.
If you're in a hold mode on a trade, like it's extended, it's worked, you've already scalped out, you've taken your profit, and you're just kind of in the money, and you have a condition to get out.
Yeah.
If it doesn't meet that condition, you can just hold it to the close. Was what this trader said. Well, they probably don't. It was a long, long time ago. It was probably like 15, 20 years ago. But they would just hold. It's like, it doesn't meet the condition. Literally hold it till 4 o'clock.
Well, that's what I'm going to do in case. That's what I think. I think there could be more flush. And it's because the stock was beat up. It had a nice move back in. I mean,
auction, maybe, if there's something.
Crocs is a value play. I have to, I don't know that much about Crocs. What else do you want to do here? Okay, so Roblox, I mean. Money. Good one. Roblox takes my money, and then I go, when I look at the credit card. But 43, I mean, we're getting right back up to that level again. So this is probably going to be an out. And we talked about that. I say probably, but why the hell can't I just put an order out? So let's just do that right now. I'm already there, but okay. We'll put another one and cancel it. So there we go. We'll go at 42.90. That's just kind of where we went to. So we'll see if we can get that filled. That'd be fantastic. I only feel like I'm giving up about 10 cents, and I have to be completely right to get that 10 cents. So let's just wait to see if this has any love in it. Roblox, basically 42.90. We'll get that piece out right there. And we're starting to like try to get out a little bit. A position that I actually bought in December, or maybe it was November, was Oracle, and it was right around this price. I think it was like 104.50, something like that. This one's a little bit of a nervous hands here because, this doesn't look great, but it is at some support down here at $100. So I think, we could find ourselves back into a little bit of Oracle, just storage and networking and all that kind of stuff. I wanted to see because I got a note that it was. But it's not. This must have been a while ago. It's not any moving averages or anything right now, so I don't know. But right now, I guess it was, maybe it was breaking VWAP right there, but a lot of stocks look like this right now. Anyways, I just called it.
Back into VWAP.
Maybe, yeah, probably. I just called it up just to have a look because it popped up there, so it's kind of a nothing burger there.
So one of the cool things, and you'll see us use trade ideas all the time, oddly enough.
Yes, it's 20%.
20% off. Trader TV 20. We all use it. I was actually, someone just said Crocs is a value play. Well, the first thing I did is I went here. What's the PE? I'm like, that's single digits. I went to Finviz. They're actually price to sales 1.4. Good cash flow. It might actually be a value play, but I just looked at it for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So it might be actually correct. But what I was getting at is you can put other indicators you like. Like I have another thing I have up here, which is more like a bunch of scanners. And there is one which I had, but I actually have taken off. I might add it back, which is it's literally pullbacks into VWAP. So you like a stock which is pulling back into VWAP that you might like for a retracement play or to take profit. You just want to know. You can throw that up there on trade ideas. So I think it's valuable. We use it all the time. That could be a reason to get in a trade, get out of trade, or alert to you want to get in if it does something at that level. So not at VWAP, but at 75, not 75 even bottom, but 74.75. So 75 top, 74.75 was the bottom once. The second time it didn't fill 75s. It actually bounced off that level, took some out at 80 because it was buying. Now it's putting in a lower high, which is good. I'm thinking the low of the day here. But the other point I was going to make was I don't think Mobileye necessarily is going to have an imbalance. But on the off chance that on earnings, when it's down about a bajillion percent, that it does, there is that early look that we'll start getting. There's a few names out there. It's not here right now.
No.
But there's a few names which are starting to, I guess, matriculate in. CVS, 1.7 million to buy. These are just some early looks on the potential closing imbalance. If Mobileye were to pop in, or if Amazon were to pop in, or Baba, or any of the stocks that were in like Tesla, you just want to know that, hey, there might be an imbalance in your favor or against you, which is set to come out in about 25 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Mobileye. I just wanted to, there was one other thing here that I wanted to talk about, and where was it? Oh, someone had asked me something on the chat, and then I started looking it up. Oh, it was Chef Joe. Yeah, so again, you know, Sean's tweets. Oh, shoot, I got to update the recap show again. Oh, so much to do. Okay, how about this? You know, Tough Life by this dude. 900 million in annual Apple dividends. 900 million, that's aight, that's aight. So shout out to Berkshire and Warren, man. This guy knows how to do it, that's for damn sure. 900, and he just got paid just recently. I think there must have been another dividend. I think that's why this came up, but there it is right there. Impressive dividends from Apple. You can see per year, 900 per month, 73 million per month. That's all right. Per day, just 2.4 million. These are dividends. It's not like per $100,000 per hour dividends. Look at this guy. Per minute, 1,600. Per second, 1, 2. Hey, that's $30.
No wonder he's.
You know, I mean.
You know you're banking on the dividends when look, man. They're not even allowing you to drip when you run like him. Like
this
that's the
man's
thing. Like,
not
that's
even
how you know you're at a different level.
playing around.
Like me, my Apple that just drips. I'm not taking.
Yeah.
I'm not rolling on one.
Yeah, like I'm about $1 million a year in
Like,
Apple dividends, but I mean,
Just
900 million.
Straight cash. And the craziest thing about it is like he's getting that cash when it's paying 5. Like, think about that for a second. He's getting that cash when it's paying 5 to hold cash. Shout out, bro.
I mean, that's what I was saying about all these names, and that's why like these companies that have a lot of cash on them, we actually you have to analyze them a little bit different because they could be sitting in the money market funds and just cashing out literally every single day when the numbers look like that. So shout out to Berkshire and Warren and everybody that owns Apple and all of that jazz. Okay.
So we're supposed to say cash.
Cash rules everything around him.
Flow.
Yeah, cash flow. Yeah. Oh, Leary. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna. Once the podcast gets going, I'm gonna have him back for the podcast. I think Wonderfy's coming pretty soon. I don't know if he's gonna be here for that or not, but they'll be here too again to talk about Wonderfy and its move from the bottom there. So that's pretty good. All right. Thanks, Fabian, for the work on the recap show and stuff. 240. Yeah. So all right. Let's just talk about Tesla real quick. So. You know, we take 40 cents. I told you we'd have to be really patient with it. Unfortunately, I got a little carried away. We should have had an offer down there near 239 flat. That's for sure, but we don't, so that sucks. So let's, if it gets back down there, fine. I am going to put more shares on. So 240.65 rated in around here. I want to try view up until 241. I want to be wrong. I don't want to just like get out because the market goes for a jog and all that kind of stuff. No, I want to play this properly because I saw what happened on SoFi. Roblox is starting to get to that area, man, and it's like I was at, you know, this is like I'm at 42.88. You know, we just stopped at 87. So like, yeah, man, this needs to go for me pretty soon, hopefully. I hope you took that. Whoever talked to me there, was it Kian or somebody in the chat was like, look at MU start to run again. Well, it did. It went right to view up. It came right back down again. So just be careful, man. I hope you took that profit. I told you I only have a very, very small percentage, and I was actually going to wait. I thought we could wait for a flush. Like I actually wanted to play it somewhere down here, like I'm bidding like 82.80. Like I thought we could get into this area, flush down, and then play this bottom against, you know, maybe 82.50 or something, right? And so, unfortunately, I'm not in this as much as I probably should be. Of course, that is this stock right now, Micron. So we'll continue to watch it. That's about it. I might just get out of Roblox right here, right now, because it's at 84. And if I'm waiting for 88, there ain't too much difference in that. So we'll put an order on that and get out. Roblox, nice trade, but worth getting it here at this level. So let's do that right now, guys. Roblox.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like if you got like longs that are working, the ES just hit the low of the day. Excuse me. The ES just hit the low of the day.
It did?
The Nasdaq's not at the bottom.
No.
It's just the S&P.
Okay.
The S&P that's at that low, but it just hit the low and bounced off of it. So to me, like longs that are still working, shout out to them. I'm saying that as a segue to Disney, which, it actually bounced. Okay, we're doing a few things after. It wasn't lunch money today after sort of going on to Learn to Trade. But that'll be a regular thing. It's not lunch money, that's coming back, but it'll be a regular thing going on Learn to Trade every single day. But 90 on Disney actually came back as I was eating lunch after. And look, you don't always, the reason why this matters, it's not like, okay, like you miss trades all the time, whatever the reason might be. But like Disney at this price, like it's not gonna sit here forever, let's be real. Like this is a 50 and the 200 period moving average on Disney. And it's just hugging this bad boy. And how many times are you going to get bounces off a level like that are tradable as a day trader? Today could be the last day that we get to trade off 90. So it gave it to you twice. You want to have it twice. It's actually not even at 91 yet, but it's still a good level, still a good trade. So Disney is hanging on to that support. I was thinking about whether I wanted to fade it at 91. I mean, it's starting to find some resistance. The market's weak. My gut's telling me don't fight the trend on that. Sort of stick to a name that looks a little bit weaker if you can, like something under VWAP. My first thought was maybe Apple.
Let's get Disney
Apple's only now breaking underneath VWAP. So when I say something underneath VWAP, it's not as if it was underneath VWAP before. I got another wick up here. So that's zooming.
I might short that Disney.
Well, the 81 looks pretty good.
91.
I'm looking at 91. Yeah, 91. I was just looking.
It's at 81 then.
We got a problem.
Yeah, you got a problem.
Apple at VWAP is what I'm looking at here. So VWAP, because it's hard to see, is 82.25. So if the ES bounces, which it's trying to do off the low of the day, I'll look for this to fail in and around VWAP. And if it does, starts to show weakness, I'll short just underneath VWAP with a local out at the high. This time when Amazon pops, I'm going to try to get this one out. The top end here was actually at 63. So if it's going to be a 50-cent move instead of a 70 or 80-cent move, so be it. My plan was to take the range on this, which we did in BABA, what I did not do in Amazon. And again, you can get rid of these wicks, but sometimes it's a bit finicky when I try to, so I'm just going to work with it. I'll let you guys know the prices. It does make like a 50-cent or $1 range look like absolutely nothing because of those, but they're just dark pool orders. So here comes Amazon. I am looking to cover here, as it is looking relatively weak, down 2% for Amazon. Just to go over why this is a good level on Amazon, this stock has already pulled back to the 50-period moving average. Like it's not that big of a move, but it got to the first major moving average that I care about. And the long off 45 was pretty decent. I think a close above here is bullish, but it's still in its downward trajectory for the last week. It hasn't been that much of a pullback. That's the thing about this move, whether it's Apple, whether it's the market, it's not like it's really been doing much of it. It's like 1 or 2 weeks for most of these names that are pulling back. It's a drop in the bucket. That being said, we got to pretty big resistance levels, and reasonable pullbacks can go further. Like the 200 period moving average is exactly where I know for sure, like I just leave bids in the stocks I want to buy at that price. The 50 is a maybe, the 200 is a 100% go zone. Apple, it's 200 I'm buying. Which is that 180 that we keep talking about. So.
Yeah, Apple's getting down there right now. I think Apple can get into the 170s. I mean, I have a lot of Apple, so I'll wait, but I do think it's coming down. And someone did ask that not too long ago. So again, we get out. Look, Roblox is a cash register today. There's no doubt about that. But look what happens, right? Like I got out at 84 when I was waiting for 88, so when it didn't fill last time, and then now it fills. So. All right, nice move there. We did take, I just took another small piece at O's here. So my average price now is 94 on Tesla. So we're out of the money 15 cents. But you guys kind of know the strategy that I'm trying to work with here. Bring it down. So let's just see what happens here with Tesla. I'm trying to work off some of those higher levels. We'll see if it pulls in, right? So that's 63. I put a bid at 60. I'm going to try to be a little bit specific because I would rather get out at 65 and then feel better about the fill than have it come down and then me say the same thing I always say, like, oh, I missed the level like we did right there. So let's get out a little bit in front of where we're talking, and then I think it is this could be pipe dream. I mean, I'm just layering the orders in case it does come down, because before, we had, and then someone said, oh my God, Tesla wicked down, and we actually got it right there. Or right here it was, actually. It was a while ago. It was 230. And then that seems to have been a great fill. And if you're not sitting there catching some fills, especially if you're on a prop floor like we are, that's a problem. So you got to catch the fills when the fills are there. This is what I want to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about dividend stocks. Now I got a little bit of juice behind this. I want to talk about that on the recap show. So we'll look at some dividend stocks and stuff tonight as well, because that big Warren Buffett move there has got me thinking. So we'll wait. But here's who's reporting. I use Market Chameleon. I mean, you'll see it on our watch list tomorrow. We had the Mobileye and Walgreens today, pre-market. One's preliminary, one is real. And then there's not that much else. I sorted by market cap here. So we are getting into earnings season again. Walgreens kicked it off today, so that's great. Conagra tonight, before market open, that was today. There's nothing after market close, unless you are a fan of Kura Sushi. You mentioned having sushi later on.
No, for sure.
So right there,
sushi.
Kura Sushi.
What's the symbol?
KRUS. And it's a 900 or so, 800 and change dollar market cap, millions, of course. And that's it. So it doesn't look like we're going to have too much. And then Friday, forget about it. Ooh, Constellation Brands. Hey, why didn't that show up? That's tomorrow morning. Okay, so that's tomorrow.
There you go.
It's more market before market open, and then we start to kick it off a little bit. Still not that much on Monday. Tuesday we get going. It looks like, with a few more there coming through on Tuesday. So we're getting close. Tilray before market opens there on Tuesday. So get your puff pass ready to go for Tilray on Tuesday. If you have shares, you may want to be super high when you read that earnings report, because
probably going to be better than Mobileye.
You don't want
a dollar says it's better than a dollar says
it doesn't fall 30%. Yeah, I don't think it'll fall.
Every ridiculous bet is, if you ever watch Trading Places, like, it's a ridiculous bet that neither one of us. Why would he ever take that? It's insane.
Well, I mean,
I'd have to give you odds.
I would bet that Mobileye has a better quarter, but I don't think Tilray will drop.
It wasn't 30%. Even earnings for Mobileye. It was actually just a guide. Yeah. They report in 3 weeks. I just don't, 30% is insane. Well, stocks can do it, but that KRUS, I don't know. It's, oddly enough, if it did volume, it would be at an interesting maybe breakout zone, just because it's literally sitting at the 200 period moving average, which I found interesting. Was it Mobileye? We were just talking the other day, it was 2 days ago, and shout out in the chat, someone was asking about, it was CVS and a Golden Cross.
Right.
I was like, the Golden Cross on CVS, it was CVS, right? Let me just make sure, I don't want to get this wrong. Was it CVS? PC load letter. Yeah, it was CVS. So the consolidation on CVS here at about $78, and then it started breaking out. Look at the top. It looks like a great break of a bottom channel right here. But the other thing that happened is the 50 period on the 50 period simple on the daily chart crossed above the 200 period, which is known as a golden cross. It's a bullish setup. So if you bought that on the golden cross, you would have done so right in here at 79. It then breaks out the channel and you're running in the money. Great, look at how good the indicator is. And I said something to the effect of, well, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but plenty of times you'll see that and it's literally the worst time to buy. And sometimes the universe they know what's up. Mobileye just had a golden cross 2 days ago. So that's your golden cross buy signal on Mobileye, which, I mean, at best, you bought the close in there, so you're long instead of at 43, you're long at 42. It doesn't matter. So that's the golden cross. It means absolutely nothing if there's a catalyst. A stock's going to do what it's going to do. However, in the case of CVS here, and this is why I think it's a good trade, the stock was stair-stepping to the upside. It had a consolidation at a key price level. So you have multiple layers of why you would like to trade to the long side, as opposed to, hey, look at that one line crossing the other on Mobileye. Let's just go ahead and buy it. To which I'm hoping no one actually did that. It's not like we were talking about that or anything, but yeah, so anyways, it looks comical now because that is a typically bullish setup when you have that, and it's literally the worst time that you could have possibly bought the stock. Apparently BTC.
There's tons of news about Bitcoin right now. My computer is at 99% here.
So
I think something's going on. It must be TradingView, dude. Like, I haven't had this, my whole computer is basically frozen. So Bitcoin right now is really starting to go, man. It's back up to 44,500 right now. I would love to show it to you. So go over to...
Here it goes. Thankfully, I'm doing okay here. 44.5, there's your break, but it goes right into this resistance level from that big flush that we recently had. 44.8 that we just got up to. Now, the other thing that's happening is you're getting a local breakout of Mara. Okay, I had one trade of Mara. I scalped it from 25.15 to 25.50. I joined it late. But Mara's about to break out toward this 27 level. You got some room to 27. Oh, it's 340 already. So you've got some room on Mara to get to that 27. Yeah. This is going to sustain that next leg up. So there's a little bit of time to maybe look for the stairs to get 30 to 40 cents higher, although it is a little bit later in the day than I was realizing. I just wanted to double check.
We just got a great, yeah, we just got a great fill, man. I have to ring the Reggie.
Which stock? Oh,
Tesla, finally. Oh my God. When I saw Bitcoin running there, I was like, oh my God, don't tell me like something to do with Tesla or something. Like, I don't know. Now it's coming back in a little bit here. So yes, sir. Honestly, guys, that's for me. This is a good trade. So I'm, woo, that was good. All right, we still are bidding. You know what? Do we still want to get out at 239? What time is it? 341. Okay. Let's not get. Let's get greedy, but not that greedy. We'll get out at 239, and then we'll hold again, a small piece, a little bit more than 10%, into this bottom of 238. Rob, have you heard any reports of like Chrome being really buggy after its last update or something? Like,
try close.
He got 100% CPU usage yesterday, and I just got it right now on Chrome. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. So he just, people can't hear what Rob's saying. He's just saying that there's been Chrome. Yeah, maybe we'll have to switch to Bing or something right now because, yeah, I'm not.
You got ChatGPT built into Bing.
Me not happy with that right now. So we'll wait on it. Yeah. Well, actually, I like that.
Well, it is pretty. Hold on a second. I don't want to dox myself.
Copilot was doing something.
In a second.
Copilot is, yeah, I know Chrome is very memory intensive. I got to do something about that almost ASAP. But our computers are pretty good. Maybe we just need more RAM. Like, I don't know.
The S&P 500.
Where's Fabian going? Oh, Rob's over there. Okay, I was like, okay, don't tell me we don't. Shoot, I was going to say something. My son, I think, uses Opera or something. He really likes that.
Well, this is a fail. Thanks a lot, Bing.
That's what I was thinking about.
I was pulling this over, but I didn't want to actually. I'm actually logged into Bing for my personal email account, just so I'm not distracted by it. I didn't minimize it because I don't use Bing. But I just asked this thing if the S&P was going to close green today. The Magic 8 Ball will give you an answer. When we put a poll up, you guys will give us an answer. We'll usually throw our 2 cents out there. But they say I cannot predict the future, and then just a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to read it because I don't care about it. Just make a joke or something. Like if you're not going to answer, this is the thing. When
make a joke.
What's the Google Nest? Is that what the heck's the Google thing that I have at home? Is it called Nest?
Nest. No, the Nest.
No, when I say
it is.
When
it's
I
called
say
Nest.
Hey Google,
the little home thing.
Okay, yeah. So when I ask Nest a question that it's not really going to answer, it gives me a joke. Is that asking too much? ChatGPT.
I like the Alexa one. You can whisper at it and everything. Well, they're all the same. Okay.
I can't whisper it. Mine doesn't. It doesn't.
It whispers back at you. It's really cool. The Alexa.
Right, I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, because at nighttime I'll be like, Alexa, play white noise or something like that, and then it plays white noise. It goes, okay. All right. So real quick.
Somebody has white noise playing right now because.
Yeah, probably my family. All right. Let's go, man. The money is dripping in. Right now on Tesla. Oh God, we're at 239.05. That better.
I missed that dollar. I'm trying to add some money to my account, and I missed the dollar.
See you later, A-Rod. Honestly, man, the Packers are in the exact
big old spike.
Literally, I saw a tweet the other day. The Packers are in the exact same position as they were last year, except for our last game at home was against again a pretty pathetic team at that point, which was the Detroit Lions, and we lost. So we are the favorite at home.
But they're good.
The very last week. No, but this is with Aaron Rodgers and everything. This is why it's sayonara. to him. I mean, if he would have won, we maybe would have kept him. But the whole point is that this year it is, shout out to Adara, it's a Jordan Love era right now this year. So we'll see if the Packers can make the playoffs, and then unfortunately get Sharif a little teary-eyed when we go into Dallas. And probably how embarrassing would that be for the Dallas Cowboys
to lose to Green Bay? I'm not even a Packers fan. I will talk smack for you. You don't even say a word. Like basically, Sharif.
Well, we need to win this week, but that's what's getting me nervous.
No.
That
let's just move past it. The Packers are winning this week, so
yeah, I hope so.
We can have some fun with it. But I will talk some serious smack.
We have
a lot of fun with this Dallas Cowboys nonsense. But it does go to show when you make a good business decision. Like they may be in the same spot, but you're spending. I don't know the contract.
Oh, we got picks. We got all that stuff.
You got picks. You're spending probably what?
Well, we're not spending $60 million a year on Aaron Rodgers.
$30 million less. What does Love make?
And we don't have a lunatic. What was that? Fabian something. Oh, Google chomping the RAM. See that on top, right?
Which is true. Mine was sitting at 100% yesterday, and I was having some. If you wouldn't have noticed in the show, but I was kind of.
I just got out of Tesla because I'm not.
I'm trailing because the market's.
Oh, you're in it? Oh, you're short, Bob. Okay, yeah. The market, again, it's still flat.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, no. What I was gonna say is like I'd said that like I didn't want to play around with this, and like what I meant by that was just like. We wanted to hold and wait for a move like this to happen, you know, and so when it does and when it did, we need to take advantage of it. So instead of getting out everything here at the 50 or in and around here for 50 cents, we do hold. And now, of course, we wait and hope that we can get the dollar on this move. So we are short now Tesla 240 basically 239.98, and it's a nice push down in. So we've done quite well here into the close, of course, as it's power. Oh, did we get that number? I think
it was 1.4 billion to sell.
Okay, thanks, Brendo. My bad.
Okay, you know what? If we didn't say that, that's my bad. Usually
1.4. No, because I would have done that same ridiculous reaction like this. 1.4.
That's my fault. Usually, when I see it, I say it. That's for Randy, Fabian. But the market is actually bouncing off the low. That's all I was going to say. Like I'm
that
looking
was
to get
a
out
strong
of this,
resistance,
because the market is
and it
bouncing
finally
off
broke
the low.
through.
It's a range-bound trade, but I'd rather do that.
Maybe it'll come back down and bounce back up.
We wanted to show you the
Remember, we're looking for that. This is a pullback. So this pullback has happened. So now we're looking for it to come on back up,
because
baby.
Of the time, because it is
Give me $2.
347, and the amounts are going to come out for real.
I want to get into the $80 range
already. So I wanted to give it a chance to go all the way. But it is that time of day where you're thinking about a few things. If you're a day trader, it's getting out of
that volume.
positions.
There's the volume.
If you're following the markets, it's what is Adara going to do when she rings the bell?
59
it's
cents.
who is the guest in the recap show. Like you have a routine that you do, and at 350, it's got to start thinking about getting out of positions, which we are going to do. Just shortly, I don't think I put anything new on. I was really obviously Mara was making a big move. It was later than I thought. I hate buying highs on a parabolic move with no time for it to really go. Because we're not holding it overnight for a secondary push. We're not holding it for like some kind of 4 to 4:30 aftermarket push, which does happen. We got to get out at 4 o'clock. So it got to 26.88.
I'm not getting out at 4 o'clock.
You had to buy highs and take 20, 30 cents there. I didn't really
just
have
off the air at 4 o'clock. We're off the air at 4 o'clock.
To me, if I don't know where I would punch out of the stock, then it's hard for me to buy the stock at all, especially at the high of the day. At least if I have like lows to work off of or local highs or something that I can work into on a dip buy. But buying the absolute top, just not going to do it.
I just got out of Palantir just because it just keeps on dripping down, and we only had that 10% left, so we take a small win. But Palantir was these were the key levels, man. 1650. We were pretty lucky to get that 1665 or 1656 there. So I consider that a good trade for now on Palantir, and we'll just run it after that and see where we go. So right now we're out of Palantir. Let's go. This is now, we talked about how much it would be in the money. We're now $1.40 in the money on Tesla. So perfect. I just put a bid there and got filled at that bottom. So this is obviously working out for us here at Tesla. We're short at 240. It's 238.50. So, hey, it took a while here today to get this to finally get to the downside.
Looking for this
There goes
maybe
the
to come
futures.
back down
Nicely done,
here.
nicely cooking
us
to the
another
downside
push.
right here now again. So, yeah, we'll look to see. We're out of Roblox. We know about that one. Micron is at this level. It's just embarrassing that we're still. You guys think that I've already explained it. I have like, it's a fraction. It's not like it might not even be. Well, it is going to be 1%, but you know, it's not that much. And we're falling down. I'm just going to get out of it so it doesn't look so bad.
London
Mobileye
Bridge is falling down.
kind of went up, I guess, during this move. I mean, I was still waiting for this thing to go down. Like, I thought this would have been the other way, and then we would have got our 29 fill. But Mobileye right now, it doesn't know what it wants to do. It's confused. I understand, Mobileye. You do want to come back down, but now we're running out of time. Oh, there it is, 350 right now. So let's just check out those imbalances real quick. I will get rid of the broker function there, sort it by size, and
Amazon.
there it is, PSTG.
So Pure Storage is being added to
Right, I was gonna say,
ST400.
shouldn't
But
be
the
down
reason,
here.
so I actually keep up,
Look at the
it up
NASDAQ.
because I want to see the early look was 5.6 to sell when you're expecting it a buy when it's an addition, and it came out much larger.
See
right?
how it
came out
consolidated
8
and then it
million,
went down.
Shares. So because of that,
Stayed-
look at the
it
move to the
stayed
downside
above that
on Pure
line.
Storage. It actually moved down because people were anticipating
Came down,
5.6,
broke through that
and then
line.
it's supposed to be a buy. It came out a bigger
Came
sell, which
down.
was a shock.
This is that
But
dip
Amazon,
this morning.
that's the big one. I mean,
Look at these
obviously,
little
that goes without
tiny
saying.
moves.
2 million shares to sell on Amazon. I mean, I was getting out in front of VWAP anyway, so it's like, whatever. Like, it hit my target, so that's why I'm getting out for only a 50-cent win there. But you're now underneath 145. You're underneath the 50-period moving average on Amazon. I think that's going to be a pretty decent value buy. I mean, if it sniffs the 200-period moving average, that's auto. Stink bids are, getting some stink bids in for the Q1 is usually a bit of a thing. So Amazon's on the list, but I don't think we get to 130 anytime soon. But that would be fantastic. The 50-period, I thought we were closing beneath it, but check that. I'll correct myself. It looks like it's not exactly 145. It probably has to move at least half an hour down.
Let's see if it'll go back to 44,972.
Just trying to. So the rumor is that. So right now they're expecting something tomorrow. Now apparently for that Bitcoin ETF. So that's why it's really starting to go. But it's starting to pull back in. Looks like it will be a sell the event type of event. Sell the news type of event. I was actually just looking to see what. Oh, there it is. Wow, like the dividend on Apple. I was just looking right here through Yahoo Finance, like it's only 0.5%. Like it's not even
that big.
No, of course, nothing. I'm just saying, like, that's crazy how much money
It's absurd
this
that-
guy's making off of such a small dividend. Like it's
Make money.
so nuts. Like, as compared to, I know he has BAC. Let me just double check that. Some of the banks had their dividend back and forth a little bit there. So let's go over the
That's what they
statistics here and find there has to be a better website for me to check this than this right now. I just use my broker.
Bullish
Dividend,
Arami.
5-year average dividend yield forward. There it is,
Or
2.8
engulfing.
right now. So that's going to be a big moving there. So he's going to grab a lot of dividends also from Bank of America.
Man, I was up $1.
And
I'm
then
down
there
$2.
are some bigger dividend
That's
names
straight.
out there.
Coke's 3 that he has.
Coke is 3, okay. I wanted to see if Pfizer was still paying one. There was a bunch of different things that happened during COVID where some people scrapped their
I can promise you
dividend.
this much. Pfizer's dividend
Yes.
percentage is higher now than it was.
Yeah, it's 5 and a bit. So 5
Well,
and
it
a
only
bit.
gets better as the stock stinks, right?
Yeah,
So
5.65.
that's the problem with chasing a good yield, right?
Yeah, there are dividend value traps. And
Yeah,
stuff like
sort
that.
of.
And we'll talk
Of course,
about
feels good, but it does if you
Actually,
really
let's
like.
not get
Look,
out
if you like it for fundamental
because of
reasons,
the
the price,
fact that
you
we
think it's
know
a value,
that the
then
ETF is
then
gonna make
maybe
some
you do
kind of
wanna buy
news.
that dip.
We'll
say
look
this
at the
for-
news.
Not saying to go buy Pfizer. I just
We
happen
got
to
5 more,
just
four,
bought Pfizer. That's
6
why I
more
bring it up.
minutes.
But yeah, chasing those traps. Like there was a good solid Simon Property. That's the one. That's
I own that one.
yeah. Like I actually own like a dividend ETF. That's my every once in a while I'll have stocks as a dividend stock. I don't really have it for a dividend.
Right,
I just buy more shares with it. But like the only thing where I actually would try to generate cash, a small portion of my portfolio that is in a dividend ETF. That at some point as I get older, I'll want it to be more and then actually care about the cash. But I don't really buy stock for the dividend. I think it gets a thing, but I've never really.
I buy stock for dividends.
Okay, I've looked.
It's actually why I started buying IBM like 40 years ago.
Yeah, like I actually like I want to get into it more, but I've never done it outside of like a dividend ETF, specifically for the dividend. That's all. I mean, there's obviously stocks that done. Like I've owned Intel when it was paying a dividend, so it's not like I wasn't buying quote unquote dividend stocks. As we get into the last 5 minutes here of the day, just a quick update for you guys. Mara, there was a shot play in there where you could have, if you didn't buy the breakout here at 26 change, you could have just maybe joined it into 27. That's not the easiest trade to pull in unless you've got like an alternate execution strategy one more thing I wouldn't have. So again, I kind of like the idea for the long, but ultimately, like you can't really trade everything. That's the first thing. Like you have to have a bit of a setup. So they did get it in 27, but just because it went to 27 doesn't actually mean anything. You have to find a long that works for you that you can execute into. So I did not. Like I said, I got out of Alibaba. Steve G was asking, don't you use trailing stops? I know I did. Like I had a trailing stop in Alibaba. I moved from 75 to 74.9 as we got to the imbalances. So yeah, I was there, but then I put a bid at the local low to get out of position. Now, obviously that doesn't look very good right now because the market is flushing and this broke the low of the day. So we're had to hold on to it. The shorts are certainly paying off there. You got your shorts still. Mobileye, auction.
No, I
as
just
if
closed
it's closing on the low, like insult to injury.
Yeah, I just closed it. But look at this Tesla trade, man. It is absolutely tank city right now for Tesla, and we did it. Props to anybody that was short that name. There it goes. That's, it's not $1, and sometimes when it's not $1, then it's $2. So right there, it is a $2 winner there for Tesla to end the day. So that's great. And then I just punched out of Mobileye. Not great. But Mobileye is still $1, so that's fine. I mean,
I was looking at the wrong chart.
$31.
Your Tesla chart was up, and I was like, oh, for the love of God, Mobileye's cool.
Yeah, no, Mobileye is okay for you.
I'm happy that it was Tesla. Great. It's a great trade because what happens is when you're holding, one of the reasons why you can hold in a 350, if the market moves in your favor in the last few minutes, it kind of tends to trend. You've seen it time and time again. So that's why you put a trailing stop. If it goes against you, get out. But if it starts to go, just kind of hold it till the end of the day, which usually Sean would be up at the desk by now. But if you're looking to hold something, you could put an option order out there, I suppose. Or you could hang on to it for that 4 o'clock. Now, we have to hold, if you can think Tesla's a short tomorrow, we have to get flat at the end of the day. So like Apple, like if you had held shorts in Apple, from that 200 level, you just short it, core position, hold it overnight. We don't do that. Like we have to be, it's a new position the next day if you want to put something on. So it's not as if you can hold Tesla till tomorrow. With 3 minutes to go, the last thing I saw here, David Beach saying any oil stocks right for a swing. I like CVX at 141. So when put on the spot, I'm going to talk something that I know immediately because I just bought Chevron off of this bottom myself. And this just regained, I know it just regained the 50-period moving average. So Chevron, here's the bottom it made. Once I saw it supporting the 151, let me just, I'm gonna pull up my trade ideas chart here just because it's just looking a little bit better. I like the ability to go from the day to the week, which has the picture-in-picture, and it's a little bit more clean. And I wanted you to see the weekly here. So that's 141 locally you saw on the daily chart in Chevron. This is the higher low on the weekly when it bounced off the 50-period moving average going back into September of 2022. So the reason I liked it in this consolidation was that higher level support. If I was going to dip by it, thinking that oil can make a move to the upside, I did like it as a bit of a buy. And it's also like it's a stock that I hold in my long term. I'm not swing trading it. I just thought it was a good long entry. So as you go back into like a daily chart here on CVX, just to complete the thought with only 90 seconds to go, as it's trying to break out, hold on to that 50-period consolidation and break the high. It gives you a couple of outs, the 50-period, the 148, or if you're holding for a much longer, bigger move, you've got the 140 or 141 level behind you. So like the technical setup is there, but as I said, I bought this for my long term. As a matter of fact, it pays a dividend. So I just talked about not buying stocks specifically for dividends, but let's be real, if you own Chevron, part of it is the dividend. But I have it on drip, right? So I'm just collecting, I'm just buying more shares.
Oh, that's where I bought in.
Payout. And at some point, I would turn something like that into cash, but I like to think I'm young enough that I don't want to do it yet. So less than 1 minute to go. Shout out to everybody in the chat that has been enjoying the afternoon show. Of course, when we have Frank, it's a bit of a party. The market tank isn't good, but you can always go short when you have a chance. And because I haven't done it yet, I'm just going to remind everybody, I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. And I just saw some excitement, or heard some excitement in the back. And it was this, that PSTG, Pure Storage. Remember I said it's being added to the S&P 400, came out of sell and
S&P 400.
flipped to a buy and ran. Look at the move. So flipped, went to a buy, and then there's that run to the upside. Get the camera off, just showing you that trade there. But it is a dare time at the bell in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, we've made another trading day.
The market is closed. Unfortunately, yes, it's red again.
All right.
0.5 to the downside on the NASDAQ, 0.3 to the downside on the ES. You saw the market flush at the end of the day. It's just a couple of names that we're looking at here. I mean, if you're a long Bitcoin, at the end of the day, you're good. If you're a long Mara, at the end of the day, you were good. Tesla closes. Tesla was green until about 10 minutes ago.
Look at that green, guys.
There's
$2 there. There's 10 cents. There's $1.40.
You guys don't want to see me.
$5.20. That was that Solana run. $1 again on Solana. $6 on that Bitcoin. Another $1.31. Oh,
if you stick to the key price levels like we're talking about at lunchtime, then you can find those actionable levels.
Yep, here we go.
That was a strong stock today. So shout out to First Damien. All week long, running those ones and twos, getting some help from Randy, doing a fantastic job as always. Love those little noise effects that we got going on there. With the exception of the Randy one that you throw that makes me do that every single time. Of course, the midday, great job by Sharif and Adara. It was a pleasure to jump on there. I'm going to try to do that every single day, right around noon, and sort of join in on the fun with some educational content. It's always an absolute blast when we have one guest. We had 3 today. This morning, thank you to Luis. Thank you to Raheem. This afternoon, thank you to Frank. And, of course, Brendan, making sure that he's asking the right questions and giving you guys the knowledge that you deserve. But you know where you're going to be going right now. It's just after 4 o'clock. We got the market recap show. We've got the big move that just happened in Bitcoin. I'm sure we're going to talk about that. Probably talk a little bit about the market heading to the downside in Tesla. And hey, maybe some Q&A at the end as well. So let's get right onto the desk. It's the market recap with Sean.
All right, that was the market recap with Sean. We're going to take a look at the market cap itself. We're going to, in this session, this live session here with the prices and the market caps. We got the market cap of Bitcoin at 86 trillion. There's 200. That's got to be trillion. 200 trillion on Ethereum. We just opened, we put a position in on Ethereum. It hasn't opened yet, but we're going to wait for that bad boy to hit, and we're going to follow it. So like I said, we made pretty good today. We went from 70, I think we made $12. I think it was $61 that we had in there. I can look tomorrow and have so it was, I think it was 61 something, minus 74. So $8. So we made we made some money today. Yay. And we're going to continue to keep because Bitcoin runs all the time, with the regular stock exchanges, those are able to, like they said, they close their positions and then they get out accordingly. Let's see what's going on with some of these actions here. Remember this morning I told you about a couple of these sites, the Poly site where you can go and see where people are betting on news and what happens. Polymarket, check that out. CoinMarketCap. We got Cointelegraph. And all the other links are in the description below. So I want to thank you again for joining me today. This has been another successful trading day, and we can't wait for tomorrow and see what happens. If something does happen during the night, I will record it, but I probably won't go live, but I will record the action because I leave my screens going all the time because there's always something going on in the crypto. But before we go, let's have this final look or final message from, we'll say, iTrust Capital.
In crypto. They're active like retirement culture, but now they're made for the modern age, as they allow you to invest in your favorite cryptocurrencies while still keeping those same tax benefits. Here are the top 5 reasons why investors typically open a crypto IRA at iTrust Capital. Number 1. Tax benefits. When you buy or sell crypto on a regular exchange, you're subject to income tax or capital gains tax, depending on how long you held the asset for. This is where the power of the crypto IRA really shows itself. All transactions made inside of a crypto IRA are tax-free. In addition, unlike when trading on regular exchanges, you don't need to track and report on all of your transactions. Number 2, built-in cold storage security. One of the most important parts.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know what happened. I think what happens is I changed my programming so I could show these commercials, but I think each time I switch scenes, it cuts my stream off. So I might have to just go ahead and add those back into my sources because I have to be able to run those without them shutting off. So, hey, thanks again for joining me today. Definitely take the time, learn the strategies, go over your notes. I always take notes. Today I had to step out, so like I said, the channel will always run whether I'm here or not because I do run my other business, and if I have to step out and take care of these things, I will do so. But I do thank you for joining us today here at the Living Legacy Group, and we will see you tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. Okay. Be good. Take it easy.